Havu. A lot of their forces onto one side of the map. All of them perhaps convinced that the A site may be approached. But for now, one win. Efforts towards the outside. Looking for that fresh air. There's no suffocating duties Havu have taken on in this direction. Glowing takes a hint of damage. I think a few of them have been spotted crossing over towards the secret stairs. Slowly actually ends up delivering on his end, but that's going to be a quick trade. Deco and Glowing pulling things in their favor as they want to go directly onto the site. They do open up the doors a couple of times, but Aerial might be in quick contest against Pol. Does win out his trade, but Ravenlock is there to trade it right back up. Jemmy all by himself on a 1-on-3. The odds up against him. He needs a masterful performance, but they run out of time. When did that happen?
When exactly did that happen is the big question here. One when we're supposed to get that round by nearly a landslide and somehow Javi can pull it together? Okay.
I just wasn't looking at the clock timer. And apparently one win weren't either. Two mistakes in a row could really hurt them right now, but look at the trades going in. Slowly on top, not given an inch to their opponent's Pol, looking to go for the swing, slowly navigating around that corner, but X7 comes in from behind and takes care of him nicely. Havu with 3. It looks like they're right back into the game.
Now consider this. Havu get a round off of a pistol, they get a half off of the timer, and then they do it against a shoddy buy. So consistently, they've capitalized on any small disadvantage that one win have brought to the table. So I really appreciate the fact that they can do it even in dire circumstances. And honestly, that can often be what Counter-Strike is about. You're not always going to have to get landslide victories. Some round wins might feel a little cheap, but that's okay. If you can get it done with Deagles, that's all that matters. Zori, he's looking to get the equalizer eventually. Now, one winner just ready to get mowed down. I don't think they expect much to come off of this.
You can't expect too much, but it seems Havu have regained some confidence here. Some confidence that I think was lacking over on Ancient. The odds may be falling slightly into place, but coincidentally, Havu, they've equalized the scoreline, but this is what they need to get past. A hurdle that is quite difficult to do. A full buy round from one win. And considering that they've already made mistakes and know that they have to play their A game right now to pull things together, if they get this victory here, Havu might just be in the run for the series.
Let's see if these weapons are going to pay off, though, Pavlos. A fair bit of control towards outside, lots of smokes being deployed. It still leaves room for Heaven to be intercepted, and the Molotov makes things a bit harder, but they can easily circumnavigate around it, so that's something that works out. Aerial, he's got so much auditory information because he can hear them dropping down since they had to route around the Molotov instead of being able to walk on the stairs. So that information's been conveyed to Slowy, who was on the receiving end. In prime position, he's braced his core as he waits to receive.
X7 anticipating the mollies there. The Slowy needs to fall back from it. Crouch, duck, under smoke to close the gap between his opponents. He's going to delay that push as much as humanly possible. One win. The game plan is clear, but Havu, we've got players blocking their entries. Don't look like they want to back out just yet. X7 actually aggresses himself, puts matters into his own hands. Now it's Havu with the numbers. 25 seconds. But Glowing, he's wrapped towards Red. No one is checking it. That could be 2 kills. And that's the entry onto the site. One player left in this approximate location. Jammy wants to approach from vents, but he's not given the chance. The bomb will go down towards the B site. One win left, got all players onto that lower side of a map. And Havu, they can either go for a very risky 3v4 retake, or they can just fall back and save those weapons.
I really liked how Glowing had that quick bout of trigger discipline, you know? Normally expect trigger discipline plays to be like very long, you know, you get a lot of information. But he registered that whole scenario within a couple seconds, and he's able to capitalize off of it immediately. It's not one of those things that he would end up botching at all. No, he went for the kill as soon as he realized he had secondary info. And I believe Chauzy's actually leading the charge on 3D Aim Trainer right now. I think he's number 1 on it as far as the pros are concerned. I'm not sure if there's anybody else. I mean, if he's 0.7, there's got to be somebody above him on the application itself, somebody from the community. But as far as the pros are concerned, I think he was number 1 in the little video that played. But consider this, Pavlos.
Mm-hmm.
After this round, you still have a bit of a buy for Havu, but considering how their loss bonus is situated, it's eventually going to lead into 2 very shoddy buy rounds. And Havu, if they can pull it all together right now, that would be ideal. Since they're on the CT side, they've got a lot of burden to do just that, and although it's not as heavily sided as it used to be, there's still some pressure on the CTs to have a decent performance. They cannot allow this round and the next one to go the way of one win, especially when they have the likes of Zori on an AWP, when they've got, when arguably they have a bit more firepower than the terrorist side.
Yeah, and considering how one win do get quite a lot of rounds on the T side, although they get most of them on the CT side, it's quite difficult to play up against them. They've got a really strong win percentage. It is their most played map as well. There was a must-ban Vertigo for Havu, so when that is taken out of the equation, you can't really count for Nuke. Such a difficult one to play against this Russian roster, but if they keep on doing mistakes like that and not accounting for positions such as the one Zori just took, things do really get tough. Secret team taken over. Nade will finish the job onto Travis. Excellently played. 2 players made their way towards Secret, 1 left behind. But he's sticking around in case there's a wraparound to ensue. No pressure really for Harvey right now. It's just a matter of holding their ground. Slowey's position not compromised. X7, again, the man you need to call for the job. Polt does push back. But one win again stopped in their tracks. Keeping it to that final second position. Oh no, Zora, the timing not quite right for him. He positions towards heaven, actually drops on towards the site. Is this the right read? Ravenlock will most likely get flashed into that position. But they are really taking it down to the last second, aren't they? 20 seconds, sorry. Hasn't just shown his card just yet. Polt wins out on his own, but it does mean that Zori loses out on his own shot. But now we'll go for the re-swing. Flash does go wide. Deco from above delivers. 7 seconds. They need to get the bomb down. X7, can he punish? Misses out on a lot of the shots there. The inaccuracy on the ladder doesn't quite favor him. And it's 1 win to regain composure.
This is the storyline I was talking about, Pavlos. It would eventually lead to not having enough money on the side of Havu, and they've got to make a decision there here. Do they go for a few deagles? Do they have somewhat of a buy coming their way? Oh man, I'm not sure if I entirely agree with this, Pavlos. I would have liked to see them be a bit more conservative and then also buy up in the next round properly. But that's not what they're going for. They want to move right in. Ariel, he's gotten the first shot in. Slowly, he's pivoting around the top of the hut. Jemmy's gotten 2. And although I was criticizing their buy, they've gotten a fair bit done off of it. They've not had a single casualty.
I mean, what was good for Havu for that is that the fact that one went directly in for the push and didn't really put Havu in a difficult position where they would have to expend their utility early on, expend their utility early on, excuse me. But so everything sort of fell into place for the Finnish side, and one win didn't quite calculate what they would come up against. Now an ace, clutch, too much to ask for Polt, and it won't be what he will be delivering right now. Havu, they convert.
This is a very close match now, especially with Havu being able to do something off of Nuke. Ancient looked a bit one-sided, and if you had a bit more faith in Havu, if you wanted to go ahead and bet on them, you can go ahead and check out Pinnacle. Use code FALL21, bet 10 euros, get 10 euros back. But remember, the terms and conditions do apply, so you must go through them. But I want to see how OneWin start to approach this round. Early control towards A. They've thrown out a smoke. Nobody going into vents, so there's going to be some lack of information coming from the side of Havu because now they don't know if somebody's crossed over. Glowing. Oh, this is where he actually jumped into vents, and I really like that. This will give off the impression that there might be 2 players already in the vents, and Ariel is being extra careful about this. Walking all the way in, spots Glowing, shot to the dome. I'm not sure why there wasn't some preemptive checking going on by Glowing. But at the very least, Havu have gotten themselves the advantage.
They have indeed. Still. It's not over till it's over. X7. High impact that previous map, but not the impact he would have liked. Didn't quite run away with a victory. Their own home ground, but now he's being challenged early. Molly drawn to his feet. But how OneWin have converted this before is instead of moving into the ramp side, they do aggress towards that A site, move up the ladder towards heaven. But right now, they are going to commit to it. X7 runs away with 2. You can't get those kills that easily without being traded. Finally, Deco does close his life, but Ariel, next man in contention, holds his ground, and Deco all by himself. 16 points of health in the middle of the site, completely open to the elements. Not quite challenged. Zore falls directly into its crossfire, but Ariel won't fall to the same fate. The equalizer has been found.
Not only the equalizer is it's also the economic dominance that Havu will be able to display soon, since OneWin don't have anything to buy up with. You can see them fall back onto a few P250s. Maybe we've got a Desert Eagle in the holster of Glowing. Perhaps you would have wanted them to go for a rush kind of strategy when they were on a buy like this, rather than when they had a full buy. But that's already under the rug. That story is closed. It's all said and done. A prime nade ready from the side of Jemmy. Lots of damage as they move into it. This is going to be a complete mowdown here, Pavlos. They walk right in, flash out of their minds. Just nothing that the Deagles can bring to the table.
Yeah, it's just simple pickings from there on out. And thankfully for them, they don't lose any players in the process. 76, 6 rounds on the T side isn't a bad scoreline by all means for OneWin. I think they've already done a marginal job. Although when it comes to victories, more often than not, OneWin at least come to an equal terms with their opponents, right? They do like at least having like a 7th round in there to close the series out. Now, to be honest, the CT side is fairly unstoppable when it comes to OneWin. I mean, they've taken maps home against teams like Sinners 16-9 on this map. So you can't really hold it up against them. It's not over for them just yet, but Harvard will take any advantage they can get. So far, they've proven us that if a mistake is made,
I love that.
They can capitalize upon it. Good microplay there from Slowy with the boost. Glowing as a microplay of his own. No, Slowy denies it. And already OneWin are down with 2 players.
I'm a bit surprised that Glowing didn't immediately go for the frag, considering the fact that he spotted the boost. That information must have been conveyed, and coming out of the hut, that's the first angle he should have been looking careful for. But Havu, yes, being on the CT side, they're looking for every single advantage they can get. Zori, he faces the opposing Opera, but he's got a rifle on his case. A 3v5 as if OneWin, they're going to get desperate for getting any control on either side of the map. 1 through door, 1 through hut. Think they do eventually want to route their efforts towards A, but when they haven't been able to do it with 5-man pushes, do I really expect them to get anything done? Probably not, especially with Jimmy getting a kill on Ravenlock like that. Polt, last man standing, no bomb. And I think he's just trying to isolate Zori so that he can get his hands on an AWP.
Oh. Well, nothing you handed over to him. Havu, at least make sure that the half is theirs. 1 round left in it. And 1win are in a dire scenario. Odds, I think they're closer to what they were at the start of this matchup. No longer in that 1-7 territory. I'm just waiting for the next half, man. Just waiting to see what 1win can come up with on the CT side. Or, more rather, what Havu can do on the T side. When they're the ones that need to put matters into their hands.
Okay, Travis has kicked things off now. Havu, this might be one of the first times they've felt the pressure in a few rounds, and this AWP isn't being put to good use. But Zori will eventually be punished. Slowy is still alive and kicking. Jemmy peeks in from the heavens, and because Glowing has already made his way all the way onto the A site, it's a lot easier for them to get things going. But Jemmy's still alive. He is playing from within the A bomb site, and X7, he's quickly equalized the numbers. Jemmy, he peeks out at the perfect time. Polt, he's the only man remaining. He's got a 1v2. And he's got to make it work.
He doesn't have the bomb with him either, but Havu at least don't have information on its whereabouts either. This should be simple, but no, Jemmy, a 3-piece, gives Havu this round 9-6. A way better scoreline than anybody expected from the initial burst of victories 1win has been lining up at the start. But a series of mistakes puts Havu right back into the game. And now the Finns, they've got work to do. Not only do they need to get this half closed up, wrapped up and into a victory bag, but they also have Overpass to deal with if they manage to succeed on this one.
We do head into a technical pause before the half, though. So if you do want to go ahead and check out Pinnacle, you can use the code FALL21. And if you bet 10 euros on a team, you can get 10 euros back. But remember, you have to go through the terms and conditions because they do fully apply.
Huh. Well, interesting. Someone had their doorbell ring, and it's the postman. I think Zori's has his postman hailing him stuff.
Postman Pat. Postman Pat.
Da-da-da, with a black and white cat. Something
Postman
like
Pat. Pavlos is bad at the game? Question mark.
Yeah, you didn't make it rhyme, so I'm not going to hand you that.
Okay.
No.
Fair enough.
If you did try though, you get a cookie for that.
Mm-hmm.
But no golden star.
Not even the kind of cookie that has chocolate chips on it. You know,
No,
the one with
raisins. A very disappointing cookie. You get handed a cookie, it looks like chocolate chip. You bite into it, and it's raisins. Oh.
Disgusting.
It's not even disgusting. I actually like raisin cookies.
The thing is, it's not disgusting if you expect it, right?
Right.
Because then you're heading into it with the mindset that yes, it's raisins. I like raisins. I've never disagreed with having a conversation with the Raisin Man, but I don't want to dig into raisins when I expect chocolate chip cookies. You know?
Absolutely not. It's a completely different story, right? But the story right now is that there's aggression being shown towards the A side, directly pushing in. But it looks like the CTs are doing a lot of work here. 1win are getting most of the kills. The trades are falling into their hands, but X7 and Zore are the two people left onto the site, and 1win are from the outside looking in. No space to get the bomb down just yet. Polt does take a lot of damage in that regard. No, actually doesn't take any damage. The rest of his team ends up falling. In a matter of seconds, Havu have converted. Good news for Polt, though. X7 is low, but the headshot has connected. Havu, double digits on the board.
How have they turned it around like that? I thought that was supposed to be it for Havu. 1win, they were supposed to get the pistol round and immediately line it up with a few more rounds, but Havu, they're like, you know what? We're going to rewrite things. We're not going to let it play out the way you expect it to. Step into an alternate dimension where Havu are going to end up trading map picks with 1win. Now, there's a lot of pressure on 1win because they have to build up their CT side economy. They have to come back with a round deficit. But let's see if they've got the metal required for it. Travis, protecting himself from the flames, stays far enough that the heat won't get to him. But this is still a doable round. You know, everything fell apart from 1win after that Desert Eagle round that Havu brought up. So there's still a reasonable chance that 1win can do just the same, but this MP9, it could have gone a lot crazier than it just did.
With another kill there, it would have been great. They would have found their way back into the round. But without it, it's just a simple trade. As guns continue to be favorable for the Finnish side, OneWin have to make the right rotations, and that is crucial for Nuke. You don't have utility to play around with, so the only opportunity you can find is with a numbers advantage, on a particular fight at least. But Harvey know of this. They're not going to walk blindly into sight and hope for the best. Gonna traverse.
If Travis pushes up now, it's going to completely change the outcome of the round. I think that kind of information being granted can have a significant impact, but watch this, Pavlos. This is about to get messy.
Ravenlock with a deagle. What can you do, good sir? You've seen good performances from Harbour with deagle so far, but can Ravenlock perform in the same fashion? One delivers, but the other corner has been checked. Deco not quite helping out from above. It is, however, to gain full control over the A site. Deco, will he go for the swing? Nade will splash him down substantially. 20 points of health remaining. He's looking for it, but he's just not being given it. Does he fall back? Does he go for it? I think whatever he does, this round is lost. There's Harvard who managed to line a couple in a row, and it could be a third as well, considering OneWin have fully committed with the money they've had in their pockets. It's quite fearsome to see for us.
I consistently see OneWin losing out on rounds because of micro plays that don't go their way. Havu, they've been winning out the duels. They've consistently gotten the drop in terms of timing. Even that MP9 that should have worked out a lot heavier or a lot better for OneWin, it simply didn't. And Havu are only separated from the finish line with 5 rounds. And remember when you were talking about how the odds are actually really good if you believe in Havu being able to bring it back together? Now I'm starting to believe in that, Pavlos. Because I think they have a pretty clear path onto the victory.
I mean, thankfully for Harvey, that final map, the overpass, right, is a map that they're really looking forward to, right? It's a map that they have played a lot recently, even though that their success rate isn't grand. They've succeeded marginally. Now, Slowy has a USP instead of a weapon in comparison with the rest of the team. Pistol against pistols, making things equal, but he still wins across the board. For us.
Yeah.
I'm going to have you to think about a fun fact right now, because Harvey, well, I mean, OneWin aren't having too much fun this map.
Oh, man. You're really putting me on the spot here.
You've done it twice to me. I think it's only fitting I do it twice to you.
Can I come up with a bad joke instead?
Yeah, sure.
What animal do you have to watch out for for when you're giving an exam?
What animal do you have to what?
What animal do you have to watch out for when you're giving an exam?
What?
The cheetahs.
Oh no, I was expecting that. Oh. Oh.
It's
just like I knew the variation I knew of it. It was like, why don't you play cards in the jungle?
Oh, fair enough.
Because there are too many cheetahs.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
But I could feel the physical pain flow through you. Speaking of flowing through, I think this is where rounds need to flow through the scoreboard of OneWin, because they are in a heavy deficit. Already having 3 players fall down, make that 4 actually. All of their efforts are going to be routed through vents, with the exception of Jemmy's chiming in from ramp. So if he can get the drop on one of the rotating players, that could be ideal. Polt not connecting the initial shot. And it's going to be very tough for OneWin to make their way back into it, because Havu, all of their members are already on the B site.
I love that change of pace from Havu, catching OneWin off guard, taking over the site, which the B site is so difficult to take over. Glowing plays with that trigger discipline and actually has a fruitful outcome. 2 kills go his way, but is that even good enough? 3 weapons will be salvaged, but considering they're just so expensive to get to buy up, I mean, an AWP is also better than nothing. But if you're Harvey right now, you must be feeling really good about your situation.
Yeah, you're only 3 rounds away from the finish line against a team that completely demolished you on your own map pick. That's ideal. And honestly, I didn't expect it to be this one-sided for Havu. After we saw that Deco was on, Glowing was on form, when everything is lining up for you, especially with regards to even the overall stature of the team, I wouldn't expect a game to end up rolling out like this. Just terrible micro plays coming out.
No,
not at all.
Yeah, except
from Silo.
It's a tried and tested boost when you know of it, just doesn't quite work out. And it was a quick swing from X7 as well to put his bullet directly onto to the head of his opponent. Some splash damage has been inflicted on towards Harvey though. That could make things easier for the rifle holders of OneWin. Circulating around the B site. Oh, maybe to go for something cheeky. Door opened. Daco challenged. Smoke out. That's going to give them space. But instead, it's more of a fake. An obfuscation of what they're actually going for. It's the site!
Oh my goodness!
That's going to be a four-piece! How do they even line up like that? And OneWin might have found an avenue back into the game.
I choked on my words there with how questionable that entire ordeal was.
Travis won't question that one bit though. Not one bit. He's glad and he greeted them with open arms. He hugged them to death.
He fed them a Travis Scott burger. Yeah, we're bringing it back.
You brought it back. The Travis Scott burger.
Oh my god, that might have actually been one of the sickest 4Ks I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, one moving in from garage, the rest flowing out through the vents. Simple enough, I guess. Havu overcomplicated their push. They fell victims to a masterful spray down from Travis, but I think he's paying dividend for that. Down to 9 points of health already.
The thing is, it's now possible for OneWin to contest this. And with Deco out of the equation, man, I spoke too soon because that was very important. For him to stay alive, I think that was one of their win conditions in this round. Especially with Travis almost being out of the equation. He is one stray bullet away from certain death. X7, though, in the meantime, he's crept up onto heaven. OneWin now have to check so many angles without having the numbers advantage. Scratch that, though, because Polt has at least brought it closer, even if Travis is low.
I think OneWin know of this pressure. Know that Overpass is a map that they can't really afford to lose, so they want to try and make it work now.
It's the bomb, though, Pavlos!
They know exactly where the bomb is, and that puts things into perspective. Aerial, instead of dropping back, Glowing thought that that position would no longer being held, but instead, no. That's the trade. For at least this falling into the hands of Harvard, but it is recapitalized upon. X7 lining shots up. Flash out, he goes for the contest. Polt, wide angle, but X7 swings, 12 seconds. All Travis has to do is run away and keep himself alive. That's all he has to do.
Oh, but they're going for it. 4 seconds. Can he survive long enough? He's gotten the first shot. Oh.
And he's making a swing again. Well, they lose the AWP, but it's the victory that matters.
If X7 just had one stray bullet go the way of Travis, it would have been done. And I like how we were talking about it from the start as if Travis, being so low, he wouldn't be able to get anything done. But he's the man that pushed through, got the bomb down, stayed alive long enough to be the point of contest. And he stayed alive for long enough to win the round. So 13-8. If it's even getting closer, it's courtesy of Travis getting that round and getting the subsequent one as well. But Havu, I think they want to fasten their pace.
Oh, okay. Well, that's exactly what they do. Deco didn't stand a chance. I was going to start. I mean, they didn't even give me space to start analyzing what on earth that Travis Scott burger has inside, what the ingredients are, because He's just
I can actually Google that for you.
force feeding Harvey right now. But look at Glowing. Oh no, missed shots. Does find one, but Zori does approach closely with a no-scope. It is Harvey with the numbers, and Travis needs to react quickly to the push.
Consistently playing off the numbers disadvantage. I want to see if One Win can continue this up, you know? It's not exactly very sustainable to constantly be put in a deficit and come back from it. If there's any individuals to do it, it's probably the guys from One Win, but Zori has gotten a third kill for himself on the board. Travis, once again, being in a prime position to shut something out. It's again a lineup, Travis, you madman! Can he do it a third time in a row? That would be absolutely bonkers.
He knew the bomber was in that direction, so he knows Slowy had to move past to get the bomb into his hands.
Oh,
no! No, Travis, not like this. The man has put his X-ray goggles on. And Slowy down to 32. And a lot more palatable HP bar to handle. With this buffed up A1S, Slowy backs up. Smoke to give him space. Bomb planted. And Travis with no kit. In he goes.
Bun, patty, tomatoes, pickles. Travis is getting all the ingredients ready. The shot's been missed, and that is Travis's avenue of approach that he cannot get done. Not quite able to get the order done in time, and Habu will inch fast forward with one more round.
Travis got recipe needs a little bit more time to brew up, apparently. Although a slight chance was given there, Slowy did not quite succeed with the first one. Second time's a charm. 14-8, man. Harvu, they're 2 away from victory on One Win's map pick. Things are looking scary.
Yeah, only a couple rounds away from the finish line. I think One Win, they're willing to throw in the towel here. Probably just wait for the next map at this point. I believe it was Vertigo, question mark?
Overpass, I think. Overpass. Unless I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's Overpass. It's Overpass. Sorry. My bad.
Oh, man. I mean, building up the scenarios here, right? I mean, given that Harvu, more likely than not, will succeed this round, getting themselves a 15th, One Win will have to convert from a 15-8 scenario. There's not much falling into place for the Russian squad right now. And if you think about how it all started, it started off from a hyper-aggressive push, overconfident in their abilities, and from a pistol forced by 2 rounds in a row falling into the hands of Harvu, and ever since, it's like they've never slowed down.
It's just one round, Pavlos. Now you're looking at a Havu that has their chest buffed out. They're feeling all high and mighty, knowing that even after that abysmal map number 1, they can still put it all together. I'm not sure why I'm getting particularly tongue-tied today, but that's okay. I think just a one-off.
That's tend to happen. I'm getting weird voice cracks myself. I don't know. I'm not in my prime when it comes to my voice. Woke up and it hurt quite a bit.
It's okay, Pavlos.
It's okay.
I got you, homie.
Thank you, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, that does not sound good. That does not sound good.
I'm sorry. Nobody can get away with a voice crack, okay? Like, you have to rag on the person if they end up exposing a voice crack.
Yeah, from 21 years old to 15 all over again.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a weird story about voice cracking in high school. I was a late bloomer, and I only started changing my voice when I was 15, 16.
Oh.
Yeah, pretty tough.
That's
15.
That's a pretty late bloomer.
Very late. I'll get into that later because Ravenlock has to get into a fight right now. Does Not sure his mark just yet. Travis holds his ground, so does Ravenlock. There you have it. Quick trades, 3 against 3. Jemmy puts things back to an equilibrium state, but Ravenlock on the back of sight. He's a salvaging grace from 1 win. Zori now, AWP at hand with 2 to deal with. Quick shot onto one of the players, but it wasn't quite the finisher. Pult swings out, and 1 win still hold on.
A very reasonable chance to bring it back together in an overtime if 1 win can get past that double digits mark, you know? Just get your mental reset, but I'm not sure why we keep seeing retro stats there.
I think we just notice it when retro is there, you know? When it's anybody else from any other team,
yeah,
we don't really care. We just care about our fellow casters, you know?
Yeah, but retro, come on, man. You can't have this being exposed to everybody over and over. You gotta get to that top 1%. Come on.
I bet he's grinding every single day to try and get that better score. And I bet he can. I bet he can. Should be a cleanup, unless they fall victims to yet another force bite. It's not even a force bite though, is it? It's just a Glocky Glocks. Double digits for 1 win. 5 rounds away. Do you think there's a chance that 1 win can find that OT score?
Now, you have to consider that a lot of Havu's success has been off of their individual microplays, and a large portion of it can be attributed to 1 win making significant mistakes as well. So if they can immediately clean all of that up, we can potentially see the same kind of dominance that we saw on Ancient, but that's a run boost being missed, and they quickly have to change up their style of play on how they're going to approach outside. So where it was initially supposed to be a very aggressive style of play, now they have to play it conservatively, and it's only going to be Glowing that is playing behind Lonely.
That's fine for them, because right now this is being approached. They don't quite spray just yet. Oh, feet have been discovered. Some leg shots. Could have been more. One can wonder. Pult falls back. Knows that Secret has been taken over. He's scared for his life because Control Room is also being approached by Slurry. Spray down from the rest. Spray down
that's a
from
lot.
every single player in that fight. But it's Aerial to run away with a kill. 1 against 2. An unfair fight to take Glowing. Spots out ahead, but it's Aerial to put a bullet through his opponent's one. He holds his ground. He's so good playing on this corner. And with a bomb planted, Harvard can just close things out here. 1 by 1, they fall. 1 win. Can't find any kills. Apparently, Deco finally putting 1 shot onto X7's head. But Aerial, being the gatekeeper of the site, is given nothing to his opponents right now. 1 by 1, they fall victims to the shot. Fall directly in front of his crosshair. And Ravenlock, this is the last round, mate. It's do or die. Because Harvu, they'll be running away with a W here. On your own home ground. It's a bitter feeling, but they're the ones to deliver. 16 to 10, Harvu, they take us to the all-elusive decider. See you there.
We all have them. We all hate them. Unnecessary defeats. I'm talking about the defeats where you know you're better. You know you're winning. Until I should have been more focused. No. Scratch all the excuses and focus on the next game. And this time, awaken the GOAT in you. Oh my God, he's got a 4!
Fuck. Hate it.
Alright, I'll take it. Yeah, looks good enough to me. Starting to get the hang of it now. Oh shit. Ah, I miss. Not good. I kinda like this. There's some activities, so you have to use your brain.
Stuff across their movements.
That was awful. I'm so mad, bro.
Take your time with these. Try and follow the lines as best as you can. Taking your time. You don't need to rush it. Okay, so because I messed up, that score's just gonna quickly vanish. We'll take it.
Don't think anybody expected we'll be seeing a third map today, but Havu has showed us that that is going to be the case. Overpass being seen on your screens, and the odds still put one win as a favourites, but there's a flow of momentum in the Finnish players' veins. And I wonder what your thoughts are behind this for us.
Think after that bout of brilliance that Havu brought together on map number 2, we can now start to theorize that they've got a reasonable chance on map 3. You know, this is something. This is a map that both teams aren't too comfortable on. It's something that they have suffered quite a few losses on. So instead of really seeing the best of their best come out on Decider, I feel like this is going to be both teams at their sloppiest, and that's something I'm really excited to see.
Into it we go, though. Pistol round at hand as OneWin do take the route towards Playground X7, spotting them out first. That's a couple of dinks going his way. Deco is able to bounce back, but Zori replies with a couple of his own. Travis, all by himself all of a sudden. Havu, they brought the momentum right back onto the third map.
I'm not sure how X7 gets away with 2 there, and Havu, I think this is sort of the kick they needed to start things off. I think they still have a caveat in the back of their minds, thinking that, okay, you know, we got completely thwarted on our own map, but this is the kind of confidence builder they need heading into map number 3. And at the same time, OneWin, they're probably scratching their heads. How do we have Deco and Glowing on 30 bombs on the first map, and now suddenly we can't do anything about this, about the enemy squad? It's a bit surprising.
It's also morally daunting, I mean mentally daunting, right? I mean, being able to crush your opponents on the first map, they're your opponents' home ground, and then falling to your own map pick, that is something that definitely hurts, and especially when they lose it in the fashion that they did, right? It only started off with mistakes, and after that, it's as if they couldn't recapitalize and bring themselves right back into it.
OneWin, though, they've only got a few deagles on their hands, and I'm a bit surprised that teams are still going for those deagle buy-ups, because I believe that nerf is actually quite significant. You know, not being able to two-shot players means that you have to invest a lot more bullets into getting a single kill, and multi-kills with the deagle have become so much harder unless you're genuinely just hitting those 1-digs. Let's see if this works out, though. Slowy, he doesn't want to be on the receiving end of this. He's got a really nice hairstyle. I don't think he wants a haircut with the deagle.
Absolutely not. Fresh cut, that is. Looking fly.
We'll see if they can steal this round, though. OneWin, they're about to get their deagles locked and loaded at the ready, moving through toilets. But I think they're still feeling a bit hesitant about this, but now that they've gotten the headshot, they want to move right in.
Oh, they're damaged up, though, and it seems like Havu've got plenty of players on close proximity to deal with this. The hopes of them dealing are slim, but Travis shows us that he can still perform. With a flash, manages to move away. Aerial, not checking that direction, could fall victim to further directions. Deco is there to hold his ground. Zore and Slowy all chime in together, but it's still a 2-on-2. Slowy, oh no, has to fall victim to Ravenlock's headshot, but it is going to be Ravenlock running away with his weapon, but Havu to secure the win.
Yeah, I think they just took way too long to try to get onto the site, and although Ravenlock gets away with the M4, that's a bit problematic because it miscoordinates the buy of the T side. So Ravenlock, maybe he goes for yet another save here. Because if he saves up now, or rather if he allows the loss bonus to be the only thing he has, he only gets away with about 3,500. That's only good for just Kevlar and AK, perhaps. Pult, though, giving them a reasonable chance in this round.
Well, the rifle is out. I mean, Glowing collects it, obviously. I'm just interested what this boost can do. We can do quite a bit, actually. Zori out. Now, Aerial's just going to let them pass. All three of them looking in this direction, but the flash from Slurry was perfect. And Aerial takes advantage of it. 2 kills fall into place. Glowing flashed out as well. Aerial goes aggressive, but falls victim to the bullets of Glowing. Down to a 2-on-2. Their avenue towards the A site is open, but it looks like Slurry has already gone for the rotation.
Now they've got an M4, they've got a Deagle. Slowy is well within 1 headshot range because he doesn't have head Kevlar. See how this works out. 1 win now. They've only got 20 seconds. So Slowy is at the ready, fully braced.
He's been spotted. Slowy's been spotted. But it doesn't even matter. Gets the kill. And now 1 left. And he delivers on both ends. 3-0. Arvu. They've got a strong first lead into this matchup.
Now the buy-ups are eventually going to come out from 1 win, but that's not without the expense of Ravenlot ending up with only a Galil and a little bit of armor to a little bit of utility to work with. Still, that's not terrible firepower to have, but when you're 1 win and you were dominating so heavily on the first map, you wouldn't think that you would be struggling this much on a map like Overpass. Travis is going to be the only man contesting connector, and his attempts at joining the fray with regards to his teammates being in the battle, they're not going to be facilitated early on, and instead one would have to play their default style of play where they allow Hava to make mistakes instead. But Slowy, he quickly comes out of the door and he doesn't give Polt a chance to help a teammate out. Ravenlot quickly tries to recover, and now Zori wants to get the advantage.
He absolutely does. Deco, though, holds his ground. Heavily damaged. Still alive to hold that gun. Aerial's positioning. Not going to be impactful just yet, considering that the closest player to him is Travis, and he's only just made his way outside of connector. On towards toilets he goes. I'm not quite sure if he's been spotted, though. He hasn't. He's managed to cross. And as the rest of his team is looking towards the B site, I imagine Travis is there for obfuscation. Make noise. But there Jemmy falls. Polt, as soon as he peeks out, comes away with a kill. Aerial has to move back. X7 delivers onto Polt. 3 against 2 with 1 man having the advantage. Aerial does find the kill onto Travis, and this makes everything so difficult for 1 win. Collectively, 27 points of health towards both players. And X7 onto the site will be the man to close things out. Bomb to be tapped down, but X7 deals with them. 4-0 for the Finns.
Good decision from 1 win to immediately go for the timeout, because obviously if you're in their position, if you've consistently been dominated, not only in this map but also the previous one, you need a mental reset. You need to allow yourself to get back into the swing of things. Now what they do with this is still a big question mark. Because of the amount of money they have, they can either go for AKs and a little bit of utility on the side, a couple flashbangs here on the side, or they can let themselves get Galil. And there's also the third option of only having a half buy so that they can have a reasonable buy in the next one. And it seems like the latter is exactly what they go for. A few Deagles, and as Travis picks up 1 as well, it's going to be everyone on a Desert Eagle, actually. Just hand cannons galore. A small amount of utility to allow themselves to move around corners as well. But the Molotov early on, it's going to be holding them back.
Ooh. Splash damage onto 1 win there. Slowy. Out and about. Okay. Well, 1 win I've been put into the dirt, and you can see one of the players there ahead. It's directly into the staircase. Don't know how it's been lodged in like that, but it's an interesting corner. Ouch, Deco. Bullet onto his ear straight away, but Ravenlot wants some more action. Should be a simple cleanup, right? And during rounds like this and the previous maps, we've been talking about fun facts. And if you guys have been sticking around, you probably would have heard that those facts weren't that fun. But I'm just wondering for ours if you have any other fun fact, maybe a joke for us again, that is more of a joke than the previous one.
What animal should you not play CSGO with?
Oh no, no. I'm just gonna walk past that. Let's just not answer that, shall we? Let's let chat sort of think about that themselves.
Mm-hmm. Come on, tell me. What animal should you not play CSGO with?
Cheaters.
No, the Pavlos, because he sucks at it.
What animal would the Pavlos be like though?
I imagine he has a ferret.
It's a ferret. I'm a ferret. Okay, you've just described me as a ferret. Ferrets are cute though, so
Yeah, they
I'm alright.
Yeah. You're a footballer, you're a ferret,
Yeah.
you're Faraz's co-caster, the FFF.
The FFF.
Mm-hmm. I imagine that as like a grand Instagram bio. Ferret, footballer, and Faraz's co-caster.
Okay, I might do that.
Just
If
coming up
Harvey get a
with your creative
16-0
work.
here, I'm gonna write that on my Insta and Twitter bio.
Go for it.
Actually, Insta. Just Insta, not Twitter.
Just Insta? Okay.
Just Insta.
Yeah, you still want to have work prospects, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Getting hired off of Twitter.
Jammy. Next person in contact. 1-for-1 though. Win won't convert that into a push. Instead, they turn their attention towards upper park. Aerial does deliver. All across the board, it seems like OneWin are trying to take fights left and right, but not really with an essential purpose, just to get them ahead with the numbers gained. But finally, Ravenlock delivers. Does take a bit chunk out of him, but 15 seconds left. They need to react onto the A site. The bomb is so far away. For us, I don't think they've got time to plant it.
Yeah, not at all. They're just gonna have to rely on these. Oh no. Had he gotten the lineup, I think it would have been it. But now with no time remaining, all X7 has to do is tuck himself into the corner and Havu have it. If it was the lineup, that would have been over. They preemptively peeked it because they were anticipating the bomb to eventually go down right around the timer. It didn't.
Oh dear. OneWin. It's not the first time they fall victims to the clock.
I'm not sure why this continually keeps happening, but Havu were pretty happy about it, you know? They can continue to
Look
get
at
it done.
Aerial.
His
It's hard
position
movement.
is so important right now, especially because Zori is going to act as a distraction and they can keep peeking in from connector. There's not a chance that they peek out on Aerial. But let's see if the duels work out. Zori's been able to get one before he falls. X7 peeks out. Second one, quick work has been made of him, but Aerial has already crept past and he's close enough to the bomb that they shouldn't be expecting him. Let's see
massive.
if X7 wins out on his duel on this end though, while Aerial has done his work of the heavy lifting.
Wow, okay, Harvey switching things up. It's really hard to play up against them at this point. They're not just playing standard CS, they go for aggressive plays that will catch you off guard, and it seems like they've done it again. They only drop a single player throughout the process. 7-0 for Harvey. They look like a completely different beast than what we saw over on Ancient.
And if you predicted this kind of outcome, the odds were really spicy over at Pinnacle. If you bet at 10 euros, if that's the past tense, if you bet 10 euros, you got 10 euros back. So if you use the code FALL21, it can be used to your advantage. Go ahead and check it out, but make sure you go through the terms and conditions as well because they do fully apply. Not a single round being available for OneWin right now. I want to make a joke about 0-win. Just
Go it. Do it.
that was the joke itself. That's it. There's no
Oh.
depth to it.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry.
1-win, more like 0-win. Haha.
Nah.
I would starve if I was a comedian.
Yeah, you would. You'd be really bad at it.
Mm-hmm.
Aerial. Actually, there are some kills that go to the way of OneWin. By kills, I mean one. Make that two. Doubled up instantly by Decker getting that kill there. Onto the site they go, and the bomb gets planted. OneWin have gotten further than they've ever had this entire map so far. It's just been down to the Tech 9s. Now, AK in the hands of Polt as well could be the difference maker, but Jemmy approaching from afar. Long distance shots. There goes the closer. Slowly challenged. Ends up dying to Glowing Tech. X7 looks to approach, but it needs the reinforcements of Jemmy. They're taking a long time. Deco swings out, and there you have it. 1 win. Around where you would have thought that Harvey would have closed things out. Think again, because 1 win. Make the Tech 9s work.
As soon as I make that dumb joke, they can actually get 1 win. All right.
It's the caster's curse, man. Always is, always has been.
But the good thing about this specific clutch is that because they're able to do it when Havu have fully invested into their weaponry, it also means that although there was a 7-round lead, money has not been able to be built up for the side of Havu. So this is not nearly as extravagant of a lead as you would expect it to be on paper. No, if 1 win get this round, they immediately push Havu back into an eco, and that's a couple rounds off of that. And after that, 7-4, that's pretty palatable. I know I've gone a bit far ahead of myself, but at the same time, you know, you want to carve out the best win conditions of 1 win, try to keep the game a bit more competitive.
Ow.
Ouchie.
Ouchie indeed. Oh no, Jemmy, that timing is not quite right. He realizes this and falls back. Good choice. Doesn't need to take that trade. Would have been, I guess, a good kill to collect if the chance was given, but knowing that not everything required to gather it has fallen into place. Ooh, the crouch from Ravenlock succeeds in getting a kill onto Aerial. Again, 1 wit fairly split. Bomb traversing towards B. The rest of the players keeping players of Harvey busy on the left side of the map. X7. Man to contest. The read is right for Harvey. But will they find the first kills? There comes the first. X7 can't quite double it up, but Jemmy's there to stay. 10 seconds, 1 win to the final chapter once more. 8 seconds, shut down. That is it. Ravenlock. He only needs the kill here, but Slurry will not give it to him. No plant, no kill. And Harvu, they get themselves yet another.
Keeps happening. I think it's happened thrice now already within this map. No, one of them was on Nuke. Okay. But right now, Havu are looking so dominant, and this is against a team that is supposed to be better on paper. Now, I know that 1win had a pretty solid victory on Ancient, but there's something I mentioned within that map. If they were relying so much on individual prowess in the form of Deco, in the form of Glowing, you already know that as soon as they are deactivated, they're going to have a troubling time, and that's exactly what's happening right now. Oh, can you see the sliver of the head, though? Yes,
just
he can,
a
but
pixel.
he just cannot connect, cannot press left, mouse 1 at the right position.
Everyone needs to be careful. There are going to be so many angles he's going to have to check, but Zori is there to help out. It is a 1-for-1 trade. Still doable, but 1win have had to deplete all of their utility. Zori, again, with Ravenlock's aggressive push, delivers. Won't fall victim to that shot. Glowing actually aggressive to the smoke as well. They could touch heads. They could be bumping their skulls, but no, they're just hanging out with each other. No scope doesn't quite succeed. It's Glowing to put 1win back into an equilibrium state with their opponents. As there seems to be a good read about this situation. 1win again delaying the push. Reluctant to going aggressive onto the site. They're taking their time by taking the bomb, keeping it into toilets. But Glowing does win his trade onto the site. X7! No, he was too he was too close to the left wall and won't be spotting out the movement towards Connector. Jemmy, MP9 at hand, not the best weapon to deal with this. 1win, they've got the upper hand.
This time they finally scrambled together their players on the A site early on because they don't want to miss out on the bomb plant once again. Successfully done. That's Bolt with the frag, and only one member remains as Havu. They have to tuck their tails for a bit and run away. Although I don't think this is a Pyrrhic victory at all for 1win, considering the fact that there's not much money remaining on the side of Havu. They're going to have to double down on the eco, and that allows 1win to have a ramp to bring things all together in this game.
That's a good note for 1win, right? Keeps them in, keeps things exciting. It's not over. With a burst of victorious rounds, with tempo being built up, you'd have a chance here. Loss bonus as well is abysmal for Havu.
Havu, they don't even have a flashbang to allow themselves to get a favorable duel. So any peeks they go through with is gonna have to be dry. And Jamie, maybe he has a chance there as he peeks into Ravenlot.
Ravenlot has stepped up quite a bit this map. He's performed so many times, getting those individual duels. Obviously, he's up against weaker pistols right now, but still does put things into place. Zorek does recover an AK. Quickly to be contested, though. A lot of flashes being thrown at him towards a long damage to the feet of Glowing, but other than that, will lose on his life.
Now, Pavlos, I want to see how far they can take this, right? Because they've got Mono, they've got some weaponry to work off of, they have enough of a buffer that they can afford 2 gun rounds even if things aren't exactly going their way. And they also have the benefit of having economic dominance over Havu, and they should be able to continue that for yet another round, and maybe even the round after that, simply because Havu may want to make the choice to be even more conservative just so they can get an AWP thrown into the mix. So where 1win looked significantly thwarted by the side of Havu, now just the economy being swiveled into their swiveled to their way, perhaps we can see a reasonable shot here.
That's just clean. Yeah, I think Havu just wanted the clean round. But yeah, I mean, we were talking about the loss bonus being at a really bad state for Havu, especially considering because they haven't really lost any rounds in a row, right? Now they can buy up. This is what they're waiting for. They can even afford an AWP. But if you compare it to 1win right now, the utility aspect is sort of missing, right? Prolonged fights could definitely favor 1win in that regard. 4 on the board. Not too bad, considering they were 8-1, or 7-0 if you look further back. 1win have done their job and starting to come back. Now they need to keep the ball rolling. Havu need to dig up a hole for that ball's momentum to stop.
Yeah, but the first duel will go the way of 1win. And as they head over towards the A site, reinforcements have already recalibrated to allow themselves favorable duels. Peek out with the AWP, Zori connects that shot, and he knows that Deco is tucked into the cubby as well. So this is incredibly hard for 1win to get any footing of. They've slowed down.
Yeah.
They've allowed Havu to get a significant stronghold onto this area. Slowy, he quickly puts one into the grave, and while Deco is getting desperate to find a single head here.
Good juggling of attention, but no, now Slowy aggresses. Good reaction timing onto Deco. They have found access towards the B bomb site though, and that is something they really need to be wary of. Travis aggressing, Jamie holding his ground, spray down onto one backside of it. In they go, Travis aggresses. But it's the HE grenade to end his life. That is a painful way to go down, but Harvey don't care. That's how they bring things back.
Really nicely done by Havu. Honestly, I wasn't expecting it at all. after the first game, or rather after the first map, I think even when we were discussing it in between the break, we expected it to be a 2-mapper, right? We wouldn't expect it to go to 3 maps at all, because obviously Deco and Glowing, they just look like they were playing out of their minds, but that is simply not the case anymore. While Deco is still kind of on the board, it's not enough of a performance to significantly damage the side of Havu. But now we get a chance to look at how they're playing this. Havu have consistently been very aggressive with sending out Zori, and that's sort of one of the hallmarks of a competent opper. We haven't seen that too much in the first map, but when we see it time and time again on Overpass, it is a sign of good things to come. But in the meantime, 1 win. I think they've got their eyes set on A.
They do indeed.
Look at toilets.
Ooh, okay. A lot of access to be granted there. If it is played correctly, Havu expecting contact. Zori with the AWP. It's a very small angle here. No mistake. Does have assistance of aerial, but not in close competition. Here comes a swing. Zori does win it. There was no margin for error. He makes sure that there is no error at all. Deco locked outside of the smoke as the rest of his team move towards the B site. Rounds like this are reminiscent of where they leave things to too late. 25. They've yet to start the initiation of this take. Jammy, Molly out. Their first avenue is this catwalk position. Again, leaving things to the final countdown. Smoke out to give them space. They do move away. They are going to save these weapons. They say, no, we're not going to go for it. And freely gift over this round to Havu.
Counter-terrorists win.
There was just no contest there. They just...
For us, right there. I think
yeah,
for us
okay.
is left.
Well,
No,
sorry,
oh, he's
I
here.
just had to-
Okay.
Sorry, I just had to deal with something very quickly, you know. The good old family walking into your room.
Oh, yeah, that's unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Just seemed to me like you disconnected because you started the sentence and it just didn't end. I was like, okay, he's gone. I'm all by myself now. I'm too lonely.
And now I've actually lost my train of thought as well, so I don't remember anything about what I was saying.
Oh, well, there's nothing much to say at this point, right? Because Havu brought things back. Double digits hits, and they can keep things going considering they've just gotten a couple kills for themselves. Boost, lovely stuff. Good coordination. They switch things up a bit after getting a little bit stale. 1 win are faced with danger. Flash from Slowy. Good timings, good cooperation. And piece by piece, they form the puzzle. 11 to fall into place for Havu now.
Ravenlock coming up the stairs. I think he's walking into his death right now. Maybe he gets to live a little bit more on borrowed time, but he would have to collect the bomb. And I think at this point he's realized that collecting the bomb, getting onto a site, getting it planted is probably an exercise in futility, so he's just trying to sharpen his aim. Maybe get a few kills in before he dies. Yeah, final round. Havu, they are already on 11 rounds. Pavlos, that is brutal.
It is indeed. They're so strong when it comes to overpass, and a 1 win are kicking themselves for falling victims to their own mistakes on Nuke. They had a really good start, didn't they? I believe they had like a 4-0, 5-0 beginning. It felt suffocating. It felt like the momentum was really favoring them substantially, but now, I mean, after a couple of mistakes, Havu felt rejuvenated. They felt alive. They felt that, well, if 1 win can make mistakes like that, if they underestimate this, we might as well take advantage over it. But now drawing things to a pistol, switching of the sides, aggression thrown from Travis, and it's 1 win to find themselves the first blood.
Okay, at least there's some good news coming their way, but as soon as I say that, kills will start to go the way of Havu as well. It's a 3 versus 3. Shot's not quite connecting onto Travis, and he wants to hold on to dear life so he can be beneficial to his team. Zori puts one more in the bag,
Wow.
and as I say that, all the chaos has gone the way of Havu. Deco, last man standing, USB in hand, 3 headshots to connect. Still very doable, kit available on the ground. But I don't think Havu want to allow this. At least he starts to kick things off. Knows where one player is, shoots aerial, tries to bait them out of their position. Now he knows exactly where all 3 players are. It is just way too hard of a duel to take.
Way too hard. What I noticed about Havu is that they're very, very good, or at least what has been brought to life here on Overpass, is that they're very, very good with balancing attention to one of their peaks, right? As soon as one player peeks out, there is cover from another direction, and once he goes into cover, another direction pops out of nowhere, right? So it's really difficult trying to face up against multiple players at the same time. So it's not as if they're fully committing to a duel. They're inch by inch trying to confuse their opponents, and it's really working out when you have X versus X players up against each other.
It's just a story of the Deagles, man, once again. And I'm not sure how we go ahead and see 3 one-sided games, but it's not like it's for one of the teams, right? One win gets a super one-sided game, and then it's Havu with 2 of them. Consolation prize has quickly been booked. Ooh.
Okay.
Not sure how Deco gets a second one there. But now it's actually doable. If Ravenlock can land a headshot, but that's not something he'll be able to deliver on.
Oh.
That's a promise that will be left unchecked, and Polt will be the last man to fall. 3 rounds in between Havu and the grand finish line now.
And that was a force buy for all the Russian side. Where 1 win were favored to a 1-to-3 ratio at the start of this matchup, they are now unfavored 1-to-33. Now that are some odds that, if you're a Russian fan or at least the 1 win fan, you're not very happy. Well, if you're into the Nordic region, if you're here to support the boys in green, Havu, then you must be smiling. There must be a glimmer of hope. Not a glimmer of hope. A glimmer of champagne, because this could be the first victory into the main Swiss stage. But I believe it was a pistol round like this that brought 1 win back the previous half, at least for a couple of rounds. It'll be interesting if they're able to perform in such a fashion again. Leaving the bomb behind this time around, Zori does go for an aggressive fight. Glowing does receive a bullet to the head, but his head is just hard enough to keep himself alive. Aerial does win out on his trade, 5-7, and will do some further damage. But other than that, it's just a pickup for Polt. 14-4, 10 rounds of difference.
And I hate to break it to you, Pavlos, but where the odds were significantly in the favor of 1 win at one point, I don't see them bringing it back at all. We could obviously have some hopes for Havu when they were down, because they hadn't really lost their last lifeline. They could still bring it back in a second map, but this is truly 1 win down to their knees, having given up 1 map, only being a couple rounds away from the finish line. So do I expect them to have a flawless performance and get their way back into it? No, not at all.
I mean, this is not the Havu we'd expected to see, right? Not the Havu, the 1 win we'd expected to see. They look very impressive recently, right? They've gotten really strong wins against Entropix in as the top dogs of Tier 2. Many would say Tier 1.5. But it looks like they're struggling substantially. I mean, we did wish to see Havu perform to a greater fashion, and I think this is the start of it. This is where they start to show that they're back in it, to show everyone that they are deserving to be called one of the best teams in Tier 2 this year, although they had fallen from grace. Side team take over. Polt looking to regain that composure, but with a bomb going down and with 4 players remaining from Havu, this is going to be a really tough retake for 1 win. And one, it looks like they won't be taking.
They realize that they either go for a really messy retake over here, which they're likely to lose and not have a chance at all in the next round, or they can optimize their already very little chances and hope for the best with some guns on their side. There's obviously not even a foot through the door if you don't have guns to begin with on a 15-4 comeback, so that's something they'll be a bit careful about. And they have a shot at a last chance. 11 rounds in a row. Do we believe, Pavlos?
No.
Do we have our fingers and toes and eyes and everything crossed?
There's no beating around the bush for us. It's a simple no for me. They didn't have the confidence to go for that 4v4 play, and that just shows to me that they're scared of making mistakes. Scared of making mistakes mean that they will inevitably make a mistake, and they cannot hold on for 11 rounds in a row. Unless I've just cursed it, then I have no...
Yeah, but now you
Nothing
mentioned
to
the
say about
caster's curse, so it's not going to happen. But then I also mentioned the fact that you mentioned... Oh, it's just too much.
Just too
Caster's
much.
curse theory is not meant for mere mortals.
It's not meant for casters to understand. Casters will never interpret the caster's curse.
Otherwise, it just wouldn't work. You can't bend caster's curse to your will, ever.
I love that they're just bullets flying past glowing, but...
He's unfazed.
Unfazed. And that's the first pick for Havu. Scared of making a mistake the previous round, but seems like the 4 victims to first blood. Glowing does deliver. Ravenlock as well. One may have a chance. Polt as well looks to peek out. And the bomb nowhere close to the remaining players of Havu. One might want to stick around here for at least another round. Could be doubled up as well. There's a lot of uncertainty in the air, that's for sure. Aerial's position telegraphs or a... If Ravenlock steps back, maybe his bosom be shown. His buttocks, but no. Polt and glowing. There you have it. 15-5. There's one win. Hold on for just a little more.
Ooh, the odds are very heavily favored to Havu, but they're also accurate. Do you think...
you wouldn't blame them.
Yeah, I would probably... Yeah, okay, they just got even worse before the ticker went off. But 10 rounds in a row for the side of one win and then also an overtime victory. Until they can get to double digits, I'm not really going to count on anything too much.
Hey, if they get to overtime, I say one win is going to win. But I don't think they're going to get to overtime.
Yeah, especially not with them already taking a fair bit of damage. Ravenlock almost out of the battle. They've gotten a fair bit of control towards toilets. And Deco, oh no, he's gonna have his knife out. He's walking into Slowy. Oh, that was so nasty. That made me so uncomfortable, Pavlos.
That's brutal. If you're one win, that's not what you want to see. As the smoke fades out, you see a scary face, a hooded figure, staring right at you with a Kalashnikov. And now one win on a disadvantage point. A site is what is being approached, and I think one win have the read. That is at least something that is going in for them. Glowing runs away with one. It interrupts the plants. And now it's down to a 2-on-3. This is doable. Glowing, bring things back. Bomb needs to be collected. Good swing from Slowy. Good headshot. HU grenade for the back sight. That could be the finishing blow, and it is. Ravenlock. Only one bullet should do it, and it's a bullet to the face to give Havu 16-5, the closer. Their first win in the main switch of Pinnacle 4 Series number 2.
That was a really good game from either side. Honestly, one win, they had a... By the way, this music is really banging. You know, we couldn't really hear it ourselves when we used to cast before, but now that we can, you know, it's really getting me hyped up. But yeah, I feel like OneWin put up a stellar performance on the first map, especially Glowing and Deco. I think they've proved their mettle regardless of how that game went. But it was a bit unfortunate to see them get completely quashed by Havu, and I'm not exactly sure why that happened, Pavlos.
I don't know. I felt like one win was uncomfortable. As soon as they did make those first mistakes, it felt like they never recovered. This did not look like the one win we know. We've come to know, at least for the past month, right? It's looking a little bit weird, but I do like how Havu have brought things back, right? It's definitely a team that if mistakes are handed to them, they will take advantage of them, and they've shown just that today, and it gives them a good chance to now get themselves a step above on the leaderboard, having themselves a good chance to qualify early to the playoffs of the Pinnacle 4 series. Now, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you do stick around because there are a lot of games going on here in the Pinnacle 4 series and a lot to follow. Do not go anywhere. I believe in a few minutes, about 10 maybe. The next one is starting 15, but I'm expecting to come live again in 10 minutes. And there are a couple of other casters to bring you the action. But before we do move out, I'm just going to wish you guys farewell. Make sure you stick around, keep the tab open, because there's a lot more awesome Counter-Strike to follow.
We all have them. We all hate them. Unnecessary defeats. I'm talking about the defeats where you know you're better. You know you're winning. Until I should have been more focused. No. Scratch all the excuses and focus on the next game. And this time, awaken the GOAT in you. Oh my God, he's got all four!
What the?
Licking. First one's close to you.
Okay, I like this one. Ah! They're coming for me. Okay, I'm starting to get warm. And I jinx it. Jesus, they go so fast.
There we go.
So welcome back then after Explorer and Wildity got us started here for the show today. We do have 2 best of 3s where you guys will be stuck with myself and Josh. Burn Sanctuary, how are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm ready for this game and really excited, honestly, about the teams which are playing next, because I actually have been watching them yesterday as well, and it's gonna be pretty cool to cast them yet again.
Yeah, so of course it is the start of the main Swiss stage already. We did just see Havu winning their first game, and we'll just have to see who kind of continues going here. Of course, there's plenty of games to play, and theoretically, I think K23 might just have the edge in the game today, because of course Galaxy Racer was just shortly announced. They do have a stand-in today as well.
Yeah, indeed. Chauzy, who I really liked watching yesterday as well. As you can see the odds here, it's also favoring K23. I really liked him on the AWP, but Freddy Frog is standing in. He was in Galaxy Racer before, but yeah, it's definitely still gonna give them issues with communication and working him into the team, because it has changed quite a lot since he left, and now I see it as a stand-in, as you can see on the screen. Pleasant, though, is the man to watch. I think he was outstanding when I watched him yesterday as well, and I think that he actually is one of the most outstanding players on the side of Galaxy Racer. Gonna be interested to see. Yesterday when I casted them, Exist actually was coaching them, which was pretty sick. As far as I know, it's not official yet, and he might just try out right now, but it was cool to see as well, and he might also add a lot to this roster as well, which might favor Galaxy Racer a little bit, and when it comes to, you know, structure in the game as well, and just having a good lead on how to play the game.
Yeah, I think in general it was really interesting because, of course, Galaxy Racer, they had their ups and downs, but of course, they never really made any changes until this year, where they then start to bring in new players as well.
Yeah.
On the other side, K23, they made some changes recently as well, so that's why I was still kind of confused. I did just check into the page and didn't even realize that they had actually split with Mo and Adrian and are now in with X-Power and also X5. Of course, X-Power was really, really strong for Forzen. We'll just have to see how he then continues with K23 now. In general, it should be interesting to see, just because, of course, new players in there as well. They've only played for the past 4 or 5 days or so. So the question is, how do they kind of get back into it?
Yeah, yesterday I watched the best of one of them against Fnatic in a qualifier as well, and they didn't really look that great yet. There wasn't the structure, and then of course they fell to the individual skill of Fnatic, so I'm interested to see if they can show something different today here. It was an overpass actually, which is the decider now. K23 deciding to pick Mirage, Inferno, map 4 Galaxy Racer, and yeah, that also brings me back to yesterday as well. That was where Galaxy Racer, they were actually really close in beating Fnatic in a best of 3, and Inferno was also their map pick, where they had an easy time actually beating Fnatic too. So definitely favoring them on Inferno for sure. Mirage, I think, is going to be K23's map to like actually show off what they can do as a team. I don't think it's a good map for Galaxy Racer either. And honestly, with this best of 3, I think we're going to see all 3 maps, and it's going to come down to overpass.
Yeah, I think most likely we are actually going to see all 3, especially because, of course, considering Galaxy Racer, they've played Inferno 20 times in the past 3 months.
Yeah.
And they have won it 80% of those times.
That's pretty sick.
That's a stat just for itself, and of course Inferno in general can be very balanced. We do generally see it as a decider a lot of the times as well, but we'll have to see how that goes for K23. In general, they haven't played it too many times, but at the same time, a lot of those times were just like into ESE Advanced, a couple of times here at the Pinnacle Fall Series as well. We'll just have to see. I think anything's always up for interpretation, especially as they themselves haven't really played together for as long. Same part does go for, of course, Freddy Frog, now jumping back in with his former roster. Don't want to say that he might have been the deciding factor at times, but of course, Galaxy Racer back in the day, even when they were still Hapaleno, they generally also had a couple of problems here and there closing games out. So we'll have to see, of course, when it comes down to how the guys play and also how you guys can compare to them. We do generally have a lot of stats as well during the game, brought to you guys by 3D Aim Trainer. And of course, you guys can jump onto Steam and download it yourself and practice your aim. And then, of course, we do also have a little competition here at the Pinnacle Fall Series. So if you do get into the top 3 players, there will be some great gaming gear waiting for you guys as well on behalf of of Razor. So of course, 500 euros worth of gear to be found, and our player focus here seems to be Chawsey once more.
Yeah, but Chawsey, of course, sadly not playing today, but those are some interesting stats. I mean, I
still he ranks in the top 2% when it comes down to aim, and top 0.7% for flicking as well.
Yeah, that's pretty sick. I think if you download the app and you want to challenge him, maybe try first of all for clicking. Seems like there he has a bit of a tough situation going on for himself. What else? That's some really good rankings, of course. What you would expect from a player in his caliber. So that's some great stats.
Yeah, I mean, I'm yet to actually try it out, so I'll probably have to give that a go at some stage if we have a longer break, or even maybe today after the broadcast. I mean, we do have a couple of hours to go, but maybe we'll jump on some games after that. All in all, though, of course, the game should be going live soon. And when it comes down to beating the pros, of course, do make sure to check out 3D Aim for that. And of course, well, we are ready to head into our first map, into Inferno, of course, the Galaxy map. And we'll have to see. Right now, of course, we've talked about the odds here from Pinnacle before. They are favoring K23, but it is Inferno. I'd still say Inferno probably one of the most balanced out maps. We'll have to see how they actually manage. And with Galaxy Racer starting on the T side, they can actually put forward the pace here at the start.
Yeah, for sure. They can put up the pace, but talking about this, K23, they actually say, nope, you don't do that. We just push out of mid. Gonna get a lot of control. But Galaxy Racer, they have a good lead on this. And look at the players on the minimap. They already are rotating through fake mid onto A. An X5 here, and he needs to step up, needs to get multiple kills to just slow them down and get his team into a good position. And so far, he starts with 2.
Oh, Norbert as well, straight in towards the apartments. Was just hanging out, and still Fame now. Wasn't being expected, but Twist is quick. An X5 holding on though. And he was kind of the curveball that I saw in this lineup, because I actually hadn't heard of him before. And he comes into this pistol round, finds 3 kills, and now all going to be down to Twist. No body armor, bomb still dropped in towards the apartments, or just out from Boiler. And right now, as Norbert is still holding on to the apartments, K23, they're not overstretching, they're just waiting until Twist makes a move, and that doesn't seem to be happening too quickly. He's going to try to hunt Norbert down, but Twist, well known in his own position. K23, they have moved around to cover him off, but Sepower does fall. And K23, they need to watch out that they don't overstretch here, because the smoke gives him a little bit of space to work with, and can actually isolate this into separate battles, but Neelan wins his battle in towards long, and it is going to be the pistol as expected for K23. Nice from them to show the aggression in towards ramp, but then don't overstretch as well, pushing through to T-spawn.
At the same time, I felt like Galaxy Racer, they should have easy A-side control. They seem to have heard the steps, have a read on what's happening, and then they try to go for the aim duels, and X5 just completely destroyed them, gave them no chance. 3 kills for him in the pistol round. I think if Galaxy Racer, if they're just like, okay, there are most likely a lot of players down towards mid, we are second mid, let's just run down there, run towards A, get a quick plant down, and then challenge K23 to go for the retake so we can work around our Glocks. That's gonna work much better, but, oh, what?
Talking about Glocks?
Well, wait, those were with Glocks, what?
Yeah.
Wait, that's crazy.
I mean, in the end, the phasing towards second mid was optimistic at best, especially in towards that, well, front balcony living room.
But normally you should
It's always
win
difficult.
You
yeah,
should,
but at the same time, you're kind of sitting ducks if you're facing off against 5 players in towards second mid.
For sure.
Generally, sure, they do grab 3 kills, but still pay the ultimate price. The best part is Neela and Sepower should be in positions to actually also at least recover 1 of those M4s.
Yeah.
As, yeah, I mean, Neelan is the one player towards B bomb set right now with that MP9. And no rotations as of yet from K23 to try and support him. As Galaxy Racer, of course, it is a P250 and a Glock. But it's certainly an opportunity as well to grab a kill onto Neelan if they're not thorough enough. But they're taking their time in towards this B bomb site. And Dezen check towards CT. Neelan, of course, well aware of this whole situation. And they have to expect him here as well. But MP9 close range is so strong. And he finds both headshots as well.
Yeah, even wondering if it would have been better just throw out the smoke, try to get the plant down, secure that, because you should know that there's somewhere near there should be a player on the side as well. So at least getting the plant is going to give you some extra money to get some more utility. But even then, they got 2 kills in the round where they were just running with Glocks. That is huge for them as well. They're just gonna put K23 into a more tough money situation while they now are able to buy up those AKs as well. They have 4 AKs on the players. One get a little on Pleasant. A lot of utility as well. And Pleasant is actually the one opening it up with the get a little. Might even get a second, and he does. Norbert falling as well. He completely opens up B. Galaxy Racer, are they just gonna use that fact to get onto the B side? It seems like the answer is yes. They were playing slow at first, so I wanted to see maybe they're gonna slow it down and just play the mind games with K23 having the player advantage anyways. But it seems like right now they're just looking for the plant and a quick round end.
I mean, a little bit of return damage as well there from K23, but at the same time, 3v4 right now, so Power does find one on the twist. Is still quite dangerous, especially as now already Grux is going to be chiming in from behind already on that quick rotate.
Yeah,
all the way around the world, but X5 needs to find at least one and needs to find so quickly as Grux now is well known in behind, and with that, X5 all by himself, 1v3 as Dezen picks up set power. And in the end, even if the bomb does go up, he won't be surviving this position. Right now for him, 1 kill would have been nice, but it is going to be Grux to find that final headshot. Lots of damage dealt, yes, but at the same time, K23, sure they win the first 2 rounds, but that second round was so expensive for them in the end still, that they're going to be without money. And it does look like they might even, well, fully down invest, force into this, hope that they find some sort of luck. With the bot of pistols, they have 1 FAMAS as well. Messy buy, but you have to fully force into this.
Yeah, it is the kind of situation where you just quickly want to answer. You don't want to give away your lead as well. And your money is just such a weird situation where, yeah, if you eco as a CT, there's no chance to buy up. It's not like on the T side as well, where you could maybe go for Kevlar without helmet and an AK. CT side just so damn expensive. Of course, that is going to put K23 into a spot where they most likely have to forfeit the lead for now. It is Galaxy Racer's map pick, and I already said it in the veto as well. I am very confident in them winning this first map as well. Let's see what K23 can put to the table right here in this round. X5 opening it up already. Twist with the return frag. Back to a 4-on-4.
Oh, Norbert as well.
Oh, in the smoke, yeah. It's getting a bit awkward. They're slowing down. They might rotate back towards A with all the utility used. They baited K23 for rotation, so they might pull it off themselves. There's only 1 player on A right now, but K23, they notice, okay, something is off. They're not pushing anymore, so we are rotating back towards the A side as well.
Yeah, and the timing from Seth Power is perfect because he's now going to be into long, holding that clear. For the moment, though, Fame already known towards the A-bomb, so the fact that Seth Power pulls the attention back towards him is great because now Fame can chime in as well with that 5-7 and holds on for 1 more. As now it's going to be Dezen with the bomb and 20 seconds. Seth Power trying to close that gap. He is going to drop to Dezen. It's going to give them a clean bomb plant, but of course the damage already dealt. And the chance still here for K23 to find this round, but Grux, well aware, is still chilling in towards mid. And that should pretty much be all they're going to write as Norbert running towards the site, unaware of Dezen's position though, and with that it will be a shutdown from Galaxy Racer. Yes, it was an expensive round, but the T's, they can afford that as well. Just because, of course, it's not as expensive for them. And at the same time, K23, of course, they won't be buying in this next round. So we'll just have to see, of course, well, stats right here concerning Maka from LDLC. Strong stats there. Of course, you can try to be better than him and get into the top 3 of viewers to grab some new shiny gear from Razor as well. Until then, we'll have to see if Galaxy Racer can build this lead further.
Yeah.
This 5-man stack towards B-bomb site is going to be interesting, especially as B-bomb site has been the early attacking point for Galaxy Racer in these rounds thus far. But with how quiet mid will be, you might think twice, especially as the bomb's still far back in towards T-spawn.
Well, Should still be an easy round. Freddy Frog, he's just trying to find some information. As soon as they figure out, hey, there are a lot of players towards B, they will just pull off the rotation onto the A side. That's what I would guess. Maybe they're just gonna run all together. Molotov thrown out. There's gonna be the peek. And Freddy Frog is dead. They're just gonna re-peek. They're still gonna challenge them, but in the end it's Twist who's just cleaning up as well. So yeah, gonna be an easy round. Looking at the previous rounds, I really like how Grex was playing and lurking in a lot of spots where K23 just didn't expect him. It just puts so much pressure on K23 needing to check every angle as well. Being out in mid, and then in the round before already, where Galaxy Racer picked up their first round, he was actually in a situation where he was wrapping all around through the A side, coming in from behind, and just picks them apart as well. Doing a really good job when it comes to that. And Galaxy Racer now, of course, in the lead here, 3-2.
Yeah, the big part is still that K23, of course, yes, they do have a buy. They are still very limited when it comes down to utility at the moment. That's why they have to use it wisely. They don't use any of it at the start, so they're trying to wait until Galaxy Racer have announced themselves, and then of course just try and buy a little bit more time, maybe even find a first kill, especially here in towards top of Banana. Sepower, the double peek comes out, doesn't hit either shots. In the end, the smoke drops, and it buys him and also Norbert a little bit more time. He's going to be tagged down. Flashbang comes out in towards mid. Top bracket is going to be there as Pleasant does find Nealon through the smoke. Fame with a trade, but Desn's going to be there as well. And I don't know what X5 was thinking. Jumps straight through that smoke, and of course Pleasant's going to be there to find that headshot. There were two men straight in towards mid, and of course they're going to be holding on to that smoke. They found one kill already. Why shouldn't they keep on holding on to it? As now the A bomb site's open for the taking, and Norbert and Sepower will just be holding on to those two weapons, as of course the money is still in shambles for the CTs. They won't be buying now. Of course, yeah, loss bonus is going to be coming into effect, but you don't have any reserves to kind of build on top of to find a buy in this next round either.
Yeah, indeed. Seem to be a bit. Oh no, that's not great. I don't even think they had to worry about maybe like. Okay, actually, never mind that, because Galaxy Racer is going for the hunt, so they have to worry about losing those guns. But Sepower wasn't in a great position there to hold on to this orb. Norbert might be able to do something nice coming out.
Here from Twist.
And yeah, it's not gonna be the knife kill coming through. Galaxy Racer still losing a lot of players on the T side, though. That might not matter as much. Yeah, they're over on the A side, pushing the smoke as well. I think it was a bit of a wishful thinking, because there are some situations where the T's, they get this one kill, and the player pushing the smoke, and they might not expect a second and just go around through short, get onto the bomb site, and then the CT player can actually strike, get 2 kills out of it, and maybe give hope to his team to still get it done. Okay, 23. They need to answer soon. For now, it's an equal round. This time, no fancy stacks coming through. They just play 3A, 2 towards B. Galaxy Racer, this time they have to face a few upgraded pistols. 5.7's coming in. It's also interesting to see, of course, how the meta has been shifting already for some of those teams, adapting and not going for the deagle anymore. And 5.7 definitely has been looking strong. But it still should be a rather easy round for Galaxy Racer here. K23 at least getting 2 kills. So there's that. They keep the economy of Galaxy Racer slightly in check. And that's something they can build on in the next round. Maybe even can save those guns here, picking up an AK-2.
Yeah, Norbert actually grabs the second AK as well, and they might just be able to get away with this, especially as Galaxy Racer. The fact that they did hunt down in the previous round and they did lose so many players, not really keeping anybody alive, means that, of course, their money isn't that great, as you already said. And, well, they're not going to be hunting these AKs down. K23 is going to be very happy about it because, of course, they're getting a full loss bonus. They already still have a little bit of money left over. And with that, they'll have 2 less weapons that they have to invest. They have body armor as well, a smoke and a Molotov for Norbert and Nealon. And with that, of course, it is just a slight reinvestment for those two. 3 players can buy up fully without any problems, and that just gives the CTs that extra utility that you desperately need here on Inferno as well, because especially in towards Banana, the early utility game can win you around if you're perfect.
Yeah, Tyler, talking about investment, did you know if you use the code FALL21 and you bet 10 euros with it, you're gonna get 10 euros for free on the Pinnacle side? Isn't that great?
Yeah, I just heard about that for the first time from you. I actually did not know. But of course, guys, do bet responsibly. Betting's always a game of lucky odds, so you never know. Sometimes it works out. Right now, it is still very much split between these two teams, even though K23 has the odds for the best of 3. Alex Racer aren't looking all too bad, and Grux, that wide swing as X5 is caught with his pants down, and Grux even finds the next one onto Fame. What is even going on? The A bomb site crumbles. And K23, they're left with 2 players still alive towards B bomb site, but what are you going to do apart from save these weapons? So yet again, Norbert and Neelan over towards B just come too late, as their teammates over towards A just did not put any opposition up against Pleasant or Grux.
And looking at both of those teams and thinking about what could be the issue, obviously this the pick of Galaxy Racer, always something to note when I say things like this, but K23's team play right now on this map looks non-existent. They're not playing well off each other. It seems to be more of some random players chained up, and that might also just be due to the fact that they've recently exchanged 2 players, got an X5 and Exit Power, and while they definitely already have shown that they're strong individually, they probably just need to put in a lot more work when it comes to team play, especially on some of the maps like Inferno, where they seem to have just not a lot of practice either, and it's making it a tough call for them. So that's definitely where Galaxy Racer is shining right here, and it's also great to see they're integrating Freddy Frog quite well, and K23, as I say this, like, yep, the odds might be in our favor, but gotta make sure to take the timeout here and reconsider how we actually want to play the CT side on Inferno and what is going wrong.
Yeah, I think one part that we do still have to be realistic about is still that, of course, Freddy Frog, he's been with this team, or like with the same set of players, more or less, on and off for the past like 3 or 4 years. It's like he knows these guys in and out. In general, of course, the Nordic CS scene knows each other.
Yeah, for sure.
And with that, I mean, you're always going to be playing together anyways, so I don't think it's as difficult to try and reintegrate. And yet again, Grux finding that kill in the previous round and finding 3 altogether, even if he drops. They're always playing that buddy system, and it's been working out so well for them that literally, even when K23 find 1 kill, Galaxy Racer, they're there to trade. And then K23 are just trying to play on individual performances. Right now, Neelan is close range, is going to be naded out, and Norbert can't really support him too much as he's now stuck. Molotov in between both players, and Pleasant finds 0 the entry without really too any effect.
Ooh.
As sure, Norbert burns him alive.
Now that's awkward.
Yeah, but still, I mean, Galaxy Racer, they can work together on this, and at the same time, of course, players like X5 and Norbert, they're still only on FAMASs. In comparison to, of course, all the AKs that Galaxy Racer have, and of course the money that they have already. I mean, Twist, he has 5 digits on his bank account. And everybody apart from Grux has so much money still left over.
Yeah,
I'm just not going to be worrying right now. I do just hope that if Grux does fall again, that he does get a drop from one of his teammates, rather than always having to be on the edge when it comes down to money, and at some stage maybe even Twist hitting that 16k barrier.
Galaxy Racer right now, they're actually just chilling, playing it really calm and waiting for a move from K23. Just want to make them think. Smoke's coming out, but considering where the bomb is positioned, I'm not sure where they actually want to go. If this is just a fake out and they're going to pick up the bomb and go towards A, and I think that's actually that. The bomb's not going to get picked up. There's no one pushing towards B just yet. Freddy Frog is going to push in now. And there it is, the push coming through. Freddy Frog gets a kill that also forces the rotation. But now they actually realize, okay, never mind, guys. That is going to be an A push with 14 seconds on clock. This actually is doable. You need to get the kill. You don't. X5 doesn't get it. Twist gets the upper hand, gets the bomb plant. And with this, the round should be done in favor of Galaxy Racer.
Yeah, and especially Exit Power. Sure, he's on the rotate, but as Twist got that bomb plant and is now hiding on the bomb site. Freddy Frog was smart enough from mid, heading in towards second, jumping in towards the apartments, just making sure that he's going to be in a position that even if Twist were to fall towards the bomb site, Freddy Frog can still wide peek out from the apartments, grab save power if he does go for a defuse. But of course, no kit for K23. 2 rounds only here, and those 2 rounds at the start. And since then, it's now been 7 rounds in a row for the Galaxy Racer side. And with that, Inferno is looking very, very strong here for the Swedes. And K23 right now, I'm just hoping for them to take a timeout at some stage soon.
Well,
as we are actually getting a technical pause here. Let's see if we actually already have a word on what's going on. I don't think we actually have just yet. But yeah, Norbert is seeming to have a little bit of a connection problem, according to Neelan. And I'm not sure if you followed the Asian RMR or anything, but did you see some of the connection problems that some of those players had when it comes down to packet loss?
Oh no, I didn't actually see that. I wasn't following it that much.
All right.
That's of course unfortunate. Things like this.
I think definitely within like the CAS region and also the Asian region, a lot of the times just because players are a little bit further away from the server and sometimes routing problems, VPN problems do arise, then a lot of the times we do see packet loss where sometimes 30-40% of packets don't make it to the server or the other way around, and then all of a sudden you're going to be stuttering in-game. I mean, I don't know about you, but like I start crying if my ping goes above 40 milliseconds.
Yeah.
I'm just spoiled by fiber though.
That's already rough. High ping, you instantly feel it. You always say like it doesn't make a difference, and I guess like if it goes up to 50, maybe you can still get used to it as well. But it's such a massive difference if it jumps around. So I feel for those players who have those ping issues as well, especially when it comes to like their skill level 2. It affects them much more than if I casually play and then be like, okay, it's my ping, guys, it's my ping. Really, believe me.
Yeah, I think the two of us, we can always find an excuse when it just isn't working right. Well, I mean, I've just been casting too much. I've been focusing on other games, not really getting to play too much. It's like always just that thing of, trying to balance both worlds. But I think there's a good reason why we're on commentary duties and not playing on the server.
Indeed. Well, technical pause, of course, is gonna give some time for K23. And I think a technical pause like this always favors the losing team because it takes out momentum of the winning team as well.
Yeah.
They play a lot around the confidence too. So it's always something to mention because it will have an impact too. But one thing I wanted to talk about, which I feel like is just not going well for K23, is how they play their aggression on the CT side. The most aggressive play we've seen from them was in the pistol round, and that worked out quite well. But since then, it's just far too easy for Galaxy Racer to take over control all over the map. You never really see K23 actively contesting or going like early B with 3 players, just actively contesting banana with those players and then having one of those players rotate back towards A. Things like this, which you commonly see from a lot of teams, where it's always a back and forth game between teams and who's going to take control over the map. That's not even happening. Galaxy Racer is always able to take all the control all over the map so easily. And that is a big problem because then, of course, they can get so far up that K23, as soon as they get the chance to fire back, Galaxy Racers all over their bomb site already. It's going to get the plant down. It's going to get the players on the side too because they just have no chance to defend themselves. And they will win the round because they hit A, all 3 players dead. The 2 players on B from K23, they're just like, yeah, okay, now what? Guess we lose. So that has been a huge issue here on Inferno. And if they want to still pick it back up and get their chance to get back into the game, that really must change.
Yeah, I think it just in general, as you said, taking early control towards Banana, putting a smoke deep down into it, having full control of that, then all of a sudden you can just keep that 1 player towards B, keep 4 players on A, and just hold control that way as well. And then, as we said already, have the buddy system going, be there to trade. That's been something that Galaxy Racer have been so strong at as well. Yes, they've just been finding those headshots, didn't really need to trade at times, but even when K23, on the odd chance that they do find a kill, Galaxy Racer, they're there in force and they can then trade back. And that is something they definitely have to work on.
Yeah.
In general also, K23, utility damage, what, they found 1 kill from Molotov, but that was mainly down to, I think it was Plessen, who just didn't really want to move back from that Molotov. I mean, he could have easily just walked 2 meters to the other side and then he would have been fine, as the smoke would have covered him off as well. But yeah, in the end, unfortunate there, but there's a good reason why they're up 7-2 and why they've won 7 rounds in a row right now. At least, well, it does seem like Norbert is going to be back on the server, so we should hopefully be resuming this game shortly.
Oh yeah, I hope so. And I'm going to be interested to see if, of course, K23 for the upcoming rounds, if this is going to change the way they play just a bit, if they identify in this pause as well, which just also just gives the players more time to think too. They're going to change anything up. Also looking at the money, that's the struggle with the CT economy. They saved the AWP for Ixapau, which is huge. They could play around this. X5 could get another gun. Ixapau could... Yeah, I mean, he could also drop an M4, especially if he has an A1S. He could also, with this, only invest $2,900 into the gun and then pick up one more Flash 2 or even a P250 if he wants to. So they have the option to actually go for a buy... for a force buy, which then would look a bit awkward. We probably would see some pharmacists, maybe even an MP9 and 2 M4s and the AWP, the saved AWP too. So that's going to be a tough decision to make as well, because K23, they want to come back sooner than later, but utility at the same time is also yet so important. I talked about it. Taking control over the map on Inferno, that's always the key point you will talk about on this map. So it might as well just be a semi-buy for now. And yeah,
it is at least looking that way as well. And I just love to see them grab a couple more deagles. Norbert already picking one up. Fame, of course, the 5-7. He's found, what, 3-4 kills easily with the 5-7 as well. And sometimes just CIS teams on a couple of deags. In general, any team in CS, grab a couple of deags, find some headshots, and all of a sudden the round is yours. And it can't always, well, sound that easy, but a lot of times also, especially during the Pinnacle Fall series, we've seen it be that easy for a couple of teams as well. So, of course, we'll have to see 2 Deagles now out to try and support the AWP. Of course, a buy for the next round, thanks to loss bonus, is going to be there anyways. And, well, as for buying on the T side for Galaxy Racer, K23 need to win 2-3 rounds in a row until they actually bankrupt the Swedes.
Yeah, indeed. With the buy right now, K23 needs to challenge Galaxy Racer very early as well. I would like to actually see them stack towards A, but not just play from the side. Play aggressive. Have extra power to AWP down middle and the rest of the players supporting him and running into apps as well. Just challenge players anywhere in mid and second mid too. So you might get some early kills, pick up guns from there. Maybe even some utility off the bodies from Galaxy Racer too. So let's see how they're gonna structure the round. Is finally the unpause is coming through. We're gonna get into the round. We can yet again double check if there's gonna be some more utility bought up by K23, because right now they only have 2 flashes and a smoke in total. That obviously isn't a lot, but it's really looking like they're gonna just run with this.
Yeah. Round's going to be underway for Galaxy Racer, of course. They have so many options. They've been playing very well just with this slow gameplay. 2 in towards Banana, 3 in towards second mid, seeing what they can get to. Molotov straight in towards the apartments this time again, and I do think that we do have a boost as well from X5 in towards mid, in towards short A, but right now, in towards the apartments go Galaxy Racer. 3 players actually committed to that area of the map right now. Even the bomb, early commitment towards those apartments, not too much pressure this time around. And K23, they seem to be prepared perfectly for this. 1 player in set power towards B. Everybody else is heading towards A right now. Big focus towards that mid bracket control. And right now, Fame already finding 1 with that 5-7. What else can they find, especially from short as X5 chimes in? And right now, this round might just be crumbling right at the seams. Freddy Frog finds a double. That might just be enough. Fame with his AK though to pick up Dezen. Just about holding on. 3v2 now. As I wouldn't be too mad if, yeah, Fame heads in towards the apartments. Bomb down for the moment. Smoke towards long as well will help them as they can isolate separate angles.
Getting the plant here is of course massive. Going to put a lot of time pressure on K23. They don't have a defuse kit either. Freddy Frog so far has been massive this round, but it's not enough. They actually find those kills. It's Nilan who finds them both pretty easily. The time is there to defuse the bomb. K23, they were under a lot of pressure. They had to find those kills super quickly, and they did. They had a great read on when those players are, and of course, with those early kills, still had a lot of map control to have an easy guess where Galaxy Racer might be hiding too, which of course gave Nilan the opportunity to take those kills. But that has been an important round, although I don't think that was super impressive by K23 and more disappointing by Galaxy Racer. I still want to see more from them. I still want to see much more early map control here coming out from K23, especially in a round like this right now.
But to be honest, Galaxy Racer was just unprovoked as well to push in as easily as that. You were quite aware that, of course, the money is going to be trash for K23 anyways. So at least they should have been aware. The double nade doesn't actually kill Norbert. It does bring him down to 32 HP, but right now, of course, weaponry on the side of K23, that's the most important part. They do also have a little bit of money left over. So if they do lose this round, a player like Norbert, Fame, Zeppower, and Neelan, all four of those players can buy without too much effect. But right now, they're holding on. And they're dropping Galaxy Racer like flies as yet again the Swedes try to go overly aggressive, and they pay the ultimate price. Going into those choke points, K23 don't need to go aggressive. Because Galaxy Racer, instead of taking their times, like in the rounds previous, that they were able to win, as you said, that long technical did kind of just break them right now, in the point that, of course, well, it breaks their momentum. They're not quite sure, how did we just win those 7 rounds in a row? What did we do? It certainly wasn't trying to go aggressive, and right now, Twist all by himself shouldn't be hunted down. K23 do not have the money to go that route just yet.
Yeah. Twist deciding to just save up the orb. If they go for a hunt, he wants to at least challenge them to maybe take another kill, because K23, they just won out of an eco, and now all 5 players will stay alive this round unless they hunt down Twist. And honestly, in this position they are in at the moment, they don't even need to. They have 2 players over $5,000 as well. So all of that just going into their favor too when it comes to that, and just having such a great money situation that even if Galaxy Racer will find a round back, they can instantly answer with a huge buy themselves, with all the money now coming in through this round too. So that's super, super big. Looked like this time Galaxy Racer, I mean, they were challenging them. They tried to take apps control, they were trying to take B control, see if they get an early pick, and Galaxy Racer just lost out on those duels. And of course, that just has been a rough round. I'd be interested to see where we go from here, because it seems like Galaxy Racer are losing the momentum too. They can still go for a buy in this round. They have 4 AKs. They have the Orb Twist saved up. What will they do? Will they yet again go for the early control? But talking about this, K23 now playing much more aggressive too.
Yeah, and that is exactly what we were waiting for, at least right now, already trying to find control in towards Bananas. Neelan is trying to battle, but Pleasant through 2 smokes finds that kill onto Neelan. It's very important for Galaxy Racer because yet again, they just do find that early advantage. Yes, of course, there's money there for K23 to keep on buying if they do now lose this round, but they're trying to find an answer in towards mid as well. As now Norbert towards B is going to drop, trying to go aggressive a little bit too late into the round, but Fame finding Gruxin towards mid. However, the bomb is still all the way back towards T-Ramp, so they have to go back to retrieve it. Pless now holding on to this B bomb site all by himself, but it works out up against the AWP from Zeppower. As now, it is a 3v2, and K23, to be honest, as soon as that bomb goes down, they would have to think twice about actually trying to retake this, as already not aware of Dezen coming in from behind and will be joining in towards this battle in a couple of seconds' time. Has now spotted both players in towards Church as well. And in the end, just 1 kill is enough to now put Fame in between 2 fronts. Does find 1. On to Freddy Frog, and Dezen, all about timing for him, but Fame moving through, trying to go quick now towards his bomb set as Pleasant misses his shots right now. He might just be able to isolate this one here. Fame, as he does have a defuse kit, a Molotov, and a nade as well. The Molotov on the bomb, though, will stop him from finding anything in this one, though. As the bomb already ticking too quick there as Dezen. In the end, the bomb's enough to take him out as well. Isn't good enough for that fight and secures the round because of it. Still, it is, well, 2 rounds in a row for K23. And then straight back, Galaxy Racer make sure that they have the lead now, at least going forward to halftime already.
Yeah, indeed. But that play by Fame actually was super huge. He was in such a tough spot, 1 versus 3, knowing that there's a player behind him and just going for the quick decision making, realizing, okay, the player which is in CT isn't peeking. Let's jump into ruins and still get those isolated duels really quickly. Super well played by him. Isn't going to secure him the round, but still got to point that out. That was huge by him. Twist now opening up the round with an early kill towards B. And looking at the reaction of K23, that's... interesting. Neelan was already rotating back towards A, leaving B open. It was looking like, hey, do we want to give up the round? And now they are actually still rotating back towards B with 2 of their players, Xdepona joining Neelan as well. So they play 2 on A, 2 on B. But the Galaxy Racer, of course, they already know we have opened up the map. With just this one early kill we've gotten, and that's a lot to work around already. This is what they really make work on Inferno. Get early pressure, early kills, early control all over the map. And right now, look at the minimap as well. Look at the players. They are slowly but surely pushing up towards A long. There's a player in apps as well. They just take so much control. And as soon as they press the start button on taking over the side, it's already going to be over for K23 unless a player steps up.
And Fame, he might just be aware of this angle towards long is perfect as both players line up. The spray down is perfect from him as well as, sure, he does concede damage, but he can hold on to this position. As right now the push comes out, Grux and Dezen both finding their kills. The A-bomb site now open. It did take a little bit longer, but the kills are here and Neelan Sepower. Yet again, I mean, those 2 guys have enough money to buy in the next round. Could then also drop to one of their teammates. At the same time, they do seem to actually want to go for this. The flashbang is strong, but Grux can fall back partially. Neelan finds a kill wide open, peeking towards Pit as well, not aware of Dezen. And right now, in towards Graveyard Stairs, he might just be the perfect player. Twist pulls the attention, and Dezen finds a second. Perfectly done. Galaxy Racer looking to go double digits as they pick up their 9th round in K23. They're kind of stuck between 2 fronts again. 2 players have money. The other 3 don't.
Of course, you see the stats on the screen from Grass. If you want to actually challenge the players, you can download 3D aim from what I've seen earlier. It is on Steam as well, so can also win some prizes if you make it into the top 3. But yeah, Galaxy Racer right now back in charge. They found this early kill, and that was a really big problem for K23 and how they reacted to it, because when they were striking onto the A side, I was already calling when it was about to happen. They need a huge performance to somehow be able to win the round, because Galaxy Racer, they took this long control, they didn't make a lot of noise, so K23 had no clue that this is happening, and then they pressed the start button. All players running over towards A, with 4 players being there, K23 playing super passive, and Fame was the one getting those early 2 kills to get the setup going for K23, and then the rest of the players couldn't actually clean up, even though he bought this time and he bought the space for his team. This is just how huge this is for Galaxy Racer, how they just always are able to take the map control and that as well for free. So it is very, very scary. Indeed. 45 seconds now left though on K23 this round. It is it's kind of an awkward buy because they have 2 M4s, the rest on pistols, but they found 2 kills already. Grux and Dezen fell. Galaxy Racer yet again. This is what I'm talking about. Yet again, it's so easy for them to take all the map control. K23 is playing from the side, and that still favors Galaxy Racer when it comes to this round, because they should get the bomb plant. They should have an easy time working against those pistols right now. I'm seeing them winning this round.
Yeah, still a lot of Fame in that 5-7. He does find one. It's not going to be enough though, as Freddy Frog does find both players towards the site. I mean, in the end, X5, he could have been dangerous with the M4 that he had on hand, but it just does not work out for him. Norbert and Neelan are on the rotate. Smoke down towards long just buys him a little bit more space. Yes, it is at 2-on-2. Still, for Norbert, there's not a weapon to be collected. And Freddy Frog seems to be aware of that as well. Twist finding Neelan, round pretty much over from there on out. And it is going to be double digits. It is going to be a 10th round and probably even an 11th still to come as K23. Yes, they will have a bye. But at the same time, I just don't see it happening for them.
Yeah. Ooh. I think Freddy Frog, if he doesn't get the kill in time with the bomb ticking this fast, he would actually die. Now he's barely gonna stay alive just because the round is gonna be over before.
I mean, checking back in with our odds, Galaxy Racer have now got the advantage overall. It did pretty much split in comparison to the start of this map.
Indeed, they turned the odds completely around in their favor. Which is interesting because this is their map pick, obviously. I would not call K23. They're not looking good on this map. Let's be honest. Even last round, it has been super weird. They take the player advantage, and yet again they play so passive. And Galaxy Racer was having such an easy time to take all the map control. Yes, indeed. But it is the map pick of Galaxy Racer. K23 isn't great on Inferno, and we just gotta keep that in mind too. I would favor Galaxy Racer in this best of 3 personally, but I still gotta say it's quite even matchup, and I'm quite confident in K23. Galaxy Racer also not having the best Mirage either, that they're gonna bring it back on that map, and it's gonna be all about overpass. So it's gonna be a hell of a best of 3.
Yeah, surely, and right now already, Galaxy Racer, of course, he did find the early kill towards set power from Grux. Yes, of course, Pleasant did also fall in towards Banana, trying to go aggressive. But at the same time, K23, they've now focused back towards the A-bomb site. Galaxy Racer have taken full bracket control as well. Smoke out towards long, only further announcing that Neelan might just be in trouble towards CT right now, as 3 players are going to be mounting pressure in towards CT spawn, going through Archway, and in the end, Neelan thought that they might go towards long and in towards the A-bomb site, but they're trying to rotate through in towards B, and right now, Norbert also well aware, though, missing his shots and only further announcing his current position. Neelan and Norbert still hanging on, and with that, the B bomb site far from actually being taken by Galaxy Racer. The bomb might just get planted, and it will from Freddy Frog. But a 4-on-2 retake should be here. Still, for K23, they have the men and they have the positioning.
Oh, Norbert. He knows there's a play around, but that's a double. Well, peek. Wait, what? Oh.
Yeah.
X5
did again surprising us, but it works out.
Yeah, I wasn't ready for that. I was not ready for that. I thought X5 is just gonna fall as well. There are 2 players, at least get a 1-for-1 trade, and he survived on 9 HP. So in the end, K23 at least able to pull out this one around 5 to 10. What a half, what a half. Galaxy Racer absolutely dominant on this one. And of course, if you want to bet on Pinnacle, don't forget to use the Fall21 code right now as well for a free €10 when you bet €10 too, as you've just seen on the screen. But let's focus on the upcoming half here, pistol round. Let's see if we get some interesting buys here. On the side of K23, we can already see a lot of nades, and it's much more promising on their T side because it indicates that they actually want to play around map control too. So let's see how they're going to play it out right here. So like for now, they just want to get a bit of control without getting spotted, without giving a lot of information, and they slowly work their way up banana. So they do this successfully, but at the same time, you got to keep in mind, not only does Twist have the dual Berettas, which of course are crazy in pistol rounds, but they also have 3 players on B.
And right now, this already imminent as Twist holding on right now with those dual Berettas. It is going to be Freddy Frog still towards the site. Further control here as 2 players hanging on. Desmond the first one to fall, but Freddy Frog holds on for 1. It is still a 3-on-3. The boost coming out for Pleasant has been spotted, but still finds a kill. X5 trying to find an answer, but it will be Neelan straight through the smoke. And a back and forth continues as Pleasant and Grux now on this retake. X5 wide open, trying to hold on, taking a lot of damage. As Neelan is the only one that can really work with cover till now. As X5 has also fallen back just a little bit. Pleasant though, close range, needs to find this with his dualies. It is going to come down to X5, and he finds that final headshot on the Glock, and with that, it will be the pistol round, going the way of K23 once more. Winning both pistols here on map 1 is certainly a good sign, especially if they can now continue that pace in towards this T side.
Yeah, a much needed pistol round as well to stay in the game, at least on this map. But the other thing which is very, very interesting is both pistol rounds have been looking great, and how you should, of course, play the whole map as well, taking a lot of map control throughout the pistol round with all the nades they have had ready. So I would say, okay, that's promising for K23, but then you keep in mind how the pistol round on the CT side looked, where they also were playing really, really aggressive and taking control over the map, and that's what they were missing for the rest of their CT side too. So while I say, okay, that's a positive note looking at this pistol round, and there might still be hope for them on Inferno. Let's see how they're gonna play it out as soon as Galaxy Racer is gonna get guns themselves, and maybe even this round, because Dazen on the 5-7 has to be respected too. K23 here behind a smoke. Of course, waiting for it to fade. They have all the time in the world. Still 1 minute left on the clock. Now all players rotating in. Does Galaxy Racer actually have a read on this? That's gonna be interesting. Look at the minimap right now. They have 2 players coming from CT. They will have 4 players there. This is actually scary for K23.
Yeah, because even if smokes go down, you can easily just pre-fire through with those Deagles. Fame is going to find one. Pleasant holding on as well, as now Freddy Frog is up towards Flower as well. It just takes him too long. He finds 2 kills from that position. And yes, once again, K23 will get that bomb down. Norbert actually finding Pleasant perfect timing through the smoke. And in the end, Galaxy Racer, they make the round expensive for K23. But as we said earlier as well, the T side might not care about it as much, unless, of course, Grux is able to find this one still.
His position now unknown, so I don't think there's going to be any chance. They just got to play off each other here, even if another player falls. And Grux isn't ready for Nealon in the corner as well, so K23 is going to pick up another round. But it got really scary. Galaxy Racer had a good read on this too. So you can see now with K23 also picking up the pistol round too, the odds going more into their favor again, of course, as there is comeback potential. Yeah, it definitely got a bit scary here. And K23, now they will face an eco. 2 of the players, of course, know that. X5 and Xapower. He's going to go for those Mech 10s, especially if Xapower is going to get a lot of kills with that. He's going to be happy as the Oppo of the team. You always love that. You get a Mech 10, you get 3 kills. Suddenly you have so much cash in the bank. And Freddy Frog.
Love that as well.
I love that. I think we should see that much more, honestly. Just having a Zeus in rounds which are lost either way is such a cheap investment. Yeah, it is actually... It is a great buy, because what if you pick up a gun out of this and either turn around the round or just secure a save with this? So I like it. Let's see if he's gonna get a kill with it.
Yeah, especially as right now Norbert could be coming his way running with his knife out. It will be the kill for Freddy Frog as well. With that Zeus, all of a sudden he finds himself with an AK in hand. Sepower holding on to find Twist. Of course, no armor for either of these players. So it is going to be quick headshots here still continuing from the T's as Dezen finds Sepower. 10 HP though, still yet again they make the round so expensive as K23 go down to 2 AKs still alive. But 3 players lost, of course 2 of those were Mac 10s.
Yeah.
For Dezen, he can just recover the AK, to be honest.
I think though Freddy Frog was jumping out of apps. I don't think the AK is there anymore. Oh, never mind.
Yeah,
never mind.
He found it.
Alright, he found it. That's great for him. That's great for his team. They will buy in the next round anyways, but an AK on the CT side, always gotta love that too. It's great for your holds getting this one-tap headshot as well, as the bomb is gonna tick down with 1 player surviving on Galaxy Racer. K23 picking up an 8th round as well.
I mean, all of a sudden it's an open game.
Yeah,
because
for
sure, the T side didn't look great. But I feel like I always say this every single time that we kind of see Inferno at this level of play, which is like just around like lower tier 2, start of tier 3, is still where it's like, okay, well, sure, Inferno generally with the pros, pretty much 50-50. A lot of the teams still do prefer the CT side, but I still say that a lot of these times it is actually stronger T sides more than anything. And we might just see that continue here as well, as defense is always difficult when you don't have your communication right. X5 trying to put early pressure towards Banana.
And that's for sure a good sign.
He's not going to get lucky.
It's a good sign because K23, they're already playing around a lot more map control around the T side, because this round is where we start gonna get we're gonna get a clue if K23 is able to come back into this map, because now it's a buy round.
Yeah, Dezen first one to face, and he is going to lose that battle with the AKX5. Finding the kill, and with that, of course, the B-bomb site might just get an opener here to continue. Freddy Frog already on its way to rotate back. Twist with that flashbang can buy himself a little bit of space, but Fame dodged it perfectly. And with that, Galaxy Racer left saving right now still. Norbert lurking around towards A.
He's gonna hear all those steps too, so just gotta hit the right timing. Oh,
perfect there from Freddy as well, just to check in.
I was ready for him to just completely destroy Galaxy Racer, reset the entire economy yet again. That's not gonna happen. So, considering that Freddy Frog now also picked up a kill with the money he gets from it, $300, that is in fact important if they can stick to all those 3 rifles they have right now, and it's not looking like K23 is contesting those either. They just want to play around stability at the moment too, so I'm gonna stick to their own guns too, not giving up any of these, making sure the bomb is gonna go off, and they go for a 9th round here. But Galaxy Racer, of course, now with these guns saved, they can still contest K23 in the upcoming round 2. But I like what I'm seeing from K23 on the T side. It's looking much better compared to the CT side.
Yes, I think one thing as well that I was just kind of checking in towards the chat as well. There's a little bit of confusion with what is Nigma Galaxy now and what is Galaxy Racer. I'm pretty sure that you know a little bit more about that as well.
Yeah, I got the confirmation. So here's the thing: if you follow the whole organization, you know that the female team is under Nigma Galaxy. But I have been told yesterday by the manager of Galaxy Racer that they are in fact still playing under Galaxy Racer. So Liquipedia, if you check that site, for example, you will see them under Nigma Galaxy, but that's apparently because they, with the announcement, they instantly changed their name, thinking as well, okay, they are now playing under Nigma Galaxy, but that, in fact, is not the case. So it is a bit weird around that, but it is, right now, it is Galaxy Racer, and that name is correct.
Well, good to have that insight, and of course, right now, K23 trying to keep them as Galaxy Racers not back here on Earth, but still Dezen 3 kills in towards mid. Grux holding on as well. And X5 is going to drop to Dezen as well. What a quick round in towards mid. And there we see what kind of difference it makes from a CT side once you have weapons, and also when you try to take control yourself rather than just waiting for the Ts to make a move. Because their timing was perfect in towards mid. And K23 just did not have a single chance. Let's take another look at this as well. I mean, flashbangs coming in, peak coming out, and Galaxy Racer win around within, what, 3 seconds?
Yeah, for sure. Also, overall, great aim by Dezen as well, and great support with the flash too. Just taking all this map control, like you said. That's so important. K23, if you would look at the CT side, you would expect them to just play off-site and a lot more passive, so Galaxy Racer was always able to take all the control all over the map, and in this case, K23, they were challenged super early on, and they were just not even ready for this. But now, of course, they want to find a quick answer, and they already got a kill on Grux, so that's of course huge. These early kills on Inferno, they shake up the whole balance on the CT side, because normally you have those 3 players on A and you really need them, but at the same time now, Galaxy Racer, they could even go for the gamble play. They have 3 players around B who might even look to get some control. Dezen, he's gonna fall to X5, and now there's this big. Will they expect Freddy Frog? They won't. He almost gets the spray down on all of the players. Pleasant now coming in as well, because K23, they weren't ready for 3 players to suddenly be on B. Great read here, great rotation by Galaxy Racer too. And now it's down to Twist on the A side to keep control over Long, especially just to get this information for his teammate, for Pleasant, as he pulls off the rotation. The bomb still needs to get planted too, so there's plenty of time for Galaxy Racer to pull off the rotation too. Now the plant is coming in. But the players will be ready. They will challenge K23 here on this retake.
Yeah, Twist right now leading the charge with the AWP, trying to check in towards the site already. Of course, Norbert in towards Pit. Won't be checked immediately, but the Molotov buying them a little bit more space. However, Power reacts perfectly to that as well, just holding on, waiting for anybody to come around that corner, as it will probably be Pleasant to be the first one to face. further Molotov towards the bomb site, but Xepower can of course look above that, can drop down as well. Twist, he's been spotted now as well. Perfectly done from Norbert as they work together to hold control of this A bomb site. Textbook crossfire from K23 as they also finally go double digits.
Yeah,
in this second half.
Indeed, and a small but important detail here, they had a flash ready, they were throwing it out, and Xepower still didn't play it safe. He was ready for the peek to come in before the flash pops, and that was so important, because if he actually peeks away, and Galaxy Racer just uses the flash throw as a bait to get the kill on him, they're gonna win this retake. So that was really, really well played here, even if it's just a small detail, it had impact on the retake. It won K23 the round, as they stay competitive here on Inferno. And honestly, if they win Inferno, I actually would give them the odds to even win this 2-0. So that's really interesting. It isn't over yet, but Galaxy Racer, they have a tough time here on the CT side to keep control over K23. But the hope, of course, is with how they take map control as well, that on the CT side, that they will just find enough rounds to get themselves back into the game. Let's see how it's gonna go right here. They're playing aggressive yet again, have a setup around middle, waiting for the push to come in, but now the smoke, of course, is gonna force Twist off and is gonna get enough control for K23 right now. Have players pushing in and apps as well. Interestingly enough, with all the utility used, they might reconsider if they actually want to go towards A. The bomb, the players, they are all rotating back. Galaxy Racer notices something is off. Doesn't gonna try to go for the
needs
peek
that
mid.
kill. It's so important. If he doesn't find that kill, and all of a sudden Plessis spots everybody out as they're walking back in towards mid, and Norbert just about binds those 2-3 players towards his bomb site, as now Dezen tries to buy time, but Neil and Prefire is finding that kill. The B bomb site's open for business, but right now K23, they underestimated this.
Oh no.
Fame and the bomb, they're towards A, and right now they're committing here as well. 10 seconds, that was Twist. Wins the round here for Galaxy Racer. I'm not sure what K23 is doing.
I actually think when Norbert got the kill, K23's communication was about, oh, they know we are rotating towards B. They're gonna pull off the rotation. Let's go towards A. But that's the thing. That's what you were pointing out. But that's, I think, what K23 actually didn't realize. They had no clue that this is happening. Norbert got the kill just in time, so Galaxy Racer didn't spot all those players down in mid. That they weren't sure is this an A push or a B push. And K23. Yeah, they read too much into the situation. They were fine just going towards B side with all utility used on A. Norbert was striking at the perfect time, set those players up to go for the B goal, get the plant down, win the round. But instead, they are going back towards A, running into all the players from Galaxy Racer, which were left alive. And yeah, that is actually such an important round here. Galaxy Racer, if they win this round as well, with K23 forcing up, they're going to be back in the game, and they're going to be so close to actually close it out, and that's how quick things can change.
It's insane how decisive one round can be, because if K23 win that round, it's not only tied up, but Galaxy Racer are without money, and then all of a sudden, K23 pretty much just have full control of this. So right now, boost above that smoke. Freddy Frog can start to see heads, and he hits X5 as well. Freddy Frog with a double, and Plessen with the next double as well. The round is done, and Norbert all by himself in a 1v5 needs an ace, and I just don't see it happening.
I don't know how Freddy Frog got the second kill, because
I don't know, because he was already gone.
Yeah, he was dropping down when he got the kill, but you can see right here now the odds, of course, swinging back definitely into the favor of Galaxy Racer. I would have thought they actually have even higher for them now, because they're so close to the map win. But anyways, yeah. You look at K23, you look at the money, it's all gone. They have to go for an eco. That's going to be 14 rounds for Galaxy Racer, and then just one more to go with. And especially now, this round is going to be so important for Galaxy Racer. You might say, yeah, they're going to win it anyways. Yes, they will. But if they stay alive with all of their players, their money is going to be huge, so they can even afford to lose one round and instantly come back from it too. And it won't be a problem for them. So X5 now, his job is really, even if he's the last player alive, deal some damage, get one more kill, but it's just too much for him. So 4 players staying alive here for Galaxy Racer is still quite massive too. And Oh, that's retro. I was wondering, why are the stats so bad?
Yeah.
I was wondering. I definitely think,
Ouch.
guys, you can sign up for 3D Aim Trainer and challenge him. He's not a pro. He's a caster. So
Yeah, but let's be honest, he's probably still a whole lot better than I would be.
yeah, I agree. I agree.
I think if in any category I make top 50%, then I might have to rethink.
I agree.
about
I mean, I
going
would be
back
terrible
into
at
pro
this
play.
too. I would be terrible at this too. But I was still wondering. I was surprised. Normally you see like around 1%, and then it's like 17%. You're just like, what? Oh, retro.
Someone clip it and send it to Retro, as he did just get flamed. But we all love Ryan. But we'll have to see if somebody else gets flamed, because right now there is still 2 Molotovs on the side of K23, and 1 with Twist on the side of Galaxy Racer. Ready, quickly extinguished, but Fame with the double. Dezen on the other side. They're well aware of a 3rd player towards B. It's happened a couple of times already. This Molotov from Dezen as well can be so important for him. But falling back now to buy himself a little bit more time as a rotation is going to be on its way. But look at that as well from K23. They're all over. They rotate towards the A bomb site, smoking towards long. Grux is going to be blocked off, and he falls back into CT. Are they gambling towards B, and if it doesn't go B, then they might just save?
Yeah.
Seems to be the play.
I think it's a good play to go for either way, because they know that K23, obviously, if they just charge in with all the 5 players, it's going to be hard to hold them off anyways. If
I
they're
just
only 2
hope
players.
that Fame stays here in this corner.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Fame is going to be the man to look at. The timing. I think he could have waited a bit longer.
Yeah.
Like, you just wait there for a while in this corner, you wait for the plant to come through. Galaxy Racer might make some more sound because they feel much more secure on the B side. And that would change a lot of these things too. Now they're going to get the kill on him. They even can pick up the AK off him too, which is massive. And K23 is not going to get a big chance here to take away those guns as well. Because even if Fame doesn't peek at all and just hears some steps, he can relay this information to his teammates. Be like, hey, they are on B actually. They're saving that. It just made some noise. Comrade it over. Let's take away their guns. Let's make sure we keep the economy of Galaxy Race in check, because they need to do this either way right now. Because as soon as Galaxy Race is gonna get 1 round alone, they will push it over the finishing line. But at the same time, of course, K23, their money isn't in the greatest spot. Losing some more players also wouldn't be that nice for them either. So all of that, they of course want to secure the guns, make sure, okay, there's still a bit of a chance if Galaxy Racer gets up to 15 that we can come back, take this into overtime too. So it's all around this 14-11. Galaxy Racer, thanks to the save, they have a lot of utility. They have all the guns they need. They even have a double up setup here. Freddy Frog and Twist, both of them actually shining on the AWP. Normally it's Chauzy who's of course not in today, as Freddy Frog is standing in, so that's interesting to see. I think Twist is also phenomenal on the AWP too, and he has been showing it earlier already. A very, very versatile player for the side of Galaxy Racer too. So yeah. Oh, double nade and extra power on X5. They're gonna get a lot of damage early on. Twist might even get the first kill. There should be a flash coming in. Hey, does he hit the timing? No, he doesn't, and the push comes through.
Yeah, right now still Dezen in towards a bomb site. Of course, there would have been a gap if Twist were to go at her peak. But right now, the bomb site is going to be that of K23. The lurk from Norbert in towards mid once again. Freddy Frog's going to be there and quick. As he finds that kill, still, it is going to be Galaxy Racer holding on to these weapons. There's no need for them to really just say, okay, well, let's rotate over, because they just have such high expenses if they do. On the CT side, you might as well just try and keep going. Grux has a lot of money on the side. Twist has even more, at almost $9,000. So, of course, yeah, loss bonus is going to be coming into full effect as well. Do have to say a big shout out to Twist for not taking out this chicken right now.
Yeah,
Probably would have just gone for it just for the lulz, but yeah, right now might not be able to save that chicken from sudden death as the bomb explodes. And in the end, it is going to be 14-12. K23 fighting their way back into the game. They don't want to end it quickly here. They do still want to hold on and maybe even grab the W here on map 1.
Oh, you saw the odds
and the odds.
updating?
I mean, they are still pretty much 50-50 between both. So if you do want to jump in on the action, head on over to tev.gg/fall and use the code fall21. And if you bet €10, then you can also grab a €10 bonus. But of course, do remember to bet responsibly. You never know who's going to win, especially between these teams. Anybody can win any game. That's why the odds generally are 50-50 as well.
Indeed.
Desert though, full blind. The fact that he finds X5 just shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, for sure not. Galaxy Acer with an early kill, not just stings for K23. Freddy Frog now also spotting out the players, pushing towards A. They need to move fast, and actually like the reaction of K23. They're not slowing down. They're saying, okay, we lost a player early on. The nade.
How is Needle still alive?
What? That's actually crazy. But still, K23, they were instantly pulling the trigger, instantly running towards the A side, not slowing down, being like, okay, Galaxy Acer could use the time we would give them to reconsider, maybe take even more map control, or just put us into a situation where they work down our economy and we can't push the side. Instead, they move fast. No, but now getting another kill here in favor of K23, and this might be another round where Galaxy Racer is just saying, oh, no, nope, we're not dealing with this. We're going to go for another save, and that's indeed that. They want to stick to this double op setup. Pleasant as the smoke fades in such an awkward spot. I mean, he might try to still get some... Nice. Okay, so never mind.
He's quick enough just before the smoke fully fades. He's able to get out, as there were still 2 smokes down towards long. Still, I mean, for Galaxy Racer, yeah, it's all fine and dandy to try and save. But right now, it's 13-14.
Yeah.
If K23 keep on going this way, win map control early, win site control early and get the bomb down, and Galaxy Racer are then too scared to try and retake, at some stage you have to retake. And these buys are already getting a lot more expensive. So yes, loss bonus is going to support you guys, but at the same time, you need to stop K23 from making it to the site in the first place. Otherwise, it does look like Galaxy Racer's chances go towards zero. And this, trying to close out your own map pick, has been an issue that has plagued Galaxy Racer and the, well, team before that for pretty much the past 2 years already.
Yeah, but interestingly enough, this time they're making sure to take some more early map control, yet again finding this early pick. But how will K23 react this time? Galaxy Racer, they know, okay, last round, they played super aggressively. Let's put ourselves in a position that we can challenge if they push in. You can see Galaxy Racer with both players on the, 2 players on the A side actually. Ready for the charge of K23. They might bring in Freddy Frog, finds the initial kill, brings the players down to 3. Now K23, they're gonna get challenged. They might actually fall here with Galaxy Racer getting onto map point. That would be massive. Considering to rotate back, but Twist with his aggressive position. I mean, he just needs 1 kill, and he's already gonna find all the information right now, and now he needs to buy time.
Well. Just about enough to stay alive for a little bit longer, but Sepower is gonna find that headshot. All about Dezen right now. If he gets overrun towards the B bomb site, then that will be very, very dangerous here as Norbert finds a headshot. Bomb control will be theirs. Get it planted as Norbert. I don't like the aggression, but they can use this smoke as well. In towards sandbags. If Grux doesn't check it, does have enough time. The smoke towards CT is still there, but still Norbert finds that kill and can now just get into a better position as well. Sepower though gets taken out. Norbert's position, of course, is well known. Freddy Frog full blind still finds the headshots, and it will be Galaxy Racer to make it 15 as Pleasant grabs the defuse.
Yeah.
2 chances now to close out this map, otherwise we'll be going to overtime. And Maka from LDLC also in the 0.8 top % of flicking powers. I mean, still, top 0.8% only gets you into the top 700. Considering you guys need to be in the top 3, have fun. I mean, grind those games out. But it might just be the top, not the top 3 of all players, but the top 3 of those guys that jump in via the code here. 3D Aim Trader, you can try that out for free via Steam. And even if you don't make it into the top 3, there's still a good chance of, well, just improving in-game. And you might just be good enough to, at some stage, feature in one of these teams. You never know what's going to happen right now. Fame is going to find Pleasant. holding on. Set power just a little bit stronger. Oh, the kills for K23.
Wait,
and
that's
of course,
a team
money is still a big factor here if you consider Galaxy Racer. It's all going to be down to Grux. And they know that he's towards A. Norbert holding on as well is going to go for the peak headshot there. And I don't want to say it, but we might be heading to overtime here.
Yeah, looking very much like it. Overtime on Inferno, K23, they can actually put themselves into a winning position if they win this map and bring it over to Mirage, their own map pick. That would be huge. Galaxy Racer, from what I've seen yesterday on the Mirage, when I casted them, it looked very, very rough. So they gotta close it out right here, right now. They still have the money, of course, with all those saves and all the money they have stacked up on the CT side. They are able to secure an AWP for Twist, who took over the AWP duties for Chauzy here, and the rest on M4A1 S's. So 2 defuse kits coming in as well, but this time they're playing a lot more passive. They give the control over to K23, but what does that mean in the end? Will K23 maybe not even expect this and use a lot of early utility due to this? Could actually still play into the favor of Galaxy Racers. As I say that, they still have a crossfire set up towards mid. Might as well retreat with the smokes coming in too. And there it is, but Pleasant, oh, he's gonna play aggressive. And now Grux unspotted in this position.
That's at least Norbert jumps out, finds a second headshot as well. Pleasant's still well known towards short. X5 to find that kill, and Neelan chilling in towards second mid. Are they going to check is the other question. They will, but they're just not good enough. Neelan pushing us to OT and helping out K23 here. In the end, that Molotov towards short as well. I thought the smoke might just cover it, but it didn't. And with that, the odds perfectly reflect the fact that we're heading to OT.
Indeed, they do. Oh, this is going to be super, super interesting. Let's see if we see any kind of crazy buys here. Double up setup yet again coming into play. Freddy Frog and Twist. And honestly, they were playing around this double up setup quite well. We see some more early aggression. Will we see it? No. K23 making sure with the nades Molotovs used that Galaxy Racer isn't able to take early control around Banana, but at the same time, Abs control going all over to Galaxy Racer. I wanted to say, but Neelan is there, and now he's gonna destroy the whole setup. Galaxy Racer is gonna keep slight control though, because the rest of the players of K23, they're all moving towards Banana. Twist here on the AWP, rotating towards Ruins, just throwing in a flash, actually not even towards the Ruins. Playing both from side. This could get really tricky for them. K23 now coming in with the push.
Molotov's ready, but are they ready for Twist position? No, they're not. Desna and Twist both holding on for now. Not for the seconds, though. As Desna, well aware of him as well. Norbert. Sure, right now the bomb's still not planted. Norbert drops. Set power now. Last man standing. 15-15, of course, right now. Still the first round of OT. And as Grux comes in from CT as well as so much time as Set Power needs some time to adjust, and it will be the first round of OT going the way of the Swedes. Didn't have the chance to close this one out in regulation. But at least now they might just make it possible with the earlier advantage. I mean, it's just great. The first game, I think for the both of us here for the Pinnacle Fall series, in the main Swiss stage, and already easily just going to OT.
Yeah.
Exactly what this series is known for as well, by the way. If we're known for anything, we're known for our OTs in numbers. Especially when I found out who's going to be our admin today, then of course it was always going to go to OT in at least one of these games.
Yeah, there are some curses which some teams just will not be able to break. And in this case here, it's seems to be the Pinnacle overtime curse. It's happening again. Galaxy Racer. Oh, Twist caught off guard by the nade. It's actually Desna here. He needs to step up. He's in such a tough spot. Unless K23, unless they're blundering and they're not checking this this corner, which might as well happen. Never mind. Okay, there's the Molotov. still don't have a clue that Desmond is there. They might not even check it, or will they? Never mind. Okay, Fame is going to take his head off. And now that means K23 taking over easy side control on B.
Maybe right now still X5 holding on. Knows that both other players are going to be there as well. So right now already, Fame just holding on. Neelan not sure about the fact that both players are going to be in that position. Hasn't turned back around to try and support. But already both players have now been spotted once more. What's going on? Freddy Frog and Pleasant, they're finding kills. Flashbang might just be enough to help set power out, but he will be caught by Pleasant. The defuse not yet underway. Headshots here for Norbert necessary, but in the end, the bomb already ticked quickly. Is it enough though? The defuse kits will be enough to get the defuse in. Oh boy, that round turned really ugly quickly. 2v5v4 works out for them in the end, and Galaxy Racer win both first rounds here in OT.
That came out of nowhere though. The retake happening with positioning of K23, I was so sure they're just gonna win all these aim duels easily, especially because Galaxy Racer, they didn't really have the right information on where those players are, so that was massive. They're actually just predicting all the positions of K23, perfectly hitting their shots, and then of course Norbert was too far away. Was under so much pressure with him being the last player alive as well, and Galaxy Racer barely getting the defuse through. Now setting themselves up to get the victory here on Inferno. You would expect them to get this victory much earlier, but they're setting their sails for sure here. Freddy Frog and Esports, they're staring at each other. They just don't know there's a wall in between them. But if both keep standing like this, well, okay. Well, now Freddy Frog knows. Now he's going to get some control as well, as he's going to get flashed away too. So it's all around this map control. They're trying to take it back. Freddy Frog going for another peek. There's going to be a player close by. Actually, two, in fact. Fame is going to get the trade. Will he push? It's actually Pleasant pushing out, and he's going to take the extra power. He knows that there's one more player close by, so he's going to fall back. That gives Galaxy Racer a good read, especially with Norbert now spotted, but he still gets the kill on Grux as well. 3-on-3. K23 though, two players below 50 HP, so that is something to play around. So Norbert, he was under pressure to get this kill for his team, to get the advantage and the plan too. Now K23 setting themselves up to get another round here in overtime and keep the game close.
Yeah, at least the round that they need to kind of stay in contention, considering of course that both teams were stronger on their T sides. Then 17 rounds might just be good enough for Galaxy Racer at this stage of the game as well. Of course, at least in OT, money is never going to be a problem. And of course, K23, they struggled with their buys as well. Just not really having the utility on their side. But who knows? This round is not over just yet. Trying to get back into it. X5, though, will hang on for the spray down. And it will be 17-16. Of course, you need 19 to win these. K23, they need a clean sweep now in this second half of OT1, or at least 2 to go to double OT and have that secured. I don't know, I just don't see it happening, to be honest.
Yeah, especially considering how weak the CT side was from K23, but maybe Aussie now playing a lot on T side and getting some more confidence and maybe a better feeling as well for the map too. They might play a bit more aggressive, but that was something I was criticizing the whole time on the CT side. That's why it has been looking so weird and weak for them, is how much control they have taken. But the early nades here, they hurt. Grux and Freddy Frog already down to low HP, 61-38. That hurts, that stings. That's gonna give a huge advantage to K23. Norbert here, just imagine he would have found that shot through the wall. That could have been costly for Galaxy Racer, but it's not gonna hit.
Yeah, not this time.
Staying alive. But yeah, look at how easy it is yet again. You look at the minimap, you see all the control Galaxy Racer is taking, K23 playing from the side. That was also a problem on the earlier CT side, and it seems like they still haven't figured it out, that they need to contest it more. They need to play around each other. Galaxy Racer is going to throw in a flash, throw him back, keep control around the map here. Don't make it that easy for Galaxy Racer to just take the map control whenever they want to. As now, they have no information where their bomb is going, but they might just figure it out now as all the smokes and flashes are coming onto the B side.
Yeah, and still Norbert And Nealon are trying to give the opposition some space, trying to work with this as well. A little bit of damage, yes, dealt. Norbert actually finds one with that first Molotov. And at least Freddy Frog is going to be taking out. Grux, though, also still low, getting into a decent position in towards Shadow. As the smoke has since dissipated, and Norbert now getting a chance to spot in towards Quad as well, in towards New Box as the flashbang gives him a little bit more coverage. Plessa not moving out just yet. Smoke towards his direction. Gives space for Norbert to breathe. K23, they need to make a move, and Pleasant's still holding on. The timer is just playing against them. I'm not sure what K23 are trying to do, as they're just holding on desperately for their lives. It will be, well, 2 more chances for Galaxy Racer. Or at least for K23 to try and hold on, for Galaxy Racer to finally win their own map pick.
Yeah.
They've had this opportunity before.
Yeah. Chelsea not playing today, we can see what an impact he has. Maybe with him, they might have had an easier time to close out the map right here, right now. Interesting to see, of course, his stats, and you can contest those stats as well. But yeah, of course, don't loading 3D aim as well. But Pleasant, he found an early kill, and he was really playing around the fountain earlier, like really well earlier as well. Freddy Frog finds a kill through the smoke, and this game actually is looking about to be over for Inferno.
Yeah, Separ is still trying to hold on to this. Does find Twist in towards mid. The aggression I'm just not a fan of. However, it does spot Dezen. Didn't spot him in return, but a 3v3 might just be enough. The bomb still dropped in towards mid. K23 in no position to try and hold on to that, so they're trying to fall back, trying to reposition, especially the rotation from Separ over towards B to try and help out Nealon. 2 ops in that position. Does make it a whole lot more difficult, though, as Nealon drops, trying to be aggressive. I just don't understand. Brux opens up the A bomb site. Bomb is already rotating back over, and this one's going to be done.
That's looking like GG. Support down to 19 HP. Stabs mate. I think it's even hurt. Yeah, he's hurt. He's done. Pleasant is going to close out the map here for Galaxy Racer. 19 to 16. Felt like it took a bit too long, to be honest, but they finally done it. It was a much needed map win for them, because Mirage, I just see K23 as the clear favorites too.
Yeah, so with that, we're going to take a short little break. We'll be back once we're ready on Mirage. K23's map pick, they have a perfect stat there when it comes down to it. Galaxy Racer seem to struggle, but who knows, it might still go to 0. Otherwise, we'll have Overpass after that as well to find our decision. Stick with us here at Pinnacle Fall Series, and we'll be back after this break.
We all have them. We all hate them. Unnecessary defeats. I'm talking about the defeats where you know you're better. You know you're winning. Until I should have been more focused. No. Scratch all the excuses and focus on the next game. And this time, awaken the GOAT in you. Oh my God, he's got all 4!
I need to be equity since I lose. Bullets, if I miss.
Okay, I have to shoot them twice. I'm a bit slow learner. Okay, so if I miss, I have to redo it. What? How many times I have to shoot them?
First time this one. Pretty bad.
So as the leaves start to fall here for the Pinnacle Fall Series, it is going to be back to Mirage, and of course, all the palm trees and the sun is still out. Temperatures high, K23 and Galaxy Racer in the pistol. I don't know, as Galaxy Racers now, of course, on K23's map pick.
Some juicy odds coming through here, but of course, K23 on Mirage, they are the heavy favorite. Galaxy Racer haven't been looking that great on it recently. Let's see what they can show today, though. Grux here is of course gonna attempt his best to secure the pistol round for his teammates, but K23 quickly gonna get the upper hand yet again. Freddy Frog might be able to turn it around, but no, it's actually Dezen who got the kill. Freddy Frog fell, and now it's only Dezen left alive who is gonna get quick business made of. And it is yeah, of course, on the right side, not Galaxy Racer, it's K23 starting on the T side here, picking up the first round on Mirage, being the heavy favorite, as well as Galaxy Racer is not looking that great on Mirage, and we're most likely gonna take it over to Overpass later on as well. Let's see if they can surprise us.
Yeah, I do just wonder, of course, that first map did take quite a while to complete. We did go the full distance and then some. 1916 at the end. But of course, right now, K23, they were almost able to win that first map. They're certainly trying to win this one as they yet again win the pistol round. And now just chilling on the T side, looking to make a move. After they've made it 3 pistols out of 3. For anybody just joining us, this is the first game of the Swiss stage for both teams. Of course, we did already see 1 best of 3 at the start of the date. And then, at least for the 2 of us, we will have 1 more best of 3 after this one. And then next Warrior and Wild Diddy will be back at the end of the date to bring you guys that last best of 3. Of course, 4 best of 3s every single day here for the Pinnacle Fall Series. And plenty more Counter-Strike to come over the next couple of days still. It is going to be X5 to find Freddy Frog. And Dezen, though, with a response. And never underestimate that Deagle, as Pleasant has one as well towards the bomb site. Smoke now out. So narrowly missing out on Clear Power. In the meantime, it is 3 on 2. Twist just about staying alive at 4 HP, or at 3 HP, sorry. It is famous. That power to take it towards the A-bomb site, but Twist still here. What? And they're hitting headshots. What's going on? Galaxy Racer, all of a sudden, they're back in this. Low HP on everybody. Body armor and a helmet for Dezen. Not that the helmet will help too much up against the AK of Fame. But the weapons are here, and Fame, 26 HP and 16 seconds to find these kills. Perfect flash, but Pleasant is there to find that kill. What has just happened?
Crazy, crazy. Disrespecting the Deagles a bit too much here. Galaxy Racer through this, instantly climbing back, picking up the Frostbite round and picking up AKs from the bodies of K23 too. That's just massive, as they need to save up now on the T side, or not even save up. They're gonna go for the Frostbite, because it would be really, really awkward either way. They could try to go for the bomb plant and then buy on the upcoming round. They instantly want to answer here. Of course, they also know that Galaxy Racer's economy right now is still not the best, and actually, yeah, they do go for the right decision, at least for now. And they're gonna get 2 quick kills. What is happening? Dezen finally able to answer here, but the bomb plant should come through soon. Although, there's no player close to it, so Freddy Frog is using the opportunity. Also, here's the player in jungle. Throws in a nade as well, has his crosshair placed the right spot now, but it's gonna fall as the last player on the side of K23, and Galaxy Racer here taking over the lead. And of course, you might be a bit confused here. Right now, teams definitely the wrong way. You can see, though, when you look at the names, we have Galaxy Racer on the left side, on the CT side, of course, and K23 on the T side.
Yeah, we'll have to see that gets fixed quickly. Otherwise, of course, we'll just keep you guys up to date. In the end, you can see from the players anyways, but right now, Twist in towards mid, narrowly missing out on that shot, but at least Norbert not really too dangerous here either. Now catches that nade, a lot of early damage thanks to those nades already, but of course, no armor, no helmets here for K23, so they should just be easy targets as well for Galaxy Racer. Especially for Grux with that MP9, high rate of fire, grab a couple of easy kills would be nice for him. currently chilling in the A bomb site. Doesn't seem to be getting any customers there as Twist Pleasant in towards mid, finding those kills. All going to be down to X5, and he's already been spotted over towards B. So they are at least aware of that. And at the same time, Grux can switch his MP9 for an M4. And with that, yeah, sure, Galaxy Racer, they lose one player, but they lose an MP9. So it's not really all too bad.
Yep, indeed. Money is still quite pleasant spot. Mecha top 0.8% percentage for flicking. Of course, you can go onto the webpage tab.gg 3D aim trainer as well to test your skills against the pros here as well. K23 now back on the buy with those AKs with an AWP. Galaxy Racer aiming for early ramp control, but it's failing. Fame is gonna take down Freddy Frog even with a flick, but that was a quite nice one. It's gonna shut down Galaxy Racer's attempt. As K23 right now is just running a default. They're gonna use that pick to set themselves up for a play later on throughout the round. As Galaxy Racer, of course, they gotta play the guessing game. Maybe they're gonna even play a bit more aggressive here. Somewhere on the map, they already do actually in Palace, giving up mid control. Just want to see if they get an early spot and early control through that around Palace. But the players are actually rotating through mid onto the B side, at least as of right now.
Doesn't know. His timing is perfect as well. Early damage onto X5. Does find that kill as well. Or Pleasant finds two into a short. Sure, Dezen falls to Norbert. But at least he already did that damage. Twist holding on as well, helping out. As now does find a double. It's all going to be down to Neelan. His position should have already been heard. In towards mid and just doesn't hit that jump. Needs a third attempt and finally gets it, but it buys him so much time on the CT side as well. 20 HP for Pleasant, 41 for Twist. Still so dangerous. Pleasant will spot him out first, find that kill. I mean, shaky start, K23, yes, they were able to win the pistol and make it 3 out of 3 thus far. But since then, Galaxy Racer have taken the lead 4-1, and the odds definitely reflect that now as well. Of course, this is the map pick of K23, and winning 4 rounds in a row is sitting nicely for Galaxy Racer, especially winning the first rifle round that K23 had. Galaxy Racer are going to be very happy with that.
Yeah, that's how quick things can change. K23 now just with pistols. Fame making his way down to mid. Nice attempt, but Galaxy Racer, they were ready all over mid already. Neelan is going to get refract. He's just going to make sure that K23 isn't able to pick up those or this one gun dropped by Grux, so they can keep this round all under their control. And K23 now, yeah, best you can hope for with the bomb still on one of the players' backs. You somehow get a bomb plant. That's about it, but even that is far out of reach, to be honest. X to power with the Tech 9 is not going to win anything on that range. Maybe X5 gets a shot with the Deagle, misses his shots. Yeah, there we go. Pleasant finally finishing it off, getting 2 kills for himself.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, but I kind of find this reminiscing of map 1 because we know how that one got started.
Yeah.
First 2 rounds, wave K23, and all of a sudden, 7 in a row for the Galaxy Racer side. And, I mean, this is feeling a lot like that start there, even though I think these rounds thus far have been a lot more one-sided. Even more one-sided than the first map. We'll have to see what this second buy round can bring for K23.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's looking quite grim if they are unable to win this one. So the early entry, of course, is a promising start for them. In round number 7. Yet again, just a default where they find this early pick, find this early opener. Let's see if they can use it this time. Because earlier...
Oh, the delay as well from Twist. Didn't go for that immediate nade. Has now spotted him out. Can drop the nade down. Perfectly done. And Neelan does take a little bit more damage. Now down to 44 HP. Follow-up nade as well. How does he only concede 4 damage from that?
look at Twist. Oh, that's perfect. X5 moving his way into Sandwich. He's unaware that Twist was having the knowledge, aiming that corner. Exapower with a quick answer, but now Freddy Frog peeking into mid. He actually gets both. Neelan tried to play it passively. Tried to catch Freddy Frog off guard, but he actually got caught out in the end. Exapower even interrupting the bomb plant now with the kill coming through with Fame falling. So it's not even a bomb plant coming through just yet. There's still a bit of a chance for Exapower. And looking at the positions on the map, Exapower could get sneaky. Grux might spot him out, but Exapower, yeah, he could still win the aim duel here.
It's all about timing. Oh, and the timing is so good for Grux either way. Sepower is ready for it. Bomb is going to get planted. Positioning for him is difficult though. It did just seem like he just wanted to go for the immediate bomb plant, but didn't really have a follow-up plan just yet what he wanted to do. Both players now coming in from shorts. He's still expecting both players to come from market, or at least one. Oh, the check. It's all about timing right now. The Molotov, he's seen him by now. Misses his shot though, and Freddy Frog, he's on point, finds the headshot. Well, even the way that he got it started, to be honest, those 2 kills in towards mid was looking very, very strong. And in the end, yes, it's a hell of an expensive round for the CTs, but if you consider how much money they have, they're looking so, so strong. And if you guys want to maybe even save some money and get 20 euros out of a bet, you guys can bet 10 euros and get 10 euros for free by using the call fall21 on sign up at teb.gg/welcome over at Pinnacle. At the same time, of course, it is right now still Galaxy Racer holding on and looking like our favorites going forward here as well.
Yeah, for sure, and I'm really surprised by their performance so far. K23 at the same time, of course, also not looking that great on Mirage. Might as well be due to the fact that while the Mirage has been decent before, and they're definitely confident enough to pick it, the 2-player changes, of course, going to mix a lot of things up. But Galaxy Racer, from what I watched yesterday and generally looking over the Mirage, it is just not looking that insanely great. It's definitely also not bad, and of course, a lot of those players, I'm sure they also just play it individually too, as well. But K23, yet again, they're finding this opener right now. This time it's Norbert who finds it, but even that might not win them the round. They had so many problems, although they got those entry kills so often. So let's see what they can do with an early kill this time. Of course, Galaxy Racer with this force to make an aggressive play. Grux right now pushing out of ramp over on the A side to get some information. Hey, there are no players around A. Maybe they can use that as the bomb right now is actually rotating back towards middle through underpass. There's Neelan in connector as well. Freddy Frog is going to be in such a tough position. There's no one to actually support him. Maybe a player from short to peek towards connector. So Freddy Frog is actually the one who needs to make a move, and he peeks aggressively here. Should get immediately refrag. Might even not get the first frag. No, he actually gets 2 and drops the bomb too. So much information. And now with this timing, Pleasant is peeking in from connector 2 back to hiding, as he knows Exapower is still alive with the orb, waiting for him to peek back in. And that is so crazy. K23 yet again, they find the entry kill and they can't make anything out of it because Freddy Frog is stepping up.
Yeah, I mean, they have gotten the bomb down now, and that does buy them a little bit of an advantage, but still, it's 4v2, and the retake is well underway. It's 4 defuse kits here as well. So hard to find Desert. And still looking for more kills here as well. Freddy Frog is vigilant from CT right now, not as aggressive as right now. Pleasant will be peeking out. Grux as well. The timing not really on his side, but it works out for Pleasant to find one. And Zepower will just be overrun. The X4 is a player now with K23 for the past 4 or 5 days. And it's now been 7 rounds in a row for Galaxy Racer once more. That was the point where then K23 were able to stop Galaxy Racer from winning rounds.
Yeah.
To be honest, even on map 1, the rounds were closer than they have been here on Mirage.
This is actually crazy. I never would have expected Galaxy Racer to be up 7-1, just dominating K23 on the Mirage pick. Even though I can expect a close map here, or K23 dominating Galaxy Racer, this is not the way I thought things are going. But then again, looking at the last rounds as well, Freddy Frog with such a massive performance though. Even when K23 found those entry kills, Freddy Frog just completely shut down all their pushes and was just outdueling them when it comes to aim. That even 2 players weren't enough to shut him down. So let's see what he can do this round yet again. He's in the focus. He's gonna get faced by a lot of players unless, yeah, of course he does that. He's gonna get back into the connector, trying to clear out the player on mid. Norbert challenged, and he's gonna get taken down. So the lurker there's gone. All the players playing around the A side. Maybe Neelan can deal some damage playing around jungle, but he's not gonna walk through the smoke. Actually, he's just gonna wait in front of it. A massive nade. Freddy Frog now down to 2 HP.
He is still alive. He is going to drop first, but Dezen can trade back. 3 on 2 now as even Separo and X5 might start to get scared. He already coming in, but headshots in return. X5 not known in his position just yet. Smoke on top of the bomb does give them a little bit of just coverage here. But, I mean, X5, he could have seen the feet, doesn't go for the shot, hesitates, and in the end, Dezen comes around the corner. Shooting, headshot comes down, 8-1 now. The lead into halftime already secured. We keep on focusing on Chauzy, who isn't even playing today. But of course, he is a big impact player when it comes down to raw aim for Galaxy Racer. If you guys want to challenge his stats, do head on over to Steam and download 3D Aim. And of course, if you do make it to the top 3 of viewers, then you can also win some great gear over from Razer worth up to 500 euros. And to be honest, like, they have some decent mice. They have a really nice headset as well. I mean, I'm guessing that those things are going to be involved. Not all too bad. But of course, it's not about the gear. It's about improving as well in CS. And that's something that K23 want to do. And I do also have to say, finally, they take a tactical timeout, but they do take 2 back-to-back. I mean, to be honest, Josh, as well, that is the biggest indicator that something is wrong.
Yeah, indeed. Something's wrong. I can feel it right now. Gotta take a deep breath and figure out how they're gonna structure the upcoming round. It's not how they wanted Mirage to play out, and it's just also looking like they're absolutely stunned. So let's wait and see how in the end it's going to turn out for them, for the team, and what they can answer here, because it's really tough to call and what is really going wrong. I feel like a lot of the situations was Freddy Frog, for example, stepping up, just getting these kills, and K23 just unable to challenge him, even when they had 2 players ready, because they often got the entry and they might as well get it this round yet again with the aggression coming in. Fame actually jumping into window really early on, but this time it's actually Pleasant finding the entry for Galaxy Racer. So that is huge, considering that K23, usually they even found those entry frags, but as I say that, they find 2 kills back. Freddy Frog, though, sneaky, going through connector into mid. Grux now also taking on Power, is gonna get the frag, not gonna get refrag. No, he's just winning another aim duel. And honestly, I think a lot of how the game is going right now, a lot of this comes down to aim duels just being won by Galaxy Racer, because K23 not playing that bad as a team. They often find those entries and control over the map, and then they just lose out when it comes to just raw aim. Yeah, you know, they might need some more 3D aim training.
Yeah, but I mean, in the end, they probably should have done that before getting in this game. Because right now, it's just so one-sided. I mean, so many of these duels have just pretty much, I mean, been decided within the first couple of seconds even. Especially the way that a player like Freddy Frog's been going. Dezen now yet again aggressive in towards these apartments. He's done that time and time again, and I just don't know how K23 aren't going to be aware of that. I mean, how many times has Dezen or any other player from Galaxy Racer gone aggressive in towards those B apartments, finds 1, sometimes even 2 kills, and sure, they were trying to rush, but in the end, 1 player falls, you have to keep that rush going, and even now, players out of position, and Pleasant can peek out one by one, and find those kills. So of course it was only the Tech 9s to begin with.
Yeah.
But for the CTs right now, keeping everybody alive as well. They're so aware of where the players are currently at. Grux and Pleasant end this round. And Galaxy Racer sitting so comfortable. And the odds only getting more one-sided, as to be expected as well. I mean, if you really believe in K23, this might be your time to shine, but I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. That's definitely a game which seems to be done and dusted, and even though the odds might seem quite juicy, I just don't believe in K23 right now, and they're not really showing that much to me where I feel like, okay, the comeback can be happening. So it's just the biggest issue. But sometimes game also a bit around confidence. Who knows? Maybe they find this one round which is just needed to get them back to a 5-10. But even now, Fame already down to 9 HP. But Neelan finds the entry. Can they actually finally play around an entry like this? Now B is completely open, and if they go fast, they will figure that out as well. So they might pull the trigger, but Twist at the same time is going to find Norbert. Pleasant already on the B side. They took a bit too long. Now the bomb is finally rotating in, but maybe Pleasant can deal some damage. And no! X5 is going to take him down. And at the same time, Exit Power in a weird spot, lurking with an orb, which you don't usually see. Pure chaos in this round, but it seems like K23, that's finally a much needed round in their favor. But of course, Galaxy Racer, they're still going to attempt, or they might attempt a retake. The time is ticking, and players are moving in. Maybe they just want to look for exits as well. But looks like they're actually out trying.
Yeah, I mean, Neelan's well aware of this, though. Still, Freddy finds that one kill. It is going to be Twist to try and trade, but it will be Fame to hold on for one more. Still, in the end, that one kill does make a difference, because of course it does keep the money desperately low. If they would have found another kill, if Fame would have gone down, the AWP would have been gone, and it would have had even less money to now expend onto rifles. And of course for the CTs, they're good for the rest of this first half as well when it comes down to it. Sure, Twist and Dezen kind of already out dirty, but the rest of the team's still there with money, and they could still then drop weapons around as loss bonus will be mounting as well. Galaxy Racer, though, look at the aggression from Twist here as well. No way. Both players battling in towards mid, but it will be Freddy Frog to trade back onto Norbert. It's now 4-on-4. Except Power already in towards Connector. Focus on the P250. There's no chance up against Freddy Frog. The M4, of course, going to be stronger than a measly P250. However, it's all about Pleasant and Dezen. And they've been so strong over towards B as well, have been challenged before. It just won't be challenged this time out. Straightforward headshots, bomb's going to be dropped. And down to Fame. K23 continue to be a one-hit wonder as they get one more round, but then Galaxy Racer are straight back in.
Whew. I felt like Exit Power, you could feel a bit of tilt happening right now because the way he was pushing down through Connector all on his lonesome. It's not something you usually see from him or any kind of player to play it out like this, especially when the rest of the players are focused around B. Because even as a lurk player, you wouldn't play it like this, and he isn't even lurking for K23. It just felt like a tilt move when he pushed through there and then got taken down, which is of course unfortunate, but shows I think where the mental is at for K23 right now, because might have given up already. They didn't expect the game to go this way, that Galaxy Racer, after the overtime being so close in Inferno, is just gonna dominate them like this on their own map choice. It's just crazy, but I think no one really expected this. Maybe not even Galaxy Racer themselves, as you know, just, yeah. This is just the state of the game at this point. K23, they seem kind of tilted about what is happening right now.
I would be too.
One by one, yes.
I mean, nothing is going right for them, and every single shot hitting its mark on the side of Galaxy Racer. Getting so much time with it as well. Yet again, all 5 players staying alive for the moment. And Zeb Power, I mean, 90 HP, yes. AK, yes. He has a flashbang, yes, of course. But the bomb's dropped. They seem to be well aware of as well. I mean, Twist just holding on to that position. And a flashbang even heading his way. He knows that his days might just get numbered now. As 3 players already pushing in to his position. They've checked in now as well. Spray down good enough for one. But Pleasant is there to trade. And 12 rounds for Galaxy Racer can make it 13 at halftime, and even more one-sided than on their own map pick. 22 odds now for K23.
Yeah, but I think the odds are reflecting how likely it is for K23 to win this game, and there's just no chance. You already see it in the way the players are playing at this point. It doesn't feel like they are even believing in it anymore, and with that scoreline, maybe they're gonna try to just go for a fast play. Maybe that's gonna be the way to just win one more round, but of course, fixing the biggest issue right now, which seems to be the mentality right now, already being like, GG, go next. Let's focus on the upcoming games. The synergy is just not good enough yet, which is absolutely understandable, though. Don't get me wrong, because they have 2 new players added, and they just need to still take the time to work them in. So it's going to be tough, even if they win this round. They got the bomb plant right now. Let's see what Galaxy Racer can do in the retake attempt. Grux actually eats a headshot. Gonna get the second shot from the deagle of Neelan. With this, gonna get taken down. Retake attempt by the rest of the players. Seems to fail. Power standing strong. And he even gets the kill on Twist. Nice shot by him. Dodging out on the op shot to immediately get the headshot going. K23. They are at least securing a 3rd kill. And you can secure 10 euros if you bet 10 euros on Pinnacle with the 421 code. Just gotta use that. Go onto the website you just saw on your screen, tab.gg/welcome. And of course, as a welcome to the second half. It might not be as long considering how the game has been going. I feel like that's going to be over very soon, especially if Galaxy Racer manages to pick up the pistol round win.
Yeah, and that would then also be our series here. We'll have to see, Power. Perfect slow peek there in towards mid, I guess, in towards window. No quick push on that side of the map from Galaxy Racer, but we do have 2 players towards the B apartments. Twist holding onto a mid push, and then also 2 players in Freddy Frog and Grux, especially the bomb, in towards a ramp. And they're expecting aggression from K23, it almost feels like. Right now, that is not coming out just yet. They're expecting much the same as we saw on Inferno. Of course, that's usually not something you see here on Mirage. Late peek, then over towards B. They find the kill into X5 as well. Have they sold it, though? No, they haven't. As Neelan is sticking to the A bomb site, but there is still 3 players towards B. 50 seconds now to go. And a smoke in towards mid. Into top connector. Interesting move right now from Galaxy Racer, because of course that gives them a chance to load the bases. Twist peeking in towards short, taking out Fame, and all of a sudden the A bomb site is open as well. Neelan still deep into CT. Of course, he's just waiting for rotations to try and work together. Norbert has a kit, so they have time. But they need to get there first.
Yeah, and look at Twist as well. He heard the player on short. He's gonna figure out where Esports is, and he's the final player alive, so they already hunt him down with the information they've gotten. This round is done. 30-3. Galaxy Racer, they're gonna run away with this one for sure. Yeah. K23, they're gonna go for a force buy next round. What's there left to do anyway? So might just buy into it either way. And yeah, if Galaxy Racer picks that one up, you normally go for an eco. Who knows? K23 might just force up yet again, just to try and see what happens.
Yeah, just because the margin is just so high that the likelihood of you coming back is just so low as well. And Galaxy Racer, yeah, their stats here on Mirage aren't exactly great, but they've just been by far the better team on this map. And K23, to be honest, I just don't know how they even won 7 out of 8 games in their 3-month history on Mirage, because they're just getting plucked off bit by bit by bit. Never really had a chance, even on the T side. Didn't really have any tactical depth. To be honest, that pistol round from Galaxy Racer just now had more tactical depth to it than all of K23's T side. Because all they did was just, let's try and pressure B. Let's try and pressure A. They just never did anything. Like, we saw more set smokes in the past 2 rounds from Galaxy Racer than we saw from K23 in the entire first half. And that's tough.
Yeah, it's very tough. It's very tough. Either it's one of these days, or I don't know, maybe they just need to, yeah, of course, play around the new players. I guess Adrian and Mo, they also, of course, were experienced players previously on K23. they just added so much to their team, to the team too, with their experience and knowledge, and leading as well, of course. So them missing might also be another big difference for K23 as well. But it's just looking rough for their team as of right now.
Yeah, of course, for anybody just joining us, this is map 2 in the best of 3. Galaxy Racer did win their own map pick, and right now we're on the map pick of K23. Doesn't seem like it, I know, but the 14-3 scoreline is surely deserved as K23 just kind of, well, stopped going for kills at stages. Sometimes they had entries, same as right now with Norbert, and this might be a decent chance for them to at least make it 4 in this one. And who knows, they might still be able to find some sort of advantage here on the CT side, but Plessen now chiming in with that Mach 10. And if Norbert drops, all of a sudden, life can get very difficult yet again for the CTs, as now they're locked back out from this bomb site. Plessen, close range in towards window, is going to drop to X5. That's information that Galaxy Racer can certainly work with. Just as we say that, the headshots start coming in again.
Ooh. That's around 4K23. Not much hope for them, although they are able to pick up to AKs. 414 now, Galaxy Racer. I mean, they got the bomb plant down, looking at the money. They could even just force up into this round. It wouldn't be a perfect buy. Freddy Frog probably gonna go for a Galil, maybe even a Mach 10. Actually gets an AWP dropped over. So now what will Twist actually have? Oh, I guess just a Tech 9. Alright. Guess Twist is gonna take over more of a supportive role this round, or is just gonna be the one jumping in aggressively somewhere. No, he's gonna support Freddy Frog here in mid, and he does quite successfully. Freddy Frog is finding the initial kill, and Twist is following up with the Tech 9 kill before he falls. Norbert here trying to deal some damage yet again, tries to get a 2k because he needs to bring it back to an even player count. Can't get it. It's gonna fall back. 3-on-2 in favor of Galaxy Racer for them to get onto match point. They're gonna pick up the bomb. They're gonna move their way towards B as there's no player over there, and they might just figure it out. They don't know yet, of course, but Dezen already dropping down towards side. And at that point, when the bomb is planted, when Galaxy Racer has all the control around the B side, we know this map is gonna be done. K23 without a chance.
Yeah, I mean, a 15th here certainly coming up, and there will be 11 rounds to try and close things out. And sure, Galaxy Racer, they might have had difficulties trying to close earlier. They might have had difficulties trying to close out maps before in the past. But surely 11 rounds are going to be enough for them to make it happen here. All the money in the world, all the rounds in the world to work with. And of course, on the other side, the money is gone. And I think that's the most difficult part of this one as well. Of course, for you guys, it won't be the last game of the day. We do still have 2 games coming up on this stream. And then, of course, we also do have the B stream over at Teb TV 3. And of course, you can bet on any of these games over at Pinnacle. Head to teb.gg/fall and use code fall21 to get €10 back when you bet €10 as well. And of course, with that right now, it is 15-4, and Grux already opening it back up. A Tech 9, a 5-7, an MP9, and a FAMAS, and a bunch of kills for Galaxy Racer right now, as X5 is going to collect with his FAMAS. But Josh, this one's done.
Yeah, pretty much done. Neil and Cod with his pants down, throwing out a nades, 2 players, FAMAS and an MP9, X5 down to 39 HP. We know where this is going. 16-4, what an impressive score by Galaxy Racer. Definitely something we didn't expect. Well, of course, a good start for them.
Yeah, the perfect start to, of course, start into this main Swiss stage. Maybe even the chance then for them to continue into the main playoffs. Of course, those are going to be starting next week as well. And with that right now, though, it is going to be X5, maybe even holding on for 1 round longer, even though, of course, Freddy Frog alongside Plessen, he's had a very, very strong day. Him and Plessen both finding 26 kills each. And at the end of it, it is going to be 16-4 here for Galaxy Racer. And of course, with that, a 2-0 already here in the best of 3. And what a game as well. It goes to OT on the map pick of Galaxy Racer, of the Swedes. And all of a sudden, on K23's map pick, they're not even able to win consecutive rounds. They were only able to win 4 single rounds throughout the entire map.
Yeah, that has been a crazy final map to go with 2-0 for Galaxy Racer, putting themselves into a perfect position here to also, of course, get one step closer to playoffs. I don't even know what to say about like K23's performance. Of course, they still had a solid one on Inferno, but especially the CT side was lacking, and it just seemed like the team play wasn't there. And then, of course, the question: what is the actual issue with them right now? Is it that Adrian and Mood? I mean, could be that they just had so much experience they were bringing in for the team and leadership, which is just now all gone, and the players being really lost, or if it's just them adding 2 new players and they just need to build up the synergy now with these players as well, which of course also is a massive change and might also change your play style. A lot has been going wrong for the team when it just comes to simple team play, and that's the main issue and something they quickly need to start working on as well.
Yeah, and I think that's the main part there as well. I think it is a mix of both as well. Losing players that brought structure, that have been playing CS for literal ages. I think Adren was in CS for the past 10 years as well. So I think with that as well, bringing in 2 new guns. Yes, even though Galaxy Racer, they were out today with a stand-in, Freddy Frog has been with them before, and he's been with them for ages as well. So of course, he knows how the team plays. And he just brought in a big performance as well, which I'm not sure if Chelsea would have even also dropped 26 kills. But at the same time, it was a strong game from them in general. However, for the 2 of us, this won't be it. We do have a little bit of a longer break now before we get going once more. Endpoint up against Unique, and that will be starting in just about 50 minutes time, so we'll see each other again in about 45 as we then head to the next pre-game. So stick with us here. Best to head over to the B stream, as I think their best of 3 is still going. We'll see you on the other side.
We all have them. We all hate them. Unnecessary defeats. I'm talking about the defeats where you know you're better. You know you're winning. Until I should have been more focused. No. Scratch all the excuses and focus on the next game. And this time, awaken the GOAT in you. Oh my God, he's got a 4!
way harder when they move. Holy. Should have had some warm-up before this. Which one to shoot? Ah, oh, I have to reload. Okay, so clearly I have bullets. Better not miss them. I'm starting to get it.
Be better at this one. Well. Ja, gut.
My worst one, this one. Oh.
Welcome back to the Pinnacle Fall Series 2 with the Swiss Round 1. My name is Joshua Ben Sanctuary Keller, and I'm joined by Tyler Phelan. And how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I mean, that first game kind of went by in a breeze. We went to a OT on the first map, and then all of a sudden it was 16-4 on the second. I mean, theoretically, same potential here. I don't know. I mean, I have my favorite for this one. We can take a look at the current standings here. All the teams are currently 1-0. And also, I mean, Skades seem to have conceded even less rounds than Galaxy Racer did in their game.
Yeah, Skate, definitely interesting lineup to look at. Obviously, when in this group at the RMR event as well, where I think they beat Fiend, who then still made top 2 as well, but they're showing a lot of potential as well in the lineup, so I'm not surprised seeing them first. But we, of course, going to focus on Endpoint against Team Unique, the team of the UK against the team of Kazakhstan. And interestingly enough today, though, as Richie is standing in for Thomas, we end up having Endpoint as kind of a European roster, of course, but only temporarily. So same thing with, like, for example, Fnatic, who suddenly ended up being a UK roster. But yeah, Richie is standing in here. He is, of course, from Belgium. We have Mighty Max and Serial and Bros, who was missing at the major, and is really the player to look at, of course, when it comes to the Endpoint roster, and of course crucial. He not being at the major was actually huge, because if there's one player to watch on the side of Endpoint, it is definitely Boros.
Yeah, we'll have to see how, of course, they stack up today as Unique on the other side. They've made some changes as well in their own ranks, but at the same time, of course, we kind of know Unique. They've generally also been more or less the quiet team. Of course, the X100 Ping Gods team, Duke for Sorrow, Winter, Smiley, and Iceman. They generally keep on the down low, but they can certainly show up today in general as well. We do have to say that, of course, I mean, Endpoint surely the stronger team out of both, but we'll have to see, of course, how both teams stack up. We will have the vetoes coming up as well. And first of all, Nuke being banned out by Endpoint, Vertigo on the other side. Not really the biggest surprises there.
Yeah, Nuke is the must ban for Endpoint. They literally never play it. Dust 2 now here is an interesting pick, because I would say that's like the second worst map for Endpoint in the solid map for the side of Team Unique. And then we have Overpass and Mirage Band ending up on Ancient. And yeah, looking at this veto, I think there's a good chance, even though Endpoint is the clear favorite for me too, that we could end up with Ancient. It's really coming down to Dust 2, honestly, where the question is how well can Endpoint perform, even though they seem to have not that much practice on the map, because they prefer to rather avoid it. Of course, also with the changes made to Dust 2 as well, that switches up a lot throughout the map, because it's much more CT-sided now.
Yeah, I'm still going to go out on a limb and just say, okay, well, still Endpoint are going to have a good game on Dust 2, because in the end for Unique, yeah, sure, they do have a decent win rate on it, but when you actually look at those results, a lot of those are 16-14, a lot of the times they're actually going into overtime, and that surely is going to be a struggle.
Yeah, I agree.
And that also against teams that are generally, I'd say, weaker as well in comparison to Endpoint. So I think that's one part of it as well. We'll just have to see how all of that goes, but yeah. Right now, it's all about, of course, who can show up, who doesn't, how does a stand-in affect them, how much will Thomas, of course, be missing. They're coming off the back of a title, so I mean, Endpoint's confidence should be there. They did win their own national championship, so of course, with that being UK's strongest team, I think for the 6th time in a row, we'll have to see if they can also be among the top in Europe. But of course, they might also be practicing using 3D aim training. You never know. We sure have some stats on them later on as well. If you guys want to challenge the guys, though, do head over to Steam, download 3D aim trainer. It is free. And sure, it might be similar to some of the other practice games that we also know. But at the same time, I think it brings a little bit more into it, because it does have a bigger focus on the rankings as well. And you can compare it to other players. You can compare it to other pros as well. And of course, then you could also share it on your social media platforms with your nicknames, and with a little bit of luck involved as well. You guys could be going home with some new Razer gear, altogether worth up to 500 euros as well. So I mean, a nice little prize. If you're still playing on a keyboard that's not mechanical, if you're playing on an old mouse that, I don't know, somebody just gifted to you or that came with your PC, upgrading to a newer mouse might also help you play even better in the long run.
Yeah, if you still wait, how are they? Do you remember the mice with how are they called? They had a big ball at the side. I don't know. I remember because there was a League of Legends pro actually playing with them. I think trackball or something. Yeah, if you play with a mouse like this, probably not the best for CS:GO. Might want to upgrade. I can't imagine anyone playing with that mouse. I don't think they're actually getting produced anymore. But we are in the game right now. We are live, and well, Endpoint opening it up with an early kill. Mighty Max picking that one up as they use that pressure they are putting on A right now to rotate back towards B fast, throwing in the smokes as well. And considering that only Duke is there, it should be an easy round for Endpoint, unless he steps up, and he might as well do so. Almost looking like it, but never mind that. Richie at the same time also lurking on the A side, keeping up the pressure over there. And it is an easy pistol round here for Endpoint.
Yeah. In the end, kind of the whole pistol round just went in a blur. 3 quick kills. And sure, they were able to trade back for 1. But at the same time, over towards A, for these two guys, just kind of hold on. Especially if you have body armor, if you have dualies, Winter has a kit as well. Surely helps out in that regard, and at least be a little bit more competitive in the next rounds to come. But at the same time, Endpoint, can't really blame them for trying to hunt down, because of course right now, as the focus is being pulled by Surreal, Crucial is also going to be pushing in. And he will still fall at the end, so the dualies will survive this whole ordeal. But Endpoint grabbing a pistol is important. Of course, it is their own map pick, so you'd expect them to kind of have the early advantage. But working with that is even more important. We saw earlier as well, sure, pistols in general are very important for you. But if we consider what K23 did earlier, winning 3 out of 4 pistols and still losing 19-16 and 16-14, wasn't exactly their best performance off the back of those.
Yeah, indeed, that's true. I mean, pistol rounds generally just not really telling that much. Obviously, it's important rounds, but in the end, fire rounds is gonna matter much more here. Endpoint now just cleaning up house. Team Unique with an attempt taking over banana control. Some utility and players just rushing through a smoke. Didn't work out, but I like that they tried that. It's worth a try. Endpoint just coming out of this with the kill advantage. Winter actually just barely staying alive on 1 HP. And the players just staying on B. At best, they can even hold on to that Deagle, Scout, and Kevlar, because they will not look to rebuy in the next round for sure. They will just try to stick to these guns. Gonna be interested to see if Endpoint is gonna go for the hunt, but normally they shouldn't, due to the fact that they heavily invested into this round. They have 2 Galils, they have an AK and a Mac-10. So A, you don't even want to give this away, and B, of course, you also don't want to rebuy into the next round. So they might not heavily commit to the hunt here, although there are 2 players pushing up on Banana. And Winter with 1 HP. See if he at least gets 1. He knows that there's a player there, and he's actually gonna... Wow. Wait, was that the bomb that killed him?
It looked like it. At least it didn't see anything else on our kill feed. So, I mean... that was one insane bomb radius. Yeah. I'm actually interested to see if... did they plant it maybe at the like in the corner, like the safe plant, and then it reaches him? I did not think that was possible.
Yeah, same. I'm very surprised.
Well, we'll see if that ever happens again. Either way, right now, of course, it is just a couple of upgraded pistols and a scout. And for Endpoints, I mean, they have pretty much everything, but at the same time, those Deagles, Sorrow already finding Richie. In the meantime, over towards B, showing presence. The bomb is still down in towards ramp, but Crucial and Borage already holding on. Big point is still Winter. Has a Galil, and could have maybe even still faced in towards mid, but right now, As the smoke is dissipated towards CT, they do still have a smoke to re-smoke, and Boros does have one more as well. Not aware of Sorrow. How is he even still alive? Finally now finding the headshot. Is at least a Galil out for him as well if he wants to save. Of course, a buy imminent in that next round anyway, so they might as well just try and keep going.
Yeah,
No,
indeed.
I wouldn't even be mad if they just saved the Galils.
It would be fine, but it's also not an optimal gun, and they most likely just want to upgrade it to M4, so just hunting down the members' endpoint and just taking the guns away they have also would be a solid try here, especially now when Cyril might try to escape. You can try to take him down, but there's another player ready. Winter was covering towards the A side from CT. Can't go for the replay here. Frag here is gonna stick to the Galil. Gonna be interested to see if he actually keeps that one. It looks like it.
Yeah, I think 3 rounds straight off the start for the CTs as well is just great for endpoint. Oh, sorry, for the T's, of course. It's just great for endpoint just because they can start off strongly, have plenty amount of money as well on the side already. And in the end, just the early pace here as well from Mighty Max. Taking control. Banana is theirs, and this is a little bit reminiscent of K23 on the side of Inferno as well. Just kind of saying, well, okay, if you guys want control, just take it. We'll just lay back and see what you make from it. And if we concede a couple of headshots, then I guess you're just the better team. I like the fact that they take quick control, though, from endpoint.
Yeah, I agree. And Team Unique right now, they have a hard time to even respond to that. They kind of just forfeited. We've seen this before, earlier today.
Yeah, it's something about CIS and Inferno CT sides being super defensive, and on other maps, they just tend to over-aggress as well, which I never understand because they then never really find a balance. And Nade is great as both players ward towards that corner. Smiley just about got out, but Sorrow took so much damage there. It's time to make a move, and Surreal finding Sorrow. Headshot's a little bit overkill after that nade, but even here, Iceman being burned a little bit by his teammate's Molotov, but in the end still finding a kill. And the T's now going over towards A though, where it is kind of only Winter remaining, and even he's far, far back in towards Library.
Yeah,
just about to come back out, and Surreal is just a second quicker, and so is Crucial. And yeah, it's just a shooting gallery, just too easy.
They gave up all the control, and on the rotation towards B, there are, on the rotation towards A, there was already a player ready to just say hello. I said now belongs to the organization of Endpoint. Have a nice day. Get the plant down, get those 2 kills. And the rest of the players here on the side of Team Unique now, the best they can do, obviously, just save the AK and the M4. Interestingly enough, now we come back to the fact that Winter didn't upgrade the Galil and he kept with it. So they're saving 2 rifles, and Winter is going to have enough money thanks to the Galil save too. So they can actually easily buy into the next round nevertheless. You can see right now with the money coming in, Duke and Iceman, they can just drop rifles themselves. And what you can do, of course, is go onto tab.gg 3D aim trainer to contest Maka's flicking skills right here, as he's making it in the top 0.8% on the platform.
Well, and then you guys can also hopefully, well, for one part, get into the top 3 of viewers and then grab a couple of points there to then maybe even win some gear from Razor. And at the same time, of course, I mean, we've seen for most of these stats from pros, kind of like top 1% is generally like that gap where then you are a pro. It's like top 1, top 0.8% is generally that mark.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, who knows? You guys might just be the next pro as well. Especially, I think some of our younger viewers can certainly still get there. Oh, yeah, and still the information here. Sorrow, in the end, information is the only thing that he profits from that. The damage went the other way.
Still interesting though that Team Unique didn't end up buying up, but I guess they also want to work around an AWP, which just wasn't affordable. So let's see how much. Oh wow, how much damage they can deal with their guns. But it seems like, well, Winter at least picked up 2 kills. That's the damage. Nice headshot by Zoro. The body shot's not being as effective, so he knew, okay, even if it's close range, let's aim for the head. So 3 kills coming through here. Quite decent for Endpoint, as the odds overall, of course, in their favor, especially on Inferno, their own map pick.
I think right now the bigger point is as well, sure, it is 5-0 now for Endpoint. This buy round very, very important for Unique. If they don't make it happen here, then of course it will probably be at least 7-0 for Endpoint.
Yeah.
And then we do see it quite a lot at this level of play, that one team does go 5, 6, 7-0 before the other team can even respond. This time out, it will be Smiley as well to find the first kill up against Boros. But that's still not going to guarantee them the round. I think that's the more important part here as well, that Endpoint, with their entries, especially towards the A-bomb site, have been very, very strong, just finding quick headshots and being agile with the AKs.
There's, of course, a good start, and that's why they were saving in the last round. They're already showing and proving that it was important for them to get this up, at least till now, as 2 players are going to get picked off. Duke needs to step up, but Richie is going to get the refrag after Cyril fell. And Cyril, of course, getting the information for his teammates with the refrag, opens up the A side fully, because now all the players left on the side of Team Unique were on B. So an easy plant here, Endpoint making quick business of this round despite being down a player, despite Boros falling early on to the hands of Smiley, who can at least save the AWP, which seems to be super important for Unique and their game plan. They were able to get the entry with it earlier. This round didn't help them to actually win it. Maybe they get the attempt going for the next one, as Endpoint goes up to 6.
Yeah, first of all, we'll have to clear up why they're a man short.
Yeah.
And hopefully we'll actually have a technical for that. And we will. So yeah, I mean, it's 6-0 right now. Let's hope that it is just a good old classic, I don't know, timeout. Somebody pull the power plug and he'll be back in a second.
Or restarting
not something
CSGO.
longer.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the end, I think the fact that they get started with a 6-0 start. Sure, it is their own map pick. But right now, just skill-wise as well, the kills, how quickly they're getting them, there's just worlds between both teams.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Endpoint coming in as the clear favorite. Inferno, the map pick, but Ancient, you would imagine them, especially with the stand and being on the side of Endpoint as well, and then them having, well, what you would think more synergy, just having the full lineup, and Richie needs to kind of like fill the gaps. Doesn't necessarily know all the strats Endpoint is using either, and you kind of just gotta walk him around, tell him what he has to do. You would think that Ancient might have a better shot here, even on Inferno. That might just come down to Dust 2 later on, where I definitely have them as a favorite, although with Endpoint's general strength and experience, I wouldn't even be surprised if they can take a map off Ancient there on Dust 2 as well, as we are still waiting.
Yeah, I mean, we did at least get the info on Boros timing out. Mighty Max also communicating that he is back on the TeamSpeak and he is actually coming back on the server. So we should be resuming shortly, and he is here now as well. So everybody back and equipped. 7th round about to resume. And the buy isn't exactly great for Team Unique.
Yeah.
It's just kind of whatever you can jumble together and just kind of get the best of it as you still save money to then be able to buy in round number 8. Which, of course, with that will be 7-0, presumably. But yeah, we'll just have to see. I mean, there's 2 MP9s. Sorrow also has a deagle next to his MP9. The AK from Iceman could be important, but the only kill that he's gotten thus far was that close one on B when they tried to push through a smoke, and that was just reckless in the end.
Yeah.
And they didn't win a round thus far, so stack towards A. Big focus on actually maybe even pushing in towards mid, and right now, no spot on that just yet. Surreal is the first to drop. Iceman finds the next one. The AK is so important. Smiley continues onto Richie, and all of a sudden, the round crumbles. And it is looking like a first round for Team Unique. Unless they can actually fight back into this. They're cut off from the bomb for the moment. Boris will drop here as well. Mighty Max at least able to trade. And Smiley on 1 HP. Could still be dangerous. Winter has heard him though. Mighty Max isn't going to be aware of this. Better question is, does Winter check to his right if he goes back out? Doesn't even need it. Smiley on 1 HP. Grabs that final kill. First round for Unique. Important here as well after 6 in a row for Endpoint.
Yeah, and that actually was a bit of a surprise in how they just played this aggressively. I was about to say that it seems like Unique, they're just saving up a lot, getting really predictable as well. But this one is something no one saw coming here. Endpoint definitely didn't. Just pushing out on mid with a strat you usually see very often in the pistol round. Of course, you can be a little bit more reckless and try crazy things when you have a kind of a force buy and you just save the AWP and the AK, or actually was just a semi-buy to save up money, which of course also means now they have a lot of money stacked up too, thanks to winning out of that buy. But it was very, very, very well played, using the AWP to just hold down mid to make sure those players can actually safely push in and then catch Endpoint off guard. And then it got even more awkward because when Team Unique found all those kills, the bomb was still dropped towards the stairs. So Boris and his teammate couldn't just run towards the B side, get a plant and work from there. No, they actually had to get back and take back the bomb. And that was the big issue for Endpoint. In this round as well, with the aggression coming out from Team Unique. So I really like this, and now they're playing a bit more passive again, but for now they have a good read here. They have 4 players on A, so if Endpoint commits to this right away, Team Unique is ready, but it seems like Endpoint is just slowing it down, and with that, Team Unique might also have 1 player fall back, although Smiley plays quite aggressive with the AWP, so the 2 players here on long could go for a quick rotation, but it might not even be needed, because Mighty Max now is going to get taken down. Duke just peeking out with perfect timing, and that was a clean up by Team Unique. Super fast, just peeking out at the right time. Good read, Endpoint no clue, and incredibly well played here by the players from Kazakhstan.
Yeah, matter of 3 seconds, 5 kills as quickly as that, and in the end now, 2 rounds already for Team Unique. Of course, for Endpoint, they can buy up straight again. We'll have 2 Galils alongside 2 AKs and an AWP, but it is still dangerous and all about just how strong Unique can be in this one. I mean, they're pretty much fully equipped. They have 4 AKs and AWP in there as well. Plenty of money sitting on the side, so Unique aren't going to have any problems in that regard anytime soon. This first little bit of damage does go for the advantage of Endpoints. However, counter nades also coming out, and right now, yet again, 3 players in towards B. Now the aggressive peak. This is the aggression that we were waiting for. Iceman as well, alongside Smiley. It is working out so perfectly. Ooh. And it did take them just about 5-6 seconds, 5 or 6 rounds to sort themselves out. Yes. And again, Surreal and Richie, just those 2 remaining, and they're on opposite sides of the map.
Indeed, Smiley was even adding another one onto that, just shooting through the smoke, and I think it was Mighty Max he caught out as well, just bringing it down to 2 players, and now it's all down to Surreal, and it would be Surreal if he gets the round, but of course no chance here. Team Unique staying alive with 4 of the players, which is of course big points for the money as well, but I love what I'm seeing right now from their team, the aggression coming out on Banana, taking back control later into the round, committing those many players, but Endpoint just didn't expect it, didn't see that coming, and that also was due to the fact that so far Unique didn't do that a lot. And Endpoint, they weren't ready. They were thinking, okay, we slowly walk up towards Banana, we set up our smokes, there's no chance Team Unique is pushing, because they generally just don't do it. They generally don't play this aggressive. Suddenly they do. It seems like now they finally found the right way to actually play this game, as they throw nades and just peek towards Banana, take late control yet again. They weren't doing it early on already. They were just waiting for Endpoint to walk in, and they get those 2 quick kills. Of course, Endpoint without a lot of money, but still, it's great to see what Unique is suddenly pulling out right here.
Yeah, just going forward, I thought, well, okay, Endpoint right now is 6-0, sitting comfortably, no problem whatsoever. But all of a sudden, Unique turn up. And yet again, keeping everybody alive. That is so much money for Winter, Smiley, Sorrow, everybody already sitting at $9,000. Will be up above 12,000 after the end of this round. And sure, Duke Visora doesn't have as much, but with him surviving for the moment, that's also 1 full buy already in his pocket. The rest of the team has plenty of it.
Yeah.
And well, if Endpoints win this round, then they'll still have to deal with a buy from Unique for at least the next 3. And I think that's the most insane part, is of course loss bonus will be on top of that, so will pretty much be the remaining rounds of this first half, where they could just say, okay, we'll buy, we'll keep them on point. And Endpoint right now, struggling to grab the lead towards halftime.
Yeah, indeed. It's just really, really crazy how Team Unique has been building money, and that on the CT side, that they can buy this many rounds in a row. So many players, over $12,000 on the CT side. It's just crazy. That also shows their dominance in this recent rounds, and of course they don't want to stop here. They just want to take another round yet again, going for the banana control, where Endpoint seems to have a lot of problems. Mighty Max already down to 8 HP, but at least Endpoint was answering with a good amount of damage onto 3 of the players of Unique, and so far no player falling, no real information about how much damage has been dealt. So of course that means now Endpoint reconsidering, okay, banana control, we gotta forfeit that to Team Unique. Let's move over towards the A side. Let's see what we can do from there. Smiley also up on the wall. Will Endpoint expect this? I mean, it's a tough position. Smiley needs to get the kill quickly and drop down. He doesn't get the kill. Information given away. He's gonna get the tag though, and it's gonna finally kill Mighty Max.
Yeah, just yet again, finding an early kill like that is gonna put a stop to the push in towards Banana from Endpoint, as now over towards A. 1 smoke out did bind Sorrow back in towards a long off angle for him. Surreal though finds the kill. Now the pressure is mounting for Duke Visora, and Winter still here towards A. 4 players wrapping around the A bomb site now as well. Molotov in towards Pit, and Winter holding on. So is Duke Visora for the moment, as it will be back down to a 2-on-2. How is Richie still alive at 1 HP? It'll be tough for him to actually keep that going as well. At least Unique, they don't have a nade to take him out. With that smoke though, only a telling fact that maybe there won't be anybody towards Pit. Maybe both players are towards the bomb site. I'm assuming that Iceman will pull the focus towards his direction first. However, Smiley chimes in for 1, only Richie to drop though. And Crucial still alive, but not for long, as Smiley brings it through, and I'm not sure who is the Iceman, player or Smiley right now, with the defuse coming through as well. Ready to tie things up now.
That was such an incredible close round. Tension, you could feel it, but of course with that said, we talked about Unique's economy the previous rounds. It's still easy for them, despite losing 4 players, to buy up, and even afterwards they have so much money, as you can see. Yeah, Smiley, especially this 5-7 shot, it had to be on point here, drawing out the pistol. The bomb was ticking super fast. Winter now, early on, going down to 24 HP. Endpoint with a lot more early aggression, but Iceman lines them up. Team Unique with another great start into the round, but of course Endpoint doesn't let them stop that for now. Not gonna get stopped. They're gonna keep up the pressure. Winter and Smiley, they're low on HP. They're easy frags. You hit the timing right, especially Surreal here to finish one of them off. The bomb now moving in as well. Sorrow, man with full HP behind the bomb, behind the smoke. He's gonna stop the plant. Richie here. Gonna get interrupted, gonna get slowed down. That's gonna buy some time as well for Winter to get in position, as he Now pulled off the rotation too. Richie needs to invest another smoke.
At least they have that smoke to work with.
Yeah.
Counter flash, Winter bringing in Sorrow. Both players blind for the moment. How does he even get that much time? Surreal in the end. Oh, pretty much found out in the open with his pants down, but Richie will find the double. Both headshots in the spray down, and it will be a 7th round. 5 rounds in a row for Unique, and Endpoint can finally end this madness. However, we've talked about the money. Josh, it is not looking good whatsoever.
Yeah, it just doesn't stop. Unique can go for another buy and with this round still being so close and Richie clutching it out. Of course, was incredible here, as we can see it yet again. Both of the players have been low, but even then he hits the headshots with the spray down as well as the lineup too. But Endpoint had one player in Richie staying alive. So if Unique wins around now right away, Endpoint's money, yet again, gonna be in a tough situation. But they open it up, Serial surviving on 9 HP, but he gets the frag. That is super important. Duke here peeking out.
As well.
Yeah, he wasn't ready for so many players being this far up and long. Now it's all down to Sora and Serial peeking in early, so it doesn't really matter that he has 9 HP. So this time Endpoint immediately able to follow up and make sure to win the round, because after such a dominant start, they have been looking quite shaky. Even the previous round they have won just has been insanely close too, with the bomb plant 4 against 2 players. Unique decides, okay, this is all time to save with the money they still have left. It's gonna be enough for the next round anyways, as they have been in such a great position. And they want to continue their comeback, getting so close and catching up with Endpoint's scoreline. But they definitely won't in this half.
So with that, Smiley and Iceman both staying alive. Duke Fisura will need a drop for one of his teammates, but of course Smiley does have him covered on that. $10,000 still in his pockets. And of course, round number 14 is going to be coming up. Take a look at the stats for Groose here from Apex. Just outside of the top 1%, but still far up there when it comes down to flicking. And of course, you guys can join in as well if you head on over to 3D Aim. You can download that from Steam and then get involved. And of course, I mean, if you get to the top 3, some great gear from Razer is going to be waiting for you guys, up to 500 euros of gear to be found. All of that, of course, linked below. And right now, Smiley just narrowly missing out on that opener. However, the damage is still going to be set thanks to the nades.
Yeah. Bomb left. Back towards the stairs. Endpoint. Just want to see if they can find an opener on one of the sides. But right now, Team Unique isn't giving the opportunity over to Endpoint as they pick up the bomb now, moving towards the B side. And the interesting fact here is that Team Unique, they have 3 players ready. They have a good read on this right now, but will it be enough to also shut down the players? The nade has been huge here, bringing down Mighty Max to just 16 HP. And now Duke, is he gonna go for the spray through the smoke? No, he's gonna wait to spot out Mighty Max. Easy kill for him. Smiley already got a kill on the op as well. Now Duke is finally taken down. Can Endpoint run them over on the B side, or will they get hold of Soros there as well? So he's gonna get refragged by Richie. 2 on 2, 14 HP on Richie. Bomb plant coming through.
Boros as well will be so important. I think he just about let the first player walk past, but Winter, it's going to catch him off guard. It will be the headshot from him in the second as well, as Richie drops. Second potential clutch for Richie, but he drops this time. And it will be a 6th round for Unique. Game possible to be as tight as it can be with an 8-7. We never know. But of course, with the money, Endpoint can afford to buy another round. Of course, so can Unique with just winning that one and having money in reserves. When it comes down to odds, of course, Endpoint still favored. And if you guys head on over to teb.gg, well, you guys can also enter there and with code FALL21, you guys can also grab a free 10 euros if you guys want to. If you bet 10 euros as well, at the same time, of course, bet responsibly. Never bet more than you're ready to lose, as it is always a game of chance. However, technical pause yet again, and it seems like it's more or less the same problem as we had earlier.
Yeah, Boros yet again disconnecting, reconnecting, I guess, again, having small issues, which I hope...
It's always difficult, especially when you're, of course, further away than the rest of your teammates, and he is still a young lad, of course, at 17. And then, yeah. Playing from Jordan is, of course, a little bit more difficult with the connections in comparison to being in the rest of mainland Europe. But he is back quickly, and then we can resume a little bit more quicker than we can last time out. To be honest, though, a lot of the times, some of these players from further away probably still have better connections than some German teams.
Oh, yeah, I agree. German internet.
Because sometimes you can live in the center of a city and still not have internet.
Yeah. German internet, absolutely terrible. It has been getting a bit better recently, but even then, it shouldn't even get to the point where it's just so unstable in a lot of places. It's quite saddening, but whatever. That's how it is. Because a lot of, obviously, a lot of those countries who didn't have great internet till the recent years, they were able when they were actually, building it up, gaining the development on it, they were able to get the newest lines and everything. So that's why their internet is just so great. But yeah, let's look at what Endpoint can do out of this final round of the half. Yet again, going for a similar default as they have been doing the rounds before. And Team Unique, actually, at this point, they've put down so much pressure that I'm actually completely fine with them playing this passive. They now put the pressure on Endpoint and be like, yeah, come at us. We're not scared of you anymore. They have been taking a lot of control in the previous rounds, and Endpoint knows this and has to respect this too. And now they are grouping up, pushing towards B. Will they get the frags this time? Team Unique doesn't have three players there. It's only two, and one of them already falling. Duke pushing the smoke. How much damage can he deal? Not enough. It's just gonna get refragged, only getting one frag for his team. It's a 3-on-3, yes. But Endpoint in the perfect position, the prime position to close out the first half on a 9-6.
Yeah, I think at the same time, still, Duke Visera shouldn't even have gotten one kill from that position where he pushed in from. In the end, he did get a little bit lucky. It did work out for him. Right now, Winter and Sorrow still trying to get back in. Lots of damage towards Richie. Winter can find that kill as well. It's now crucial trades back, though, and with that, time is of the essence, and right now it's running out. Sure, Sorrow still finds one. No idea where Surreal is at, though. And with that, the bomb is already advanced too far. It will be a 9th round for Endpoint. And, well, with that, 9-6, as you said, perfectly fine, I think, for both teams even. And moving in towards that second half, it's all about how well can Unique get started in towards the second on their own T side now.
A pissed round is going to be essential, especially for Team Unique. They could close this out 2-0, considering how they have been playing just recently throughout this map. Because Endpoint, they had, of course, this great start, stringing together 6 rounds in a row, getting this huge lead, and then Unique slowly but surely coming back with the pistol round and the confidence they have built up. And actually noticing, hey, we can beat Endpoint on their map pick as well. It could mean a lot to them. And right now, Surreal focuses onto their player around mid. All of the other players are able to get through second mid unspotted, but Endpoint get enough information out of Banana that they know this is coming. They know all the players are on second mid. They will surely be ready for those players dropping out of Abs, but will they hit their shots?
Oh, the flashbang comes in, and with that now, it's all about that push. Crucial. Does hit 2 as well, dropping down, and in the end, it is going to be a third from him as well. Tries to go for a knife kill, but it will be Mighty Max to find Smiley in the end. And all going to be down to Sorrow, all by his lonesome. Now, of course, has already been spotted out. Richie finds the final kill. But the triple from Crucial as they dropped down was just perfect. And in the end, I would have loved to see a knife kill from him as well. Well, that's how quick it can go in a pistol round. As you said, they were perfectly prepped for it. The flash didn't really seem to affect Crucial.
Yeah, lines them up. And then the knife.
I mean, the attempt was great when you're out of bullets.
Yeah.
Rather than reloading, just go for a knife kill, especially if they're close range. Crucial, we saw you kill that chicken, though. And that immediately just reverses any good omen that you had going forward.
True, true. The console has decided you are not worthy of the victory. You just killed a chicken.
So, at least here, no early control from Unique in towards Banana. Boros does still have a smoke in hand, but right now is going to be falling back. Smoke, of course, can buy him time here in towards Banana. That seems to be the plan as well. However, of course, the FAMAS doesn't really have the highest rate of fire. Can get difficult in the meantime. Mighty Max has found 2 from behind with the MP9. Boris is good enough to hold on for 2, and Duke Vasora, it's all about this bomb plant. And he takes just a little bit too long for it. Would have needed to plant immediately, was then weary of the players pushing in from Banana, and then the timing was already gone.
Yeah.
Good point for Endpoint as well, because otherwise, Team Unique would have had just that tad extra cash, but then an AWP would have been in contention with body armor rather than now glass cannon with Smiley, and also a bunch more utility in comparison to what they're fielding right now.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. They were really close to the bomb plant. If you immediately decide to play in this, place the bomb in a safe position, go for the plant and stick to it, you might as well get it. You might get the extra cash needed for Smiley to have Kevlar here. Could make the difference. Who knows? We'll see throughout the round. Unique still having their chances to win this round, and it's kind of a do or die round for them. At the same time, Endpoint, they have been sticking to their guns. They still have 3 MP9s as well. They want to use them close range, want to get those duels going. We might even see Surreal and Richie with the MP9. Oh, it's actually a boost play.
I like this boost as well. Anti-flash, just waiting for a move to happen.
Yeah.
Re-smoke in towards mid. Uncoordinated, though, as Crucial also brought in a Molotov from long. That's one way to instant smoke, but I'm sure that that wasn't the plan. Right now, Flash just about perfect, though, for Team Unique, as I think Surreal just about turned into it. At the same time, kills going both ways. It will be Boros, as he's pushing down Banana. Duke Vasora is still holding on with the bomb next to him. And Endpoint lose the round. They were able to win the first 2 of the second half. At least Unique make sure that they're not cut out of this one just yet.
Yeah, indeed. It actually looked very, very scary, considering that Endpoint was just in the perfect position, having the boost play as well. But of course, they also played around the MP9s and just sticking to those. The money not in the greatest spot now in this round as well. They just force it. We even see Nova from Crucial, so he's gonna... I mean, Inferno is probably the best map where he can run with a shotgun. So he's just gonna go into apps here, or actually around just around the opening here at the door. They push through mid as well to just catch someone. And of course, that's a huge amount of money.
But the information for Crucial! It's so big in the end. The fact that he only finds 2 surprises me, as normally the Nova is so much stronger than that as well. But so much more damage onto Winter. He's so lucky to even still be alive. Kill advantage continues the push now in towards bottom Banana as well from Richie, and Boros does work out for them. The bomb is now fully under their control.
Yeah, 55 seconds. That's time Unique needs to invest, and that's going to cost them a lot of time to actually retake the bomb.
Yeah, finds Surreal with that. Of course, the A-bomb set will be back open for business. Bomb's now gone. So they realize that Winter is still in towards underground. Duke Vasora finds Richie. 1v1 now. Both players so low at 2 and 5 HP respectively. And surely the advantage is here for Winter. Of course, he knows where Boris was at. Bomb's gonna get planted. And all about hearing the steps. Oh, it's a game of ring around the rosy as well. Boris will be preoccupied checking in towards pit, checking in towards the apartments as well. And one spray down would have been enough, but he sees him anyways, and it will be unique to grab this round as well. 8 rounds on the board for them. Endpoint not able to run away with this.
Yeah, well played here by Winter. That was of course, all about this timing and the read you have on each other as well. But very unlikely that Winter is going to get spotted out there too. So with this unique staying in the game, which has been a super close round, could have been anyone's round for sure. Endpoint now going for the eco. Crucial with the CZ, which we might also see coming out a lot more often now with the Deagle, of course, being nerfed for body shots. And let's see what Endpoint can actually pull out of this one, because obviously Unique should have an easy round here, but maybe they can at least deal some damage, take some weapons away, deal damage to the economy, and there's the first kill coming from Boros. That might be it. Iceman has been really stepping up and a lot of those rounds as well.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, Mighty Max and Crucial just kind of holding on to this and saying, well, you might as well want to take control over towards the bomb site, but we're still going to be here just to kind of poke the bear. Even though they're not really too dangerous. And yeah, Crucial in towards CT. The CZ can certainly still grab a kill, so never underestimate that, but I think Iceman might just have the perfect counter to it. No, he won't. The Mach 10, of course, would have been great. He doesn't connect a single shot as he didn't even realize where Crucial was, but not going to be better for more than one kill. In the end, not really a big loss for Team Unique, as now the odds are still favoring Endpoint. It has been more one-sided before. And of course, if you guys want to get in on the odds, tev.gg/fall and use fall21 at sign up to get 10 euros when you bet 10 euros as well. Of course, do remember to bet responsibly and of course be of age to bet as well.
Yeah, Crucial now. I'm unsure if he just barely spotted those players pushing into Banana, but I think it did. And Endpoint now taking control, using the M4 to allow Mighty Max to slowly but surely push down towards Banana to have some early control, which could allow Endpoint as well to just rotate Boros back towards the A side, have 4 over there, and Mighty Max just being the early warning system in case of something happening. But for now, Endpoint still keeps 2 players towards B, deep into Banana, and they could decide to quickly push out. Smiley and Duke, they're low on HP. Crucial gets the initial kill. Duke, though, around mid, has the read on someone coming in from Banana, but it might not be enough because Endpoint so far with player advantage, with a lot of damage dealt, because Duke and Smiley are still alive. Those were the players I was calling out about their HP as well. And now Crucial with the peek gets the shot. Duke is down. It's only 2 players left, so Endpoint, although they have been challenged, for now still looking like the better team on Inferno. And Unique definitely has to come up with something new to be able to win this map.
Yeah, right now Richie is still just holding on to that A bomb site. Does have Surreal on his side as well. The bomb is wrapping around towards long. Surreal just has the perfect timing. And Smiley all by himself at 16 HP. Could go CT, could try and go to B. But of course, 2 players still ready and waiting in that direction as well. They're well aware that, of course, CT is open for the taking. But with the time, of course, already gone, 5 seconds on the timer, it is just about holding on to the AK, not falling after time. And then, of course, the rest of the team can kind of buy around him, although Sorrow and Iceman pretty much at the same standing as he is with money. Could drop a Galil if they want to.
Now let's see what they're gonna end up with. We have a Mac-10 Deagle. Feels a bit weird. I felt like the buy was in the end, like it was a bit rushed. They weren't on the same page with it. It looked like they wanted to just save up some money, and now a lot of those players bought up. Let's see how it's going to turn out as Endpoint pushing in to make sure Unique, they were investing a lot of utility that they don't get too much control around Banana as well. Unique, they are respecting that, leaving Duke maybe just on a lurk, because I think the rest of the players right now are looking at the positioning as well. They're going to strike on A, and Duke is going to cut off any rotation coming through from Endpoint, any attempt from them. Although it's not even going to stay this aggressively. He's going to join the rest of the team. They're not making any sound. Endpoint doesn't really have the control to know what is going on, and Crucial is going to get forced to fall back, throwing out the Incendiary to slow down the players as well in any kind of push. So far, with 40 seconds left, Endpoint still don't seem to have any kind of read on it. The players on B still standing. Smoke, super important. Surreal could deal so much damage here.
Just kind of slows them down at the same time. Pre-fire is there. He's well aware the player's in towards the apartment. Still Winter does grab that kill. Richie still holding on. Bomb not planted just yet, and that just buys more time as Richie needs to stay alive on the save. Bomb plants Duke for Sora first. Perfect movement from him as well, as now Winter is stuck between two fronts. And it will be Endpoint to grab this round as well. Perfectly done from Richie. Couldn't have done it any better. And of course, we had all of the information in the world, and he just perfectly reacted to it. But I just don't understand why they didn't go for a bomb plant. Sorrow has to take that on his own. Because in the end, he could have just gone for a quick bomb plant, had it saved.
That was beautiful, though. The way Richie still, like how he played this and just switching up the position, keeping Unique guessing, while also not running too far where he could actually get into an awkward spot to get caught out. No, he played really well around the smoke, switching up, and Unique wasn't ready for this at all the players falling to him, and it could have indeed been around for them. It's one of those crucial rounds which decides the rest of the map too, because that could have been them just coming back into this, resetting the economy on the CTs of Endpoint, but instead Richie stepping up once more, gets a 3k here, and denies any kind of chance of a plant as well. 4 players staying alive on Endpoint 2, 14-9. And of course, if you predicted Endpoint to win this map, you most likely have been correct. If you want to predict something else on the Pinnacle side, of course, well, you can bet 10 euros and get 10 euros for free with the code FALL21. So don't forget about this. Yeah, there, Richie. I mean, that wasn't... Of course, it was just an eco round, but still. Good spray down,
Yeah.
Solid.
You still have to remain in control of the AK and still, of course, have to find those kills. At the end of the day, Endpoint, after having just that little bit of what felt like hesitation, are now back in the driver's seat. However, Duke Visura grabbing a first kill, the AWP not connecting through the walls, and in the end right now, Crucial, critical position, but only finds one as Winter trades it back. Smoking towards mid gives Richie a little bit more security into that position as well. And it is a 4-on-3 with Unique, everything open. And as soon as they realize that everybody's towards A, and the B bomb site is open, then it will be open season towards that site as well.
Yeah.
The push as well, though, from Endpoint.
Yeah. Winter can have so much impact. Look at
but they know he's there due to the smoke.
Yeah, now they do. But it still keeps Endpoint in the position where they have to care about the player, but not the bomb has been falling. Kind of gets weird.
Yeah, still the rotate is a stretch, and right now, huge difference with the AWP as well. However, the attention is pulled towards Banana. Bomb's going to get planted. And all about finding that kill, all about finding Sorrow. He's going to be in towards Ruins. Flash in his direction. Not going to be affecting him, though, as it is just too deep as well. How does Sorrow not find that headshot, though? Needs that kill, and in the end, it's all going to be down to Duke for Sora. I think his positioning is still better, though, as he's in towards CT. Do they check him, though? No, they don't. And it will be down to 1v1. Richie, just straight on the defuse, wraps back out and still finds a kill. Ice cold from him today. As he's right alongside Crucial, 21 kills. And yet again, we do have to underline the fact that he's standing in today for Endpoint. And in general, stand-ins today have been strong, at least here on the A stream. Galaxy Racer, of course, also had a stand-in earlier, but could absolutely rely on their stand-in there.
Richie definitely advertising himself here too. Incredible performance by him. Obviously, with him being a stand-in, there's also not really a lot of pressure on him as well, and he can just show his individual game too. But he has been stepping up and has fit into this lineup quite well so far. Team Unique. It's gonna come back to bite them that they were just looking so stunned for the first 6 rounds, because that definitely also will make the difference of Endpoint just having such a good lead to start with. Make sure to close out this map, but Richie, as I say all of those nice things to him, he goes into this round with a team kill, and Endpoint is down to 2. 4 players on Team Unique, although 2 of them still towards A. Seems like Winter is gonna lurk, aren't they, yet again? Crucial. Oh, that was a bit too easy.
And that's bomb drop for the moment.
Yeah, they still need to cross, and Crucial is in such a great spot. Still gonna spot anyone on the cross.
And as soon as that smoke dissipates as well, okay, the second smoke is in now. So you can't really stay involved, but they're in a decent spot. There should be a gap actually at the bottom of that smoke as well. However, a little bit overkill with that Molotov in, especially as now Surreal's position will be well known. Waiting for that one to disappear so we can actually drop the Molotov in towards Shadow. Will definitely be a good Molotov this time out, as it does force out Iceman. Crucial is there to find the kill. And Surreal knows where both players are at right now. One in towards Pool, one in towards Top Banana, and Winter will still find it. 15-10, a close round for Team Unique. And it did cost them a lot as well, but at the same time, same story goes for Endpoint. They don't have any money for this next round still to come. You just see a Nova ball up, and Crucial's going to take that, presumably back in towards the apartments.
Yeah, Richie can also drop some pistols here too for the teammates, and he should. Over 7k. And
or just drop double op next round?
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know.
Could go for that. I mean, it could be an attempt to break Unique, to just catch them off guard with this double op strat, you know?
I just
considering that it just changes up how you play too.
I like the fact that Zorro and Iceman also go for the Mac 10s. I'm just looking forward even more to what Crucial is going to be doing with that Nova right now. Already the information being brought over. Okay, there's players in towards the apartments right now. Surreal close range once again. Crucial does find one, but only one. As the round is pretty much done from there on out, it will be 2 USPs. And of course, Unique, they always had the better odds for this round. And also for this map, but well, I think at least for Unique, they go double digits, and they will find an 11th here as well.
Yeah. It was actually super important to get that kill with the Nova. Because else Crucial wouldn't be able to buy up that well. But yeah, let's see now. So we have one AWP coming through. They can't really afford another AWP. From what I see, MP9 and Mighty Max as well. That's interesting now. So we have an MP9, 1 AWP, 3 M4s. Not the greatest set of utility, at least the defuse kit on Richie though. So that's interesting to see here. But like they could have gotten out a bit more in this round. By a bit disappointing, but might still be enough the way Endpoint plays right now to close out the game. Nevertheless, Richie, he's the man stepping up here as the players are walking in, line up for him, but Iceman with a quick reaction to take his head off to make this a trade. The rest of the players actually in an awkward position because of Team Unique. They timed this one right. Winter being up and abs, hearing the steps as well. He could deal so much damage. And just shut down Endpoint once more, and they would need to eco once more. It could have so much impact. Now they are actually going for the boost. Surreal, he hears it, he sprays through the smoke. A bit too late. Else might have gotten 2 kills there, and that would have been the end for Unique. But now they're gonna stay alive a bit longer, 4 on 4. With a lot of tension building up. Where will Unique actually commit?
rotating
Will they
back.
actually go towards A? Yeah, they're rotating back right now.
I was still surprised at Winter yet again. Putting a smoke down, counter smoke from the CTs as well. But this time he falls back all the way. Rotations happen though. And already they do have a secondary player over towards the B bomb site. If the MP9 might not be as dangerous, one Molotov could maybe take both players out with their current positions. Boris got the silent boost, I think.
Oh,
Now
the timing
does do so much damage as well, and that opens the door up for the MP9, but Mighty Max is the first one to drop, and right now, Boros, the time is of the essence, and it's running out. He can just hang on, and the bomb needs to be planted right now, and it does. Just about in the nick of time. Endpoints do have to rotate back over 2-on-2. And one more flashbang as well for Crucial. And he finds Smiley. Flash up. Winter. Partially blind, but he will be holding on. So much damage as they line up for him. And in the end, the chance for both kills. Winter playing with time as he can. Crucial, just not quick enough. Perfect headshots. It's enough to keep Unique going just one round longer.
Gotta take a deep breath here. Both of these teams. Crazy game so far. 3 more rounds to go for Unique, and this one should be another easy one for them. Endpoint without money, and of course they want to make sure that the next round, looking at the previous buy as well, that the next round they can make sure to get everything they need. But out of that reason, I also don't really like that Surreal went for the Eagle right here. Let's see how it's gonna turn out, because they're all pushing through the smoke, and I like that. You could actually get Duke here, maybe Smiley as well, and the bomb. That would be so massive. They're pushing in, and they're gonna get the first, but can they shut down Smiley? The rest of the players rotating in to completely shut them down. That looked tough for a second, but Endpoint doesn't find the shots, and Team Unique is not gonna be too surprised about their push. And of course, if you want to contest with the pros here, for example, Maka from LDLC, and his flicking skills, then you of course can go to tab.gg/3daimtrainer to compare yourself to the pros playing in this tournament. 2 more rounds to go, and now Endpoint, they have a bye. Let's see what they can do with it, if this is gonna finally make the difference. Because next round, yet again, money is gonna be low. It kinda has to be this round where Endpoint finishes the game.
What's off there as well. Duke Visora finding the first entry on towards Crucial. It does seem like Unique do want to go the full distance and do want to bring us back into an OT. Have already gotten 4 rounds in a row. It's not really out of anything just now, but Mighty Max and Boros holding on together. Smokes and Molotovs give them a little bit of time. Endpoint to rotate over as well. And Winter's thinking, okay, well, is he backside? Has he fallen back in towards Ruins? Where is Mighty Max right now? Bomb's gonna get planted. And I love this boost as well coming up. Timing just about didn't spot him. Richie still has a full belt. Molotov in towards Dark. Nade maybe as well. Surreal's gonna find 1 kill. Molotov now out as well. Has forced Winter out of position. However, Sorrow, a great spots. And Richie yet again saving the day. To be honest, he could have probably been a lot more decisive if he would have used a lot more of his utility. But in the end, it is going to be 23 kills and something along the lines of 3 or 4 clutches from him for Endpoint. 16-13 at the end. And it will be enough to wrap up map number 1, the map pick for Endpoint. As of course, next map will be coming up, Unique's map pick on Dust 2. Not the best map for Endpoint, but Unique. A lot of close games for them there as well. So stick with us, 10-minute break, and we'll be back here with the main Swiss round 1 for the Pinnacle Fall Series.
all have them. We all hate them. Unnecessary defeats. I'm talking about the defeats where you know you're better. You know you're winning. Until I should have been more focused. No. Scratch all the excuses and focus on the next game. And this time, awaken the GOAT in you. Oh my God, he's got a 4!
I can't flick that wide. My sense is way too low. No chance. Ah, I had a good streak. Can't even hit the dot in the middle. Slow.
That's cursor placement.
Away range. Could use this for practical range flicks. It's bad.
Welcome back, everyone, with the map 2 of Endpoint against Unique in the Pinnacle Fall Series 2 Swiss round 1. Starting right away with the pistol round right here. Let's see how this is gonna turn out, as there is a lot of control taken by Team Unique and their own map pick. Endpoint closing out Inferno 16-13, but with it being quite close. And now a Team Unique map pick coming into play. It's going to be really interesting to see if this is going to go onto map 3. Let's see how we're going to start into the pistol round right now, as of course Smiley just tries to hit some shots through the smoke, tries to get lucky but won't. Much looking like Endpoint is going to get the bomb plant down right here, right now.
Yeah, it's still crucial. Checking in behind, does have a P250, does find Sorrow for the moment, however. Of course, they're out towards long and they're out in numbers. 3 players right now, still a far way out for Surreal. And he'll be the last remaining player now spotted as well. And of course, long-range battles with the Glock up against USPs. Not exactly your best bet, but right now the defuse already happening. No kit for it. But it will be enough as Duke Visora finds that final kill back on the defuse. And it will be the pistol won by Team Unique. But of course, with that as well, the first time that they actually get to win a pistol, because both of the ones on Inferno went the way of Endpoint. However, Endpoint, I'm actually surprised that they decided to start on that T side as well.
Yeah, very interesting, especially considering the recent changes to Dust 2, which makes the map much more CT-sided, because they have a lot more room to go for mid pushes, like we've seen in the pistol round just now as well. So that's all very, very interesting. That said, though, Endpoint, of course, they got the bomb plant. So you typically see that you will have Endpoint on a buy with the bomb plant, just getting so much money out of it now, and AK is just being much cheaper, but the nade damage is massive. Will it be enough for Winter to actually maul them down with the MP9 push? It's not even gonna happen. Endpoint realizes, okay, we took a lot of damage, we made a lot of noise too. Let's rotate back. Just gotta be aware.
His position.
Yeah.
He's gonna hear this rotate as well. And he'll have the perfect angle to try and counter it right now. 2-3 players starting to face, and he finds 2, both headshots. And in the end, has already done enough damage for Unique to pretty much secure a round going forward as well.
Oh.
Max and Surreal both upgrading to better rifles, but right now Surreal finding Sorrow. A little bit reckless here. Duke Visora also pushing in aggressively in towards Longhouse, so they expect him here. Is the better question. I highly doubt it, especially as he will see them first with that shadow. It's always difficult into Longhouse. Push as well from Winter. What a spray down from Mighty Max. And he knows exactly where Duke Visora is at. He can just quickly rotate over towards the B bomb site if he wants to. Makes it in towards tunnels before Duke Visora can see him. Is he going A? Is he going B? Duke Visora seems pretty set on him going towards the B bomb site. And will be here quickly as well, quickly enough to maybe even stop the bomb from being planted. Did stop running, but will just walk through the door. Hasn't been seen, and Mighty Max drops. But a close round here for Endpoint.
Yeah, what a back and forth here. In this round here, Endpoint getting tagged down, rotating off, expecting the player being around mid, going back into a 2-on-2, and then of course in this weird spot where they have no clue where the rest of the players of Team Unique are. But Unique now starting it off with the 2-0, but another bomb plant coming through, meaning another force buy is gonna happen on the side of Endpoint. And of course, with more rounds lost, it's gonna get better as long as they get the bomb plant. Let's see. Jump down here through middle. I'm still gonna spot out those CT players fairly early on. And Smiley now pushing in from short. He could deal so much damage if the timing is right. Zoro now striking. Smiley is slowly gonna push down as well. Because the other players in mid. Now he is gonna get the spray down with the transfer as well. Might get a third, but nope. Surreal. He's gonna get refragged though. And it's Iceman finishing it off with the final kill. This really great mid control from Team Unique overall.
Yeah, I think in general we just do have to ask that question. What do you do with your Endpoint? Because now you've realized 3 rounds in a row how aggressive Team Unique are going to be. How can you counter that? Especially with Dust 2 right now giving so much control to aggression from the CT side in towards mid.
Well, for now, Endpoint decides, okay, didn't get a bomb plant, let's just finally go for this eco and make it all about a real full buy, and potentially also with an AWP as well. I'm not sure about that. I think they need a bomb plant. They could, okay, they could, to be fair, they could go for a glass cannon. They get enough money here, crucial now, also finding another frag as well, of course. Should even secure him the Kevlar as well, but the bomb tower dropped out in the open. Now that's awkward. Endpoint, they're looking like the CTs right now with their positions. They need to walk back towards the bomb.
Yeah, it's nice to have A, B, and mid control. But not when the CTs have T-spawn and bomb control there. Boros is going to be taken out by Duke Visora. Richie, right now getting into a decent position. We'll know where two players are at. One in towards Longhouse, one still jumping around towards T-spawn right now. But as the peak doesn't come out, the timing here is so unfortunate here as well for Richie. As now Crucial has been spotted, so has Richie. And with that, well, 30 seconds still to go, but the round already decided way in advance. 30 seconds ago. And with that, 4-0. Tremendous start from Unique, considering the way that we started on Inferno.
Oh yeah, indeed, indeed. Might be the other way around this time. Endpoint on Inferno started 6-0. But of course now they finally can answer with an AWP. They actually have Kevlar now on Crucial as well. He got a really important Deagle kill here also for the smoke right now. AWP coming through. Can't find an early pick with the drop down, but there's gonna be early aggression on long, and Mighty Max is gonna find the first kill. The rest of the players slowed down enough for Duke to get into position to spray them all down. So Unique quickly getting all those frags. Yeah, just quickly answering back to the buy of Endpoint. That's crazy. It's not a good start for them indeed. Should be the time of them just going for a tactical timeout as well, and best they can hope for right here. Also with the positioning of Unique, they get those early kills when they hit the bomb site. Get an opener, get the plant just for the extra money to make sure the buy in the next round is actually quite good. Of course, could happen. Let's see if it does.
Yeah, but I mean, it's 4v2 for Crucial and Surreal in towards mid. And sure, nobody's kind of holding on to this angle right now from Unique. Iceman seems to be checking in every once in a while. He is going to be doing so now. So now, of course, Cat is kind of out in the open. However, Crucial and Surreal, just with Smiley waiting patiently for them to make a move, pop up.
Oh.
Doesn't quite connect the shot though, and that surprised me because he's been so strong as well. Not hitting the shots right now. Surreal finally Duke Visora, the rotate already hot on their heels though as Iceman finds one. Crucial holding on for the moment, but it will be too many players to challenge. And both players saving ops as well, 5-0. And the odds are pretty much back to where they started. They were a little bit more one-sided as we jumped into Dust 2. But Endpoint need to start making a move.
Indeed, they do. The last round, I could have seen them winning it, bringing it back to a 2, almost bring it back to a 2-on-2. Smiley missing such an important shot, but in the end, Team Unique, the opener, especially when Duke, just huge performance, shutting them all down around long, and this time it's Zoro in mid. Whatever Endpoint tries. Team Unique is ready, of course. It's just an eco round, but still the control seems to be on the Unique side, but now there's actually a Deagle shot hitting Smiley this time. First shot. And it is a kill. Get a second, but no, the flick is not hitting. With the M4 picked up, there is a bomb plant coming through for Endpoint already, and they're actually out in a position where The round is going to be tough to win, but it's absolutely winnable, especially if they play this well together. Smoke, though, is going to fade very soon, and that's exactly what Unique is waiting for as well. Flash, good timing here. Just slow them down a bit more. Richie has the M4. How much can he do? Actually, nothing. Good kill, and with this, the round is sealed. Deagle just isn't as strong as it used to be as well. Those body shots not going to hurt that much. And Unique is going to get round number 6. And Dust 2 is very much looking like Inferno, just mirrored.
Yeah, thing is, sure, Dust 2 might be a little bit more CT-sided than it was before. It used to be very balanced out. A lot of the halves going 8-7. I highly doubt that it does change so much. It's just a whole different endpoint in comparison. So yeah, it did take Unique 6 rounds towards endpoint before they were able to pick up their first round, but even here challenging mid. Smiley finds the first one on the crucial immediately. And who knows, it might just go 7, maybe even 8-0 before endpoint can make a move. They've gotten individual kills which have gotten them into good positions. Just have not been able to capitalize, and we'll see what they can do now.
Oh,
And just the shutdown. Love that as well. Makes it 7-0. And right now, I'm not really relying on my British half, because it really isn't getting them anywhere for endpoint here. As right now, 7-0, full control for the CTs. Another buy to come with AKs, but they just need entries. And challenging mid hasn't been working. In towards long, they've been shut down so many times early on as well. Just the Molotovs in towards deep mid as well. At least they have a response.
Yeah, Richie also making advertisement for the new James Bond 2 with the stats. Has been looking so good on the previous map. Couldn't find into this game just yet. Endpoint with the opener. Maybe they can finally make it the 7-1. Lot of utility used, not a lot of ground won just yet. But Boros with the peak, and he gets the kill on Iceman. The flash also timed very well, so Winter can't finish him off either. Mighty Max coming in. Now Duke is the man to make the difference, but he can't get the spray on this time. Bob is going to make its way over towards the A side, and it's only Smiley left with the AWP and an expensive green long gun. He has to save here, but they already are on the hunt. They know where he is, and the timing of him switching to the Tech 9 was completely off. So Boros is going to pick up yet another frag and the AWP of the dead body too, and Endpoint finally is going to get the first round.
Yeah, and they have to make sure that it's not going to be a single round, though. They need consecutive rounds right now here on the T side. Maybe working through Underground is going to be their winning formula, because time and time again, Unique have been aggressive in towards short, but at the same time, right now, the aggression is going to come straight from mid and in towards Underground. Of course, on the T side, you don't get the information anymore. Smiley finds Boros early on. Richie finally getting his first kill in this one, as he has earned his license to kill. Finds first one onto Duke Visora, but of course, I mean, for the CTs, they're well aware of where the Ts are currently going. I do have further control here to be hanging on to. 3 players now close range, but just the space that Unique are giving them is interesting. All down to Smiley, holding on to this bomb site for the moment, but Surreal is quicker, finds that spray down, and 2 players now continuing towards short, as still it will be Iceman with the AWP from CT. Actually does find a kill onto Richie, thanks to the Molotov. And the retake is on now for Unique.
Retake is on, but of course Endpoint now finding into the game might be a tough one. Let's see how well they played. Iceman and Winter playing around the AWP has been one of the strengths recently, but Cyril is playing so well around the ramp angle. Iceman has to wrap his way around, but he just doesn't find Cyril, who just played so well around his position. Going up to 4K in this round, and of course, if you want to play as well as Cyril or maybe Chauzy, show your flicking skills, match up with him, tap dodgy / 3D aim trainer. Get your chance to compare yourself to the pros on the platform as well. It's free on Steam. Now let's see. Team Unique finally is gonna find back into the game, the money.
Smiley yet again, though, towards under. He just continues doing it, and Endpoint don't seem to get any wiser from it. Further flashbang now in towards mid. No further peek from Sorrow to try and contest, but of course Smiley got that first kill. Has been able to fall back from it, and now he can support in towards long. And theoretically as well, Duke Visora could just leave him here by himself. To be honest, Smiley doesn't need to peek this aggressively, but he does it anyways. And it won't lead to a kill, at least not just yet. Especially as Endpoint are moving more and more in towards mid, and will now try and push on towards his bomb site as well. Nade to fly in from Unique. But Iceman right now, just waiting patiently, not overstretching, and does still have Duke Visora alongside with him. So much utility for the T's to now try and push out, and they need to make that move.
Yeah, the smoke is great though, and what is that? Iceman running out in the open, still gets a kill somehow, and now Duke can play from ramp, can deal so much damage. It's at least gonna slow them down enough for Team Unique's players to rotate over. The plan's still not happening. Now they set up a smoke. It's real. It's gonna go for it. There's the sound. Team Unique hears it as well. Duke trying his best to deny it, but now that brings it down to a 2 and 3. And with Smiley's HP, this actually looks doable for Endpoint. Could have just played out of the 4 versus 2. Smiley gonna get taken down. Nice play by Endpoint with the boost. Now that brings it back. 2 on 2. Winter on the ramp. Is he gonna be expected? Seems like the answer is no, but Surreal turning around, turning back to ramp, but he can't win against Winter.
Yeah, and in the end, it is no back and forth for Winter. It's probably the most concerning part. Find an op to get that one back to Smiley, but he is now aware, can pick one up. Otherwise, it would have been Unique without an op. Thanks to the bump and loss bonus, Endpoint can keep the buy going. But at the same time, we do just have to say, 2 rounds thus far here in the first half is not going to be enough for Endpoint. I highly doubt that is what their mission was, starting on the T side. And of course, conceding the first 7, winning 2, losing the next. And the CTs aren't looking too strong, to be honest. 1 op, 2 FAMASs, 2 M4s. Could certainly be better. 3-man push in towards long as well. The fact that they find the kills yet again. Iceman with a double, Sorrow with 1. And Duke Visora also chiming in. And all of a sudden, Crucial is all by his lonesome. And that is not how this round was supposed to go.
Yeah, for sure not. Crucial now left on the AWP. And even though the 2 players, Unique are low HP, they can just set Smiley and Winter up. Crucial is actually going to run into Smiley with the bomb on his back. There's a bit of an opener, but of course you will not really have the information where the rest of the players are. Here, Crucial finds the first. It could be a big mistake on the side of Unique, to be honest, because you don't want to give him the individual duels. He still has a minute to play with, 1 versus 3, but with the players being this split up, even just finding a bomb plant, although of course the scoreline still matters right now, could give Endpoint the opportunity to use the follow-up rounds, maybe climb up 6 to 9 again. So let's see what Crucial can do out of this round. 40 seconds. He's gonna push up and not expecting Duke is gonna be what's killing him. And Team Unique going up 9 to 2 here. A lot of tension here in this game, in this best of 3, but right now it's very much looking like Ancient. The final map will be played out. Endpoint, of course, winning their own map pick, although it has been close in the 16 to 13. With how Unique has been playing on this map and how close they brought it on map 1, I could definitely see this going to map 3 with Unique winning it out, but let's see what's gonna happen, of course, for the rest of this map. Endpoint now.
I mean, just kind of jumping around, running with the UMP. Of course, if your opponent does have body armor, the UMP is a little bit stronger than the MP9, but right now, full control from him. 3 kills with that UMP means $800 or $1,800 going straight to his pockets. And himself and the whole team will be very happy about that extra cash. But right now, Mighty Max and Crucial still trying to win a round, but 60 seconds and a 2v5 right now going. Their odds aren't too high on it. However, Duke Visura to close things out. Yes, they did drop the op, but even that can then be picked back up. 10-2, double digits for Unique. And the question now is only how big is the lead going to be at halftime for Team Unique? As the way that Endpoint's been playing, and especially the aggression that Unique has been playing, I don't know, I mean, 13-2 is seriously possible here.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Endpoint has been looking weak so far, and Smiley already starting it off and even wanting more blood drawn here with the entry. Aiming towards upper tunnels, falling back though. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome. Oh, Endpoint, they're trying to react quickly, but how well will this go? Team Unique just have players ready, but the smokes might cause some confusion, but it doesn't for Winter. He's gonna figure it out that there's Boros close by, takes him down, and that's 2 players less on the side of Endpoint early into the round already as they try to play it quickly. Now attempting mid control after B, didn't work out. All 3 players working together, working in the body system. Maybe they can get into the bomb site B with a quick kill. Who knows? That could be actually the chance to win this round, because B generally being just so hard to retake. But it's Iceman on the B side, and if he has proven one thing is that his aim is just on point. He gets the first, the second, and the third. And Team Unique, they just get round after round after round.
Yeah, and to be honest, I mean, nice and all that Groose has decent flicking stats, might not be as good as Chauzy. But at the same time, Iceman has just been on point in general with his placement as well. And, I mean, him, Duke Visura, and Smiley, tremendous job, but the entire team is there, and that's something that Endpoint is missing right now, that they're having problems with, that looked so much stronger on Inferno. And in the end, I mean, there seems to be a reason why Endpoint don't really play Dust 2, it's because they seem to not really practice on it too much, as they haven't really been too creative, but at the same time just have no match to the aggression that Unique have been bringing their way. Mighty Max now finds 1 headshot with a Tech 9, but it's going to be a lonely kill as the bomb is dropped towards long, and Smiley will find that final one. 12-2, time for the final round of the first half. We'll take another quick look at our odds. They've still stayed the same as Endpoints, well, get the preferential treatment here.
I think those are actually just the standard odds. I don't think those are live odds, because they're staying the same since forever. I feel
Alright.
But of course, I would still favor Endpoint right now for Ancient, because, yeah, okay, this might be a bit of a stomp on Dust 2, but it seems like you just don't play it, of course. But then again, momentum, all these kind of things, and what Unique has shown on the map pick of Endpoints as well, still gives me the hope that you know, Unique can actually get into their underdog role and win on Ancient as well, as they now go up 13-2. What an easy round to stomp, and just summing up how this map has been going. And of course, don't forget to use the code FALL21 on tap.gg/welcome, because if you bet 10 euros, you're gonna get 10 euros for free on your bet as well. But don't forget, of course, bet responsible.
Yeah. Second half coming up though, 13-2. Endpoint, they desperately need to start with this pistol, and we'll just have to see if they can shut Unique down. Already 2 players in towards lower tunnels, and we'll just have to see for these fights. Boros already finding 1, backing it up with a second as well. Bomb is dropped, and Winter and Duke Visura, it's nice and all that Winter is out towards the A bomb site and might even find the kill on the Mighty Max. But what good does it do? Duke Visura finds Richie, Boros with the trade. To be honest, Endpoint, they're still very aggressive with this. And if Winter grabs the kill onto Crucial, He might just about be able to slip back in towards tunnels, grab the bomb, and get it planted still. It's now, they're still facing off. Come on, Endpoint, not like this.
No way.
And it's 6 HP for Surreal as now Winter is in full control of this one. The bomb, of course, going to be recovered here. And Endpoint, I have a couple of questions for you guys because this is not the way that a round like this should be going. But at least a chance to put another meme onto UKCS as right now Winter shuts them down. 1v4, and he brings it through. Really, really nice clutch, and that pretty much seals the deal for Dust 2. And a map to forget for Endpoint here, as we will be heading to Ancient.
Yeah.
All right, we've seen everything now.
Yeah, I mean, credits where credits is due. Winter with an amazing round, but no way you should give him the opportunity to get all those individual duels. That was weak by Endpoint. And then, of course, like you said, map to forget. They really gotta forget about this round even happening, because else that's just gonna hurt their mental coming into Ancient as well, which is just important that it stays stable, that they're like, yeah, okay, whatever. We don't practice Dust 2 a lot. Team Unique is a good Dust 2 team, and it just was unlucky that in the best of 3, Team Unique has a map ready we just hate playing, because the must-ban for Endpoint, of course, is always Nuke. So there's that. But I hope that's gonna be their mentality coming into the next map, as Team Unique gets very, very close here to the 15-2.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate because I was hoping for this one to be a little bit more competitive on Dust 2, but at least it seals the deal on us seeing a little bit more Counter-Strike here. As, of course, Ancient will then be coming up. And right now, though, trying to get back into it. Lots of damage, though, and in the end, Winter and Iceman will shut it down. Nice rotate from them as well, from tunnels all the way back through mid. And as you already said, it is going to be 15-2. And you're probably right, these aren't live odds, as I did just check the live odds as well, and the last time I checked it was something like 13 odds for Endpoint, but I think that's for the map. It probably will be somewhere in the, I don't know, 30s by now. But then, of course, everything resets for map 3. And it is, once again, open for anybody. Oh. No idea what Sorrow just saw. Finding Crucial was insane. Still.
That's nasty.
More kills as well for Endpoint right now. Mighty Max finding Smiley. And all of a sudden, Sorrow and Duke Visora might just be able to give up another round. However, round's not done, day's not over. All of a sudden, back down to a 2v2, and of course, Mighty Max and Surreal have already taken damage in this one. Even though you might not expect Mighty Max in this position if you Duke Visora. It's all about timing, though.
Even then, they can look for the refrag here too, and then get the bomb plant. So, Endpoint decided to split up. Mighty Max, he's just gonna miss them, or they're gonna miss him. Depends on how the timing is gonna turn out. But Mighty Max actually is onto something, getting a lot of information. Oh, he should get the peak here if he pushes a little bit further. But no, the timing, it is just barely off. That is crazy. That is so weird. No, he might actually hit the timing right. He's peeking out into middle. Not just yet. Any second. No, there he spots them. That's 1 and 2. And Endpoint are gonna stay in the game.
Yeah, I still don't know if we can actually call it staying in the game, because they're still down by 12 rounds in this one. That is a massive delta as well. But still, I mean, let's just give them the benefit of the doubt. If they start to go double digits, then I might start believing in a comeback. But that is a huge distance, and right now, I think everybody is expecting us to go to Ancient, and we'll just have to see this round. 3 Tech 9s, a Galil, a Deagle, and it should be straightforward for Surreal just to be able to shut it down. Needs support from the rest of his team, though. Right now, it does seem like he's getting it. Winter and Duke Visora, though, getting kills, and all of a sudden, we've talked about the importance, or how difficult it is retaking the B-bomb site. A FAMAS and a Galil might just be equipment enough for Unique to stop Endpoint from doing so, and it might just be as Duke Fasura finds Mighty Max.
Yeah. And that's it?
I don't believe it. I mean, what a quick conclusion to our second map. We're gonna take a short break, and when we'll be back, we'll see you guys on Ancient, the decider in this best of 3. The way that this is going, I don't know, the pace might have just switched to Team Unique. So stick with us as we head to a short little break. We'll be back in just about 10 minutes. See you then.
We all have them. We all hate them. Unnecessary defeats. I'm talking about the defeats where you know you're better. You know you're winning. Until I should have been more focused. No. Scratch all the excuses and focus on the next game. And this time, awaken the GOAT in you. Oh my God, he's got a 4!
Okay, let's see here. Don't hate on me. I haven't played warm-up yet. Ooh. Okay. I have better aim on this program than on CSGO. Yeah, not good. Should have played with some warm-up. This is really hard. I guess I'm not a flicker.
actually tell my aim's really improving though. As I said before, I should have hit.
Welcome back to the final map of the Pinnacle Fall Series 2 match between Endpoint and Unique on Ancient, after Endpoint had a close win on Inferno, 16-13, their own map pick. They looked completely lost on Dust 2 and lost to Unique 3-16. Coming in as a favorite, they gotta do better, but maybe it was just Dust 2 not being practiced that well. We didn't see a lot of Dust 2 recently from Endpoint anyways. So let's see how they are gonna do on Ancient.
Yeah, of course, both teams have a track record at least. I wouldn't say it's a good track record on Ancient just yet. Both teams have played it over 10 times in the last 3 months. For Endpoint, it's 15. For Unique, it's 11. Neither team above 50% when it comes down to win rate, so it might just get messy here and there, but at the same time, of course, for Endpoint, nice to win the knife round. They start on the CT side, and now we'll just have to see what this piss round has in store for us, as already Unique 4 men over towards the B bomb site, and 1 in front of A, which, of course, he can join back up through mid quickly. As Endpoint are holding defensively, but are starting to venture back out into open positions towards the B bomb site. But of course, Unique, they're not sure if that is actually all clear. As usually, you do see at least a little bit of a presence from the CTs. But right now, Endpoint just holding back and waiting, then maybe even holding back as now the utility starts to fly in. Flashbangs all in, Mighty Max does find one. Smiley and Iceman, though, with the trades. And that's what it's all about. Deep smoke as well towards CT. Endpoint probably just kind of locked out for the moment as Unique get that bomb down. 4v3. And it is all easy going from there on out.
Yeah, Crucial in a 1 versus 3. No defuse kit either on him, so Duke is gonna finish things and started off with a 3K, had a massive performance throughout this best of 3, especially on Dust 2, where he was rocking it with 27 kills in total and over 128 ADR. Incredible performance by him, and he started right away with a 3K. And now, of course, Endpoint, they're gonna go for the usual force buy on the CT side. A lot of deagles coming in here. Bit surprised by that, of course. We've seen some teams adapt to the deagle changes, some teams still playing a lot around the deagle, some of course also switching it up depending on the situation and map. And let's see how it's gonna turn out for Endpoint and if they can sneak a few kills here in here. Surreal and Mighty Max, they opening it up, but the spam Surreal is not gonna take down Duke. It's gonna finally get taken down by Boros. No Endpoint in a 4 versus 2. Actually could put themselves into an advantage. Suddenly it's only Winter left alive and he doesn't know where the rest of the players are, but gets Mighty Max.
Push.
Kinda isolated, but Richie finishes it off and it's a quick 1-1 Endpoint with the answer.
Yeah, in real ideal situation, you have basically your base is loaded in towards Donut, you're finding kills, Boros close range, working with that smoke, of course sees them as they are still dazed by the edge of the smoke, and in the end, easy kills for them. The 2 entries as Team Unique were just kind of confused as the smokes were there, but Endpoint were able to find gaps, and right now, it is pretty much back to 40 Eagles, a Tech 9, quick pace from them as Smiley is down to 55 HP. But Mighty Max trying to take advantage. Does he expect him here? No, he doesn't, but the flashbang is perfect from Duke Visura. As him, Sorrow, Iceman, everybody finding kills. And although Crucial finds a response here, it is still a 3-on-2 with Unique. Maybe now even in the driver's seat for this round. The bomb still dropped in a less than optimal position. Especially as Crucial is going to be starting to push in. Will not have an eye on the bomb though, however.
Yeah, but it's gonna be very close to Iceman, who's low in HP, securing him another kill with the Nova. That's huge for him. He also spots out Zoro as well, so the rotation can come in. Bombed now. Picked up by Zoro. 1 minute left, so he still could sneak his way towards the A side. The players of Endpoint split, but Crucial doesn't care. He's gonna get his 3rd kill with the Nova and a lot of cash. I mean, look at his money. And he's gonna pick up the AK as well. That's a massive start for Endpoint here.
I think for one part, the Molotov wasn't exactly ideal, but the way that it landed, it only gave basically one player width where the other player could go. And in the end, that kind of worked out. Was it intentional? I kind of doubt it. I guess he was expecting it to bounce and then cover the entire ramp, but it kind of worked out for him, and he finds the kill with a Nova. And right now, I mean, yeah, Unique, when it comes down to money, they're in shambles. 2 MP9s, I like to see the fact as well, especially as both are pushing in and are trying to find kills. Exactly what you want here. It's actually smart from Duke Visura. Burn to the Molotov rather than peek out and die to the MP9. If it's going to make a massive difference, I highly doubt it. But it does give $300 less, at least, to the other side.
Yeah, but Endpoint ending it with 5-0 kills in their favor, nevertheless. And of course, you can match up against the pros in the tap.gg/3D aim trainer. If you put that link into your browser, challenge marker here as well. Compare yourselves to the pros. Let's see how Unique is handling the setback. Endpoint winning with 5 players left alive, of course. It's a huge influx of money coming through. Also thanks to Crucial getting those Nova kills earlier. He's on 8k, but Duke now opening it up. He's the man to watch on this sort of Unique. Massive performance on Death 2. And he seems to start Ancient with the confidence boost he got from the last map as well. This Unique is gonna take over B side control. All the players in, player advantage 2. Endpoint though, quick on the rotation. Let's see if they can make the retake work, but Duke gets yet another one. Just on point with his aim, doesn't even give a chance to any of the Endpoint's players to react, but as I say that, as I praise him, he's gonna fall to Crucial. Still, the time is ticking. Endpoint down a player. Sora puts himself into a position where he's actually still gonna get caught out. I thought he's gonna make it a lot harder for Endpoint to challenge them, but the time is ticking too fast. So fast that Endpoint decides to get out of here and save up what they have.
Yeah, certainly the better decision in the end, of course. On Ancient, the best part is you don't really have to go too far to try and save weapons. The walls are so thick. And the bomb radius is so small, it's all fine and easy from there on out. These are now more or less the odds that we were expecting as well. This game to continue to almost be 50-50. Both teams, of course, yeah, winning their own respective map picks, although it was widely different games from map 1 to map 2. We'll just have to see how this one continues. Of course, the pistol going the way of Unique. 3 in a row for Endpoint. It's now Unique try to get back into it. They do have the rifles back on their side. I'd expect Endpoint to maybe get to 9, maybe even 10 rounds. I think that'd be a solid start for them on the CT side of Ancient. But we'll have to see if they can actually manage, because right now, yet again, Winter and Duke Visura, they're looking so strong over towards the B bomb site. Is now Mighty Max still hanging on for your life. 2 of his teammates have already dropped.
Oh!
But Iceman perfectly set to find that headshot.
Almost getting the headshot there. It was so close because of the planter animation. And get the kill there, deny the plant, bring it back to 3-3. Endpoint actually has big chances to win this round. With the unfortunate team kill coming through with Duke, of course, getting taken down by his own teammate. Gave a bit of an opener, but Endpoint can't use it. Team Unique trading back here. Getting it up to a 3-3. And making sure we get an exciting map here on Ancient as well. But still, comparing this to Death 2 and how Endpoint played on it, they already are looking much more confident too. Both teams, they're feeling it. And that's gonna be an exciting map to cast here, to watch. Let's see what Endpoint's answer is with the saved guns. They still can afford an AWP. They can still afford M4s as well. So Team Unique still gonna be kept on their toes.
Yeah, I think that's the best part as well. Just that Endpoint, of course, can continue. However, yet again, Duke Visora catching Crucial out, peeking without any utility into it, but yet again, Mighty Max, at least the trade is there, so it is going to stick to a 4-on-4. Of course, with that, Unique have already brought out a lot of utility from Endpoint. 2 kills from Mighty Max is fine, then that Boros basically just peeks into it and falls aggressively, but at the same time, Surreal also holding on. And now, yet again, all down to Smiley. His rotation chances are locked off. Of course, he's none the wiser that Richie is already in behind. However, Surreal at 46 HP, already waiting for that peak to come out. Working out for the moment. And I wonder, Smiley, 1v3 and 2 kills already found. Can I rotate over to the A-bomb site? As Richie is still a far way out, he's still checking B. And as the bomb plant comes out, it looked like a 4th round for Endpoint, but it seems to be going the other way.
Indeed it does. Smiley get the isolated duels, and the opener towards the A side, of course, using it. 22 HP on him, so you would think Richie has the upper hand, but he first of all needs to figure out where the play is. Or might actually just bait out Smiley with the smoke, taking the defuse as well. Let's see if Smiley is just going for the spray here, actually using the nade and now spraying through, but giving away his position as well. Richie, what is he gonna do? It's kind of a weird situation. Is he just gonna stick the defuse? The answer is yes, but Smiley tagged him low enough on HP. What a huge clutch coming out from him. 3 kills in total. Of course, if you predicted that, and if you feel like your predictions are on point, you can, of course, bet 10 euros, get 10 euros for free with the code FALL21, as you have just seen on the screen. But honestly, this game right now, it really, really feels unpredictable.
Yeah, I mean, in the end right now, Endpoint back down to Deagles. They do have a CZ in there as well for Crucial. And Unique, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually just stick to a little bit more pace on the T side, because it actually has worked out decently enough for them as well. And right now, Surreal close range with the Deagle is going to find one. Deagles and Endpoint on the AE bomb site have worked out before. This is the way that they won their first round as well. Yet again, Surreal and Boros chiming in as we're even aggressive in towards mid. AK recovered. And I think the subtle steps have still been heard. And at least from them rotating back, Boros can also say, okay, well, they might be going back over towards the B bomb site. In fact, as well as Duke Visora stayed silent going back in towards A, just lurking towards that position. If he would have been stepping, then maybe also Boros would have rotated towards A instead of B. And now also calling for more players to be into positions to be quicker. Back over towards the B bomb site. Right now, it's all about timing. 50 seconds still to go. And I think he just about spotted out a shoulder. It's at least committing to be straight on the bomb site. 40 seconds, and now they have to make a move. Might be reconsidering.
Yeah.
Just the way how slowly this round has gone thus far still surprises me. As Richie now gets dropped in towards mid. 25 seconds would have just been enough to rotate over towards A, but they're not going to do so. And the steps have been heard.
Yeah, they figure them out. Boros also in a great position to take down Duke here. Will he though? No, it's actually Duke getting the kill. So now the rest of the players on the side need to shine. Crucial lines them up together with Mighty Max. And Mighty Max will also secure the final kill of the round 2. Great hold here. Using the boost from the start, as well as now the odds surely going to swing back into the favor of Endpoint. Bit more 4-4. The map is so open, but at the same time, of course, they can still afford a buy on the T side here. Team Unique pulling out 4 AKs and 1 P250.
Yeah, if they would have gotten the bomb plant as well, that would have helped them out even further. But they just have to deal with the facts, and right now, maybe even switch the weapon back over. Iceman was already tagged down low. Duke Visora, though, finding one. Sorrow as well, finding a double. And I'm not sure why Endpoint are peeking. I'm not sure why they're pushing in towards ramp. And in the end, 3 players aggressive. All 3 players falling. And Endpoint, they're down to 2 men. And Unique. Well, I mean, it's a 5-on-2. They have a minute and 15 seconds still to go. Sorrow to find Crucial. Surreal to be picked up by Duke Visora, and it is now 5-on-4. when it comes down to rounds, well, buy theoretically possible for 2 players for endpoint, but they'd probably opt to grab a couple of upgraded pistols, keep that 2k bank for Richie, Surreal, and Boros. I don't know right now. To be honest, neither team is really convincing me of their strength here on Ancient. I think that explains their stats of sub 50% as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Out of 11 and 15 games respectively in the past 3 months.
Fully agree. Although, of course, unique, considering that they're on the T side.
Yeah.
Can be a bit happier with the 5 fronts already. AK picked up here with a good push from endpoint, but Duke Fissura making sure to shut that down very, very quickly. As the players of Unique already on side endpoint, the best they can do actually just take away some guns. Unless, oh, Surreal is gonna actually cancel out the bomb plant. Still gets back into hiding, not taken down yet. There's so much more damage. Is gonna get Winter as well with the headshot through the wall. And he might just turn around
attention here as well.
Only Smiley left alive, and Endpoint wins a round out of nowhere through a massive play of Surreal.
Yeah, and if not for Surreal, then all of a sudden that would have gone a whole lot more differently. However, back and forth now here for rounds. Not exactly ideal for the CTs for Endpoint. They have to just grab this round and make sure that they don't get into that endless stumble. Otherwise, Team Unique might just be able to run away with the lead. Right now, it is still so very close. But just the fact that Surreal was able to stay alive for as long, pulled the attention fully towards him. Then Boros was able to chime in as well because everybody had their backs turned towards him.
Yeah, that was incredible. Just hitting all these amazing shots, buying so much time for his teammates too. Winning a round that seemed to be impossible to win, and that of course is gonna sting for Team Unique as well. It's just such a big setback. Also just when it comes to the momentum, the confidence built up on their side too, it just hurts a lot as they're gonna attempt to get it onto the B side. Honestly, I think I've never seen them actually directly go towards the A side. Boros now peeks and is gonna find 2 players, gets all the information, but Team Unique will get the upper hand when it comes to players. Maybe Crucial can find a kill back, has some information where those players are, but the bomb plant this time won't get cancelled out. So Unique putting themselves into a winning position for this round. And honestly, Endpoint, right now they can actually go for the save, but yeah. I just noticed that right now. I don't think Team Unique ever went onto the A side right away. They always tried B, always.
Didn't they go immediately towards the A side in the second round that then Endpoint were able to win?
Yeah, maybe that was the call being like, yep, no.
Yeah.
Let's go towards
And they've
B.
tried that out with another round, and they were also immediately shut down and turned back around and tried to rotate back over towards B. I mean, the A bomb site seems to be locked down, meaning as well for Endpoint, maybe, as that doesn't really seem to be a vital route of attack for Team Unique. Only put 1 player there, put more players over towards the B bomb site, and then, even more important, don't just push in like headless chickens, because that also hasn't really been working out for them. As right now, we'll just have to see if it works out this round. Well, attention towards mid from Richie, and then straight in towards Donut. And then, well, a 2-man push that Duke Fissura seems to already have on his radar. Nice nade, though. Molotov's there as well, just prepped. Nades to go, but Mighty Max finds a double. At least Duke Fissura does get the trade back, but Boros as well is well aware that he should not be pushing further.
Mighty Max putting Endpoint to the lead when it comes to this round, but Duke Fissura, as soon as they say that, he gets another headshot going. This man is so damn strong. Finally, Crucial gonna shut him down. It's Richie also pushing through mid. Might get a lot of early information, might even get a kill here, but no, the jump just at the wrong time. That was a bit unlucky. So now that opens up the A side for now. Quick rotation from
the
Endpoint.
information there as well, though. Surreal, he's been heard.
Yeah.
Sorrow is going to be well aware of that position. Bomb's going to get planted. And already, though, Sorrow is a thorn in their side right now. The Shadow's going to be seen first, but Winter is quicker, and so is Sorrow. Both players finding headshots, and Unique now are back to winning consecutive rounds. They make it 2 in a row, and probably will find a third, as well as money, of course, is still broken for the CTs. 4 endpoints. So what do? P250s seem to be coming out. It's so tough for them. Smoke in there as well.
Insanely tough.
And just the push in towards B. Unique just don't even care. Even if a stack would have been here, they would have run straight over that anyways. So not sure why Endpoint even opted to go for an A stack, but
yeah,
we can talk about that at the end of the
I was
game.
asking the same question in my head. Why? Just why? I don't think Unique. I mean, yeah, okay. You could be like, oh yeah, I'm sure this time they're gonna go towards A, but just thinking about the odds and how often Team Unique went towards B, could have just gone for the B stack. But, yeah, now with that, best they can do, actually just look for some exits. Maybe they can take a gun away through a lucky find, but... Oh, Richie there, get the frag, but he's out of reach for now. But I actually think he's gonna be able to pick up a gun there. The bomb doesn't do something weird with it. Let's see if he finds one. And the answer is no.
It's so unfortunate.
Yeah. With 2 rounds left. And of course, if you think you can do better than, for example, Endpoint, Aggress, then you can download the 3D aim trainer as well to challenge their stats. So it's worth a try. And of course, there are pretty nice prices, I heard, Tyler.
Yeah, I think it's something along the lines of Razor equipment, up to 500 euros worth of it as well. So that's probably a full set of peripherals for you guys at home. Otherwise, right now, maybe Endpoint needs some different equipment as well, because right now just nothing working out for them. Yet again, the opening kill going the way of Unique. Can they at least counter it? Because considering earlier, I think, on Inferno, a lot of the entries went the way of Team Unique as well, but then still Endpoint were able to turn it back around, but this time once more. Well, it's been 3 kills now from Unique, only 1 to answer. Yes, plenty of damage. It's just not going the way of Endpoint, as now the bomb's going to get planted, looking for a 9th round and maybe even to go for double digits at the end. Because, of course, for Endpoint, yeah, they have a full loss bonus, but they don't have any money to build on when it comes down to it. Mighty Max now in towards Donut. Hasn't checked all the way back around, and Sorrow doesn't have this on his radar. At least 1 kill is safe. Mighty Max now finding a double. Sorrow, they're unaware, has now been spotted as well, but can find the diffuser. And with that as well, Crucial pretty much left down out to his own devices. And it will be Duke for Sora, running headshot from him. It's tough. 9th round here for Team Unique, and double digits surely imminent as well.
I agree, I fully agree. Endpoint, they tried their best to go for the retake, but the save would have been the smarter choice to at least get a decent buy into this round, being able to hold on to the AWP and the M4 and then drop some more guns, maybe even 2 M4s as well. And looking at that spy right now, that's just not going to be enough with the performance of Team Unique so far, who decided to change things up, and Endpoint definitely got caught off guard with the A push. But now Endpoint trying to change things up, but Team Unique definitely not surprised about this one. Also not about this either. Endpoint with a few pushes out of the bomb sites, but it's not working. Nothing is working for them. And they just need to have a stellar performance on their T side as well if they want to win the Swiss round number 1 here, if they want to win the best of 3. But it's not really looking good. Team Unique, they're fully in the game. They're just looking strong, especially Duke Fisura. His performance, this best of 3, just outstanding. And would be my MVP if Team Unique takes this. Surreal actually now finding 2 kills back, but I really doubt that that's going to be enough. He would need an ace clutch as he picks up the AK, facing 2 more players. Okay, now it actually looks a bit doable, although the pressure is huge. It's too much, and Iceman is going to get the final kill to bring it up to double digits. 10-5 in favor of Team Unique.
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, I kind of expected this one to be a little bit closer. Of course, we did see the round progression, and in the first half, I mean, we did have that back and forth. First, it was 4-4, and then back and forth, but we did say how difficult those rounds are for CT sides. Endpoint were not able to capitalize on their own CT side. Did lose so many rounds, sometimes also just unnecessary pushes that came out and gave it openly up to Team Unique, and also some stacks towards the A-bomb site, although Unique never really wanted to go there anyways. We'll have to see what they can bring back to the table. This piss round would be important for them, but even more important that they win round number 17, 18, and 19, so they can actually just get back into this game. And then who knows, it might just be 10-8 quickly, as Surreal already finding Iceman with his P250 out. Close range, Duke Visora just not good enough. And in the end, sure, 1 kill from Smiley, but that seems to be it. Surreal is maybe even out for the ace as Crucial falls, and there you go. It is the first ace of, I think, even the entire main Swiss stage, at least here on the A stream, I think. And with that, a nice start to the second half.
Yeah, a much needed start. If they don't get the pistol round here, you can just straight up FF it, honestly. It would be so hard to come back into this one, but now with the much needed pistol round, you get the second round pretty safely too, unless you really mess up. But of course, Endpoint, they know what's on the line right now. They feel the pressure, but they're also playing well around each other, just having a standoff here on middle. Duke Frisura, though, he's stepping up yet again. He finds 2 kills back. Soro now suddenly getting the kill on Crucial 2, who's unaware that there's a player pushing in. And now Team Unique with the player lead out of nowhere. What the hell just happened? And that's how quickly the turntables, right?
Yeah, I think it's pretty much one of those moments where I would just mash my keyboard and ask, what is even going on?
Team?
Yeah. But, I mean, at least bombs planted. Richie is going to find Iceman, so it seems like they might just be able to save it at the end of the day. With Mighty Max finding one. Sorrow now pushing in. Oh, no.
It doesn't have a kit.
Does bring it back, but there's no time and there's no kits. So at least it is still going to be the round for Endpoint. They made it damn expensive, though, on the side of Team Unique. And with that, an AK recovered as well. Money is still kind of gone for Endpoint. To be fair, if I'd be Unique right now, buy FAMASs, buy SMGs, buy pistols, whatever you want. Just force into this one and take the round away from Endpoint and destroy all of their hopes right now.
Oh, I agree. Absolutely.
Just force straight into this. I would not be mad.
Yeah, this is a valid force buy. I know normally like the rule of CS is here, this for sure round to eco, but considering that Endpoint lost all the players and Unique even has an AK to work around, I would fully support a buy round here from Team Unique, but they decide against it, which is also understandable. Either way, I think that's fine for them. Bro is now opening it up with the first kill. Well, let's see how much damage Soro can actually deal. It's Smiley with the deagle though. Not even a headshot. Gets it with the body shot on Boros. Bringing it back to a 4-on-4. You can see Unique. They're ready for Ancient. They know, and there's a lot of control around B aimed for. A is always kept kind of open. Richie just running through is not even caring. Just like Duke Fusura, you're mine, but Zoro at the same time now using the AK against the T's.
I mean, it's just unreal for him to push in. And right now, yet again, a 3v2 situation. Reminiscent of the previous round. Yet again, a big chance for Team Unique to grab one here, to grab even more AKs if they want to. Because right now, the damage is dealt, sure. And they might be tagged down low, but at the same time, crucial, you're not going to be pushing through that smoke anytime soon. Because right now, Surreal is pushing around, but even there, another smoke covering them off. And it's all about time, and right now, Team Unique seem to have it on their side.
Yeah. 20 seconds. They need to win the aim duels. Crucial is gonna take 2. Winter running away all the way around.
Oh, this can be big.
Yeah, he could cancel the plant here. Has to get a little enhance. Plant coming through,
they're aware,
but it's
though.
blocked off, and Surreal is gonna secure the kill as well. Endpoint with the tough round, but at least they win it. 8-10. The game's still very, very much open, but now this is the buy round from Team Unique.
So yeah, all about this one buy on the CT side. It is their first buy at that as well. They were already so competitive just with Deagles. And I'd be surprised if they don't find any success here, because right now it already looked good if they can just replicate that now. 3 players early in towards mid as well as Smiley finds the first one to Boros. Aggression from Duke Visura, and this is exactly how you're supposed to play the CT side here, and what Endpoint kind of missed out on aggression in towards mid. Follow-ups as well here and there. Winter out of nowhere pushes through and finds the real. And at least Mighty Max able to counter onto Duke Visura. But the advantage is set in a 4-on-2, the Molotov blocking them off for now. And even a follow-up Molotov.
Oh.
Richie goes out, but he's all by himself, and Mighty Max.
Yeah, impossible to win this
71
one.
HP,
Yeah.
but not enough. I mean, I said I expected a good round from Team Unique. I didn't expect them to win the round with 4 players staying alive, but that was just an absolute blunder. 3 rounds in a row at the start of the first half for Endpoint, but then yet again, as soon as Unique have the money, they buy and they win. If you guys want to win some as well, you guys can head on over to teb.gg/fall, and if you sign up with the code fall21 with your first €10 bets, you also get a bonus €10 on top of that. But of course, do bet responsibly, be 18 or over, and of course, whatever other age applies within your region. Boros grabbing Winter. At least there, the Galil, enough to guarantee them a secondary weapon as well in the M4A1S.
Good early kill, much needed early kill as Endpoint went for the forced buy, giving them chances now to still win this round. I mean, if Unique wins this now, they could go up to 13 rounds. The Endpoint would be in such a tough situation. Duke Visura instantly gonna fall, but Iceman is gonna follow up. Bomb dropped out in the open. They need to contest it out, but Smiley's there too. Iceman and Smiley playing this so well off each other. And now it's only Surreal left alive in this time. There's no chance for him to clutch this one out because there's no bomb plan to be denied. He needs to be the one who plants it. And he's dead. A 4K for Iceman. With the backup of Smiley, an incredible play in Endpoint's force not working out. They need to go back towards an eco, and Unique is going to go up to 13 rounds for sure. And the odds heavily in their favor in how they have been playing. The comeback chances for Endpoint super slim as of right now. And yeah, honestly, I'm agreeing with these odds fully. Right now, Endpoint looks lost. They don't seem to be ready for Ancient either. It seems like they didn't practice enough maps to actually match the map pool of Unique.
Yeah, I think a big part in this is still, of course, they are missing Thomas today, and that might also be a factor. They did just win a title, and of course the Premiership was certainly a tough one for them as well. But in general, I mean, they've been dominating that for the past 6 seasons. They've gotten 8 titles in total as well in their national championship. But on an international stage, UKCS has always had a difficulty to try and shine, at least in CSGO, and with that right now, I mean, it's 13-8, as you said, they look a little bit lost. Generally with the scoreline, I wouldn't have said that the odds really apply as much, but the way that it is currently being played, the way that it's been going as well for Endpoint, I do have to say, I also fully agree right now. And there's a good reason why we're at 13-8 right now. Duke Visura already well aware of Mighty Max's position. Also decent for him to be holding on. The double flashbang, though, does come out. Nice man, in the end, finds the first kill. How does he even find the second? I'm unsure, but Mighty Max also falls. Duke Visura can now clear out even more of this. And his peak that's imminent in towards mid. Perfect flashbang. And I think he's happy with 1 kill. 26 kills from him in 22 rounds is also looking very comfortable.
Yeah, Endpoint now slowing down a lot there. That was completely open. If they move fast there, they should get an easy round going. But of course, it's so hard to predict. So in the end, it's Iceman picking up a 3rd kill on the recent rounds. He has been stepping up as well. But of course, if you just look at the kills in general, Duke Visura just having an outstanding best of 3. Really wondering how much of a difference that makes, honestly, if he wouldn't step up like this. The scoreline 100% would be much closer, at least on Ancient, maybe not on Dust 2. But he makes such a big difference, deciding so many rounds and getting so many leads into all of those rounds for Team Unique. Definitely the MVP of the series already. Is there's going to be a fast push coming in? A desperate push indeed, but Endpoint is going to get slowed down, shut down. No way you're going to get onto bomb site B. Crucial, the last player alive, but the bomb in the open. There's not a single chance for him. Team Unique going to go up to match point in this best of 3.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, but at least from that first map already, I thought that, well, Endpoint, certainly the stronger team. On the other side now, after Dust 2, now after Ancient, it's a whole different game, and just the way that they just dropped off, the odds reflect that. Of course, it is presumably the last round, of course, and that's the exact reason why the odds are like that. But, I mean, 16th round could be possible right now. Can Endpoint stretch it out further? Yes, maybe, but at the same time, kind of back to the drawing board for them. At least it is Swiss stage, so of course plenty of matches still to go. Endpoint can get at least 2 more chances after this to try and win up to 3 games, of course, and then we'll have to see what they can do in this week. And then of course into the next week already, they might be in playoffs. Unique are looking decent to at least be challenging some of the other teams as well, as yes, it is a full best of 3. But right now, all going to be down to Richie. 1v4. Unique wrap things up 16-8 at the end. They concede the first 3 rounds of the first half, but since then, it's 6 rounds in a row. And what a game here as well. I didn't expect it to go this way. I expected Endpoint to be a little bit more competitive. But maybe a chance then for Unique to turn their stats around and go over 50%. I think this should just about match 50% now.
Yeah, I fully agree here. Unique had a great showing, especially Duke Visura, like I said, MVP of the series, 100% in this best of 3. And stepping it up here for his team, making a huge difference. But yeah, I thought Endpoint is going to be much more competitive on Ancient as well. Dust 2 just didn't seem to be their map, but Unique, they found their footing on Dust 2 and they just didn't stop on Ancient. Towards the end, they just pushed out, found those aim duels and outfragged anyone on Endpoint 2. And that was just also a massive difference here. There was a lot more individual prowess on the side of Unique as well. With their team play, they have been showing up with too. So it was just incredible. I loved watching that team in this best of 3 too. And yeah, Endpoint back to the drawing board. I mean, to be fair, of course, they have a stand in here in Richie as well. So it might have been a bit harder to play a map, especially maps they might have not practiced that much either. And that's how it looked like on this 2 in Ancient as well. But of course, I'm excited to see how far Unique can actually reach in this tournament.
Yeah, when it comes down to the round difference, they are currently leading the charge as well. And in the end, 1-0 a record for them. Endpoint dropped down into the 0-1 games, but of course, a couple of games still to come with FunPlus Phoenix up against the Esports Club Kiev. And then also in parallel, it is Maus NXT up against Nemiga. That, of course, will be happening on the B stream. Here on the A stream, we do still have one more game to come for tonight. It is FunPlus Phoenix up against Esports Club Kiev, and that will be brought to you guys by Explorer and Waldiddy. And with that, I think that is it for the two of us. And I hope that you guys enjoyed the show. Been a nice 5-6 hours with you guys in the chat as well, and until next time then, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I think Prince actually won't be back tomorrow, but in the meantime you can follow him on Twitter, could also follow myself, and definitely do follow the Esports Bible here and everywhere else on the social media channels. So we'll see you next time, and have fun with Exroy and Waldiddy in probably just about half an hour's time.
unnecessary defeats. I'm talking about the defeats where you know you're better. You know you're winning. Until I should have been more focused. No. Scratch all the excuses and focus on the next game. And this time, awaken the GOAT in you. Oh my God, he's got a 4!
Access, which is good for me as an upper.
So far, so good. Then I jinx it. Step miss. Come on, focus, Grus. I can already feel my arm being tired.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pinnacle 4 series. Now, I know you had fun with Phelan and his co-caster, but now things are changed. It's myself and Exwaria and Wilder next to me, giving you some fun insight about what's going to happen. We've got FPX and Esports Club Kiev, and how on earth do you feel about that for us?
I'm not sure why you're so dapper, but you know what? It makes sense. You know, you're greeting Fun Plus Phoenix with a red carpet. I like that. ACKF as well, but yeah, we do get a chance to look at the main Swiss stage, so or the main Swiss standing. So you want to talk a little bit about that, Pavlos?
We can indeed. So far, we've had a reasonable amount of decent results. I guess not many of them were surprising. I think the ones that can be most noteworthy was Galaxy Racers 2-0 against K23, putting themselves at one of the top teams in the standings. There was also an interesting matchup, Skade versus Eternal Fire. That was a really one-sided endeavor for Skade. I think many people would have expected something extra from the Turkish squad. On the other hand, you've got the British squad, Endpoint falling from grace, losing it, dropping 2 maps to Team Unique. They did manage to scathe one in the end, but well, there's also like a disappointment in the big fan base team where Lingby Vikings was able to take over. But now we've got another matchup at hand, FPX versus Esports Club Kiev, the European squad against the Ukrainian squad, where you would say there's a big differential when it comes to the standings of these two teams in the world caliber, and you could also see that reflected onto the odds.
Absolutely. You can see straight off the bat that it's a very one-sided affair as far as the odds are concerned. And you know what? I don't blame the viewers, because if you look at their standings, you've already mentioned it, Pavlos. I mean, they're world rank 95. They haven't really proved themselves just yet. Although they have a few decent results where I start to believe in them. You know, they've been able to beat out Illuminar, who themselves are on a bit of a rocky path right now. But still, you know, they've gotten a map against Namiga. They've gotten a map against AAB. They've been able to get just enough wins where I would think that, okay, maybe they have a puncher's chance at Fun Plus Phoenix. But realistically speaking, Pavlos, I don't expect it to be anything other than a one-sided affair unless Fun Plus Phoenix can manage to drop the ball significantly.
That is something that I do not think they'll be doing, right? Fun Plus Phoenix have had good results. I know you guys saw me for a second there without White Lady. It's just because we don't really care about his opinions anymore. No, that's not true. He's the man with the most knowledge out of the two of us. Let's not take that out of the equation. But FPX, you know, they've had some really good results recently against some really great teams across the tier 1.5 scene. And I'm just wondering at this point what they could do wrong to actually allow Esports Club Kiev to defeat them in that regard. But generally, I've only got good things to say about FPX, apart that they aren't as consistent as a lot of people would hope they would be.
Yeah, if you look at their past results, you know, they've been a bit rocky, and they've not really been able to get too many convincing victories against some of the players that, or some of the teams that you would think are about their caliber, you know, but still it's very impressive that they were able to beat out Lingby Vikings, Entropic, and Eternal Fire, all of that like. But we are going to head straight into the veto, Pavlos, so we get a chance to look at how things are going to function here. Nuke being banned out by ACKF, Mirage, Fun Plus Phoenix is banned. Now that makes a lot of sense because both of these are these teams' respective perma-bans. But what I'm really interested in looking at is how this Dust 2 pick is going to work out. And the reason I mentioned that, Pavlos, is because Fun Plus Phoenix, they already avoided Dust 2 like the plague, okay? They have a 17% win rate. They've avoided it as much as they can, and now there's also that change around mid being thrown into the works. And for any viewers that haven't really been keeping up with the patch notes, now you can't directly look down mid. You have to have a lot of additional utility just to contest that mid area. And where previously it was just long, short, and B tunnels that you had to waste utility on, now there's that additional early potential of a fight. But heading into the rest of the map picks, Pavlos, you want to talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. First, I want to get rid of the formalities, though. Like, honestly, sometimes you just need to get rid of all the nitty-gritty details and just speak frankly about what you think the result is going to be. I am expecting FPX to completely smash the position, and in the meantime, Esports Club Kiev will try their best to succeed. No, I'm joking. I'm purely joking. This is satire, pretty much really bad satire, but what is necessary to have a look at right now is whether this Dust 2 pick coming into the equation is something that FPX is sort of calculated upon due to the fact that these changes have come through, and maybe they've switched up their play a bit, because it dramatically changes how that map is played. You know, you can get early mid power as a CT player, You can get early tonal control as a CT player, so that really switches things up. And to get good executes as a terrorist on that map, you now need good utility usage if you want to head towards the left side of the map.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Pavlos, but we are going to be heading straight into the game after this little segment. Now, remember, if you want to go ahead and you want to improve your aim, you know, I know that most of us honestly suck at aiming, so you can go ahead and download 3D Aim Trainer on Steam. It's completely free. You can take the flicking assessment, you can take a screenshot of your results, and you can share it with the rest of us by using the hashtag 3D Aim Trainer, add your nickname, and maybe throw in a little bit of love as well, you know, sing some praises for us for 3D Aim Trainer. Your pick. Honestly, your choice. And you can join the challenge of trying to beat the pros, where if you get a high enough score, your name will show up on the screen. So do go ahead and check that out.
We should try doing 3D Aim Trainer right after this, don't you think? For us, after we should give it a go, right? We should see how far we can get. It doesn't mean I have to upload my results, because I know they would be absolutely dreadful. But I'm actually curious to see how far you can get, because you're a pretty mad aimer.
And the thing is, I actually downloaded 3D Aim Trainer, and I'm gonna give it a shot right after this little map.
Smart man.
Just gonna load into Steam real quick so I can get it all sorted before we head into the game.
Okay, the man's dedicated. But ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys are ready. Hope you guys have a drink by your side, because this match is not going to disappoint. FPX against Esports Club Kiev for their first matchup in the main Swiss stage, as it is the CIS roster starting things up from the right side of the map, heading directly onto towards the A long side.
It's going to be really interesting to see how the dynamic changes around here. Now, you have to keep in mind that because there's a lack of information for the CTs as well, they didn't peek into mid early. It's still going to be played out a little bit like the old Dust 2. Stiko, though, he's going to peek right out of car. He's being backed up by Emmy. That allows him to stay alive for a little bit longer while reinforcements are starting to arrive. And because that flashbang is perfect, he's good for one more. That's 3 for the price of 1. And right now, it just leaves Amster spinning his wheels.
Amster? More like hamster right now.
The thing is, I wanted to go with a bit of a tongue-in-cheek way of saying hamster, talked about spinning wheels and whatnot, because I felt like if it was too on the nose, it would probably be the joke that all casters have already made.
Yeah, true. But to be honest, when I first saw you say the name Amster, I heard answer, as in the A-N-N-S-W-E-R. Yeah, I can spell. Wow, that's impressive. But yeah, I thought you were going for the answer, and I was like, okay, he needs to come up with an answer to this round, you know. But no, his name is Amster, and Emmy seems to have shut him down. 1-0 on the board for the FPX side.
Now, Pavlos, I want to ask you, what do you think would be the potential win conditions to come out? I know you're usually the one that plagues me with this question. You put me on that analyst high horse, even though I'm a terrible analyst, let's be honest. What do you think are the win conditions here?
The win conditions, all right. So this is going to be a little bit difficult, considering that there is quite a big differential when it comes to skill between these two teams and the teams, the caliber of play these two teams have been playing for. What I think Esports Club Kiev need to do, and what the must is for them, is to pick up this first map, right? Dust 2 is the way to go. Obviously, shutting down this round will be very, very difficult for them, but these deagles can also be quite devastating. Now, they have gained that mid control. FPX not really leaning towards that side of the map. Instead, they've quite opened up these distances, knowing that they've got the scouts, knowing that they've got the aim for M4A1Ss in these long distances. It could really work out. What is troubling, though, is that Esports Club Kiev has some utility to play with it, and they could get across towards Catwalk.
Flashbang at the ready, 3 players to receive. But they're going to be taking their sweet time before they walk right into it. Now, they do have Deagle, so they don't want to make it a very hasty push. Want to make sure that they can capitalize on the resources they've actually bought up. 2 nades, 1 nade, 2 players to receive the damage. And now they're within 1-shot territory for the scout rifle as well. And Emmy going to make quick work of them, just mowing them down with the M4. And they'll be finding themselves stuck in between a very uncomfortable spot as they try to cross over.
Oh, Amster's head was just barely visible there. Madden. Eyes of an eagle. Or of an owl. Both of them got pretty good eyesight, don't they? I believe so. Owls can see through the night. Eagles can see from long distances. Yeah. Bet. But the
Listen,
odds continue to move in favor of FPX.
Yeah, the ultimate nerf / buff to the Desert Eagle, or just a change to the Eagle, would be to, like, I mean, they've already nerfed the damage, right? And I'm happy with that. But add a scope to the damn thing.
Add a scope to the Deagle. Add a right click like the SG or AUG.
Yeah.
Okay,
Wait,
one second for us. I think this is one of the changes that really come into play in Dust 2. You see that Esports Club Kiev don't have that early tunnels prior since they don't have information upon a cross. So this does really help the chance of FPX holding onto this. But the fact that Zen is all by himself here could be troublesome. Could run away with a couple of kills, maybe more, but the swing comes out from multiple players of the Esports Club Kiev side, which means they've now turned this into tunnels control. But the fact that it was so far back in a contact means that there has been enough time for FPX to get the rotations right on towards B.
Now, because there's a lot of information that FPX is able to grant themselves courtesy of the initial push, although they end up losing the MP9, that was the weakest gun out of the bunch, and they can start to reposition. But in the meantime, ECKF, they don't want to push into lower tunnels either. Instead, they'll take the long route home, wrap all the way around, allow themselves to creep towards long. And because of how conservatively FPX themselves are playing it, Modern and Emmy, they've only been doubling up on short, and they don't have any information towards long. So that's going to be a free opportunity at crossing over. But the reason FPX will even allow this to happen is because they realize that having long-range weapons and the potential of not having a smoke on ECKF means that they can take much more favorable aim duels simply by holding down to short, and they don't even have to commit both players to it, and instead just have one player watching short over.
Smart
now, Emmy,
he's
got him a chance.
Yeah, he's placed down a smoke to give him extra cover. Very reminiscent to how Simple loves to play this position. Some nades will try and splash them down. Bomb has the chance to go down, but it's a molly to be his downfall. Only one player lost throughout this whole endeavor for FPX, as they will be running away with yet another win.
I really like how FPX did not play it proactively at all. You know, they did not try to punish more players into tunnels. They didn't have an overcommitment. They used their cheapest gun to get them early information and make sure that that round would stay secured, even if it was a measly eco. FPX, so now they're going up against the big boy guns, AKs, wood. Why did I say wood? AKs of wood. I was thinking of like the wood on an AK, and I said the word wood.
Well,
just... Listen, this is what happens when you have a cast at noon and a cast that will go to midnight, okay?
Oh yeah, it does become midnight for you, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Tough time zones, man. But I'm good. Central European time for the win. Got about 2-3 hours difference. Something like that. But what's interesting about this is that FPX now really do love playing this spread out playstyle, you know, not really going for that early mid control, knowing that Esports Club Kiev already need to put some efforts into challenging it, although it's now fallen completely into their hands. They will expend some movement towards the B site. A couple of smokes, flashes as well. Molly's to be dropped, but Amster Aggressors doesn't come out victorious with a kill. Instead, gets killed himself. A lot of splash damage across the board for FPX, but they still lead the charge when it comes to the numbers. Smokes haven't been utilized in time, meaning that Esports Club Kiev are falling short when it comes to that flash and utility, flash and smoke situation. But Bire may want to go for a push of his own. Assistance with Smash. Zen all by himself in that regard. It just matters if he gets the swing correctly. Smash shows his shoulder, but it's a bullet to the head that finishes his opponent's life. Farlig with the scout. Long distance will favor him. Not even going to try to pronounce that name, but Madden has fallen. 3 against 3. And it seems that Sitch has fallen already. Emmy, 2-piece going his way. All down to Ukla Saver. I tried.
Nice try. The reason I couldn't hold myself back was because I started thinking of that one video. Do you know what? You know the video where it goes like he asks the man his name and he has like the longest name in the world. He's like, "Ooh, wait, something."
Man, the fact that you started laughing, I couldn't hold myself. You're hurting me here, man. I'm trying to cast the game and you start laughing and I'm not able to do that. You're compromising me for us. We're supposed to be in this together.
I'm gonna like try to find an audio clip to play for like anybody that doesn't know what I'm talking about. No, probably not a good idea to do that, but let's see how ACK are gonna get that early long control. A lot more proactive than they previously looked. Stico though is gonna make quick work of Hamster. That allows FPX to quickly tuck themselves in. Now they can choose to play a bit more conservatively because they've got the numbers advantage. And Modern, he still wants to stop them in their tracks. He doesn't want them to get early control. He uses a Molotov just to guarantee that. And Farlig, he's being so aggressive with this. He knows that the only chance they get at a cross is with a run boost, and he preemptively spots it. S4, though, he's in such a good spot. Stico's been taken away. Farlig, though, he's stuck around the smoke, and that allows them to mow everyone down, just leaving Byron in a 1v4.
Very good shots. Now down to 3. Honestly, what can you do? So many people to check out here. 5 and 0s for FPX. Esports Club Kiev have given absolutely nothing.
And it seems that Pavlos has told me in the DMs that S4 is pronounced as Sich. Huh, that was a really embarrassing situation.
That's all right. That's all right. It's like, you know, the 4 in Boomich. I think it just is a 4 is very similar to like to a Russian character.
I'm so sad that you didn't get upset at the joke I just made.
Did I
embarrassing
miss it?
Situation? Oh my god, Pavlos, why would you do this to me?
I missed
you missed it.
Oh, that was gold. That was gold. I was just focusing on your literal terms. I wasn't reading in between the lines. I'm sorry.
I mean, there's probably quite a few viewers on here, and I'm sure a bunch of them are casters. So looking for a new duo that can get lowbrow humor, just
don't.
Hit me up.
You'll never get a Zlatan Ibrahimovic look-alike again.
Oh, that's true. I do need to capitalize on your footballer look-alike personality.
Ah, yeah, obviously.
Really, one of the only reasons I cast with you.
I know. But I have to say, I'm good-looking.
That's true. I agree with that for sure.
Totally not being completely idiotic because I'm bragging like this. But hey, gotta be honest with ourselves. Yeah, no, I sound like such a douche.
Yeah, that's why I just let you carry on. I just let you carry on the whole time, and I'm like, yeah, ECK. I mean, they are on the server, but also there's a lot of entertainment value in Pavlos embarrassing himself. So you know what? We're getting the viewers regardless. It's all good.
It's all good indeed. It's not all good for Esports Club Kiev because unlike you letting me go on, it looks like FPX isn't letting them go on. Wherever they go, there's a blockade. There are a lot of billards stopping them from moving, but Amsa's push there comes out well. Madden taken out of the equation instantly, and now FPX need to recover. Esports Club Kiev playing this very cautiously with a bomb down with no players fallen. FPX really need to try and find them. They're all hiding in a nook and cranny. Just becomes more difficult by the second. Incendiary blocking one side, flash out. Emmy looking for it. Zen takes a lot of damage, ends up falling. Amster continuing with that Deagle 2-piece for him so far, and Emmy wants to aggress. Looks for the headshot. He's got reinforcements, but his teammate falls right before his eyes. Farlig from a distance can't quite find those AWP shots. They're just hiding left and right. The balancing of tempo is immaculate by Esports Club Kiev, and they've bought just enough time to get this W.
Because Farlig didn't aggress onto the site to try to help out Emmy, they only had one fit through the door, and that means the defuse kit won't be put to good use. ECK might have been a bit scrappy the way they've done it, but okay.
Well, double up setup FPX, you know, if one doesn't work, just pick up 2. Why don't you?
Now let's see if FPX are going to take advantage of the fact that they can get early lower tunnels push.
I really do. Oh, they would have pushed. I thought they would have pushed directly, but no, it's just too scary without information. Too risky, but it doesn't even matter
Byron.
when you hit shots like that. Bire, you're a monster. And now Madden tries to recover. Damage onto Smash the Nature do the job. Up onto his backside. That's got to hurt. Not the best way to die, losing your buttocks like that. Uklitsaver. I think that's a pretty good way of pronouncing it. Uklitsaver? Why not? Somebody correct me, perhaps. But Madden. Good kill as well. FPX looking to recover, looking to convert. But it's still not over just yet for the Esports Club Kiev side. Madden aggresses. That's going to be Bire out of the equation. Amster. What can you do here? Spray down. Staiko. There you have it. FPX only lose one player throughout that process. The cleanup was clean.
This is a pretty one-sided affair right now, and I don't think anyone would expect ACKF to win this out. But if you don't agree with the odds and you think you've got a leg up, you can go ahead and bet over at Pinnacle with the code FALL21. If you bet 10 euros, you can get 10 euros back. But make sure before you do that, go ahead and check out the terms and conditions because they do fully apply, and make sure you're abiding by the laws and regulations in your area. Now, ACKF, they'll be taking control of some area as well as they head up towards long. One player to the dumpster, smoking himself out, and there's a lot of pressure that he's going to have to face simply because they want to zero him out. They know that they've managed to capture him without any reinforcements, and they will keep chucking nade after nade. One bullet will be good enough to do it, but that cannot be found, and he survives. Clings on to his life by a hair's breadth just to take one out. But Farling, in the meantime, he's making quick work of the members moving towards the A side. Zen misses a very crucial shot in the stoppage of the ACKF squad, and Farling, he has to do some more.
Oh, Stiko up close. Amster aggressive, not quite sure if he's spotted, but Beery's there for assistance. Now it's been converted to an equilibrium state, 2 against 2. But no sight take has been given over. Farling with an AWP, he can double scope into that door line, but he's also scared about mid. Smokes it instead and now needs to take that gamble. He doesn't even check it. He doesn't even check the cross. Or will he now? That's one. Does he look for the second, or does he anticipate that Amster will also be checking it? Slowly dry peeking it, but Madden approaching, and Amster's aware. That's going to be a shot going their way, but Farling is here. One-on-one. It's a standoff. Farling so
He's
close.
going to have to go for no barrel spotted!
For Farling, and just like that, FPX regain control.
It's 4 kills for the man to secure the round. FPX, they will continue to power on through. ECKF only getting away with scraps as far as the T side is concerned. Now, that also does make a lot of sense if you consider the current meta of Dust 2. It's significantly favored to the CT side. You have early mid control. You can easily tuck a player into tunnels. We've talked about it, you know, sending up players on short. So there are very few options for ACKF to begin with, and they've picked up Dust 2, and the fact that they're going to be heading into the CT side with very few rounds unless they can quickly turn up the heat. But man, the pixel being spotted like that, that's all that Farlig needed. He has his eye, he had his eyes zeroed in. Made it look so easy as well. And if you look at the kill distribution of FPX, I think they're going to have no trouble racking up the frags. Emmy going 14-2 at the moment.
Yowza. Impressive. I like Emmy as a name. It's pretty chill. No, when you read out Emmy, it just gives you those vibes that, you know, this guy is just cool to hang around with. Grab a drink with, talk about life, about the stars, and why we exist in the world we live in.
Mm-hmm.
When you think about a name like Faraz, like all you think about is just someone making a fool out of himself.
I
might be biased because I know a guy called Faraz, and
yeah. I know a man named Pavlos who would end up in the 10th percentile on 3D Aim Trainer.
Yikes. Likely. Very likely. In they go, though. Smokes out first. Slight obfuscation as they don't move in directly. But FPX, dedication towards A. Mid granted over to Kiev if they want it. Farlig. Is that a shot through the smoke? Either way, they come out on top, and Biro wants to re-grab attention towards him. They move out, smoke flashes as well, but Madden is there to stop them. They slowly make their way in with the use of a flash, but Smash's bullet to the head against Madden is what allows them access. Stiko up close, Search from afar, looking to deliver. As the smoke starts to fade, he may start to be compromised. Emmy spray down, victorious up against him, and FVX succeed with yet another round.
It's just too easy for the side of FPX right now. And I believe Chazi is still leading the charge. I mean, Chazi from Galaxy Racer, he's top 1 percentile. Gotta love it. I really want to compare myself to the pros right now, you know? I just want to Palace, do you want to cover this for a little bit while I hop onto 3D Game Trainer?
No. You should do it later, and I'll try and roast you. Maybe on stream. We'll see. Ideas.
I can't really flick anyway right now because I've got my audio interface sitting on my mouse pad, so...
I wonder what you'd be able to do against the Pinnacle intern. I mean, that guy is pretty mad with predictions. A lot better than you. I wonder how you would fare in the aim lab together. Let's see here. Farlig. Should be simple, right? But last time that Esports Club Kiev won, it was a pistol, so... But I guess you could just say that they did have some utility to work with now. They've already expended it. Need to be pushed on its way. Zen, that's a spray down reminiscent of what we saw earlier today. It could have been the lineup, but it's not what actually happened. Mid regained in control of the European roster. Persic continues to do damage. Not all over. But these short bursts of victories haven't translated into complete map control. FPX sticking around towards B, and for good reason as well. If Sneeko reads this correctly, he'll be able to defend, but the flash keeps him into a corner. Can't quite transfer onto a second. Delivers eventually, but Smash is able to take him out of the equation. Before Madden rotates, he's able to grab one, but as Smash locates outside of the window, it's Emmy there to retrieve him.
Really nicely done by Fun plus Phoenix. The thing is, even this round that got a bit dicey, which ECKF could have potentially turned up on, that was with the Eagles. Not exactly sure why they show a little bit more prowess when they do that, but well. Nine and 1 at this point. It's really a matter of waiting for ECKF to be punched down, honestly, unless they can turn something up before that double digits mark starts ringing. We're waiting outside long, and I want you to look at how much time ECKF have to expend in just clearing out mid, and that's one of the things I really like about this change. I feel like time would barely ever be an issue for the Terror side because they would always get early control of mid. They would always be able to get early control of short with just a flashbang, and they'd be able to peek out of tunnels as well. So more than half of the map would always be part of the T's domain, and the only thing they would actually have to contest for is long. And if you lose long, that's the only point of contention that the CTs would ever have. So I feel like time is a bit more favorable to the CTs now, and that's a change that I do appreciate. Whether or not I agree with the line of sight that the T's lack entirely, I think that's still debatable.
Debatable for most. I mean, a lot of people are glad that's no longer the aspect because it's always like you have to expend a smoke to cross to a site, you know, from spawn. So a lot of people would argue against it, but, you know, I love how FPX are well rehearsed around it already. I mean, knowing that they've got a bad stat record on Dust 2 and now are looking to deliver, but look at the push, it's imminent. Inwards they go. Beer has already been able to cross, spray down a far from the smoke. They will wait for the reloads, and looks like they're able to get through without too much damage inflicted. On they go. Farlig delivers against Beery, but Uklitsava quick to react. Stiko, Farlig as well, doubling things up, and now it's down to Smash, but not for long. Taken out of his misery in an instant as FPX hit double digits.
You can see why the odds are so heavily in the favor of FPX right now. I mean, there's barely ever been a conversation going in the form of, or at least in the favor of ECKF at all. Only a matter of time. I think FPX are very likely to end this half with 14 rounds, in fact. Unless they can once again turn those Deagles up. Even then, that one round that they were able to get, that was so messy, and it came down to the last wire. I'm not really putting too many chips on ECKF just yet.
You wouldn't. It's as if you're playing roulette, right? It's as if you've got the bare minimum odds to win, you know? It's not... Is it, I've never played actual roulette, but is it, you know, that 1 point, is it green? On the roulette? I'm not quite sure. I should stop.
Yeah,
I think it's green, right? Yeah. And putting your chips onto green, it's pretty much like putting your chips on Esports Club Kiev right now. This is their own map pick. This is tough. FPX hasn't granted them any space to work with. And although I do like the fact that they're waiting for their opponents to use up their utility, So when it comes to the retake, they may have a chance. They will eventually run out of time. They need to come away with kills here. Smoke's falling into place. This is where Kiev start to push through. Madden and Farlig both holding their ground. Flick shot not quite connecting at the start. Madden is there to help out, but they've gained space. Onto the site they go. Nate's been thrown out to splash them down low, but it's not quite good enough. Farlig with the pistol drawn doesn't quite go for the reload because he knows they can recapitalize upon him. Out in the open as he does to try to reload again, but it's the Deagles to do it once more perhaps. 2 against 3. Steeko from afar. Emmy trying to do stuff from CT, but it's just 2 different angles at the same time. It's just not feasible. All by himself, Steeko. With just bullets expending from his magazine, tries to close up the gap, goes for the play out on short, but won't succeed in getting it. It's the Deagle rounds once more to put Esports Club Kiev another time onto the radar.
It's weird to say this, but it's kind of impressive how far ECK have gotten off of just the Deagles. And if I'm their IGL right now, I'll go like, listen guys, rifles, snipers, not really our cup of tea, are they? We can save a lot more money. Just go for hand cannons. Have a lot more success as well. But I like how Sitch is actually proactively playing this, and he's able to rip the head off of Farlig with this. Modern also being situated into tunnels. He looks away for a second, and he can still get away with 1 frag, but not before he's traded out. Now, mid control is heavily contested, but it'll eventually go to the side of ECK. If they've got the numbers, and I believe they have a fair bit of information as well. Now they know that for a fact, there's only going to be, at best, 1 player towards mid, and they can choose their own poison, you know? They can head out mid, go towards B, fish for information on long. A lot can happen here. But Zen, there's a bit of a bait and switch setup going on. As the AWP misses, Emmy will peek out.
Emmy? It's all about time, isn't it?
Do they
Salva
throw a
close
flashbang
by,
here?
Sitch as well, Bire. They're moving in. Zen will be there for first contact. Who wins it first? The timing! Oh, it's gonna hurt! But they line up for Emmy! A potential triple, but just the mere double. Steeko is the only man remaining for FPX.
That was so uncomfortable to watch, the way he switched over to his nade, but now Steeko still got a puncher's chance. Does he spot the player towards the stairs? Oh, then you're watching him! No, Steeko!
Oh man, if you had one of those gadgets that pretty much say where your eyes are looking at that moment, well, that's not where Steeko was looking at that final second, was it? He was looking up onto catwalk and missed the player playing around those stairs.
We get a chance to look at that. Just the most uncomfortable thing I've ever looked at in 2021, honestly.
It's as if Bire jumped on top of his teammate's bullet.
I feel like people sell this type of video on the deep web. They're like, worst timing on CSGO, $20.
Oh man. Look at Sava though, playing with FPX's feelings here. Okay, so if they do recover a 5th as well, the standing isn't that dreadful. Obviously the map with the changes coming through does become slightly more CT-sided, and I guess in that regard, you would expect some score like this. But, excuse me, Zen? That's a USP you're holding. Do you want Valve to nerf that as well?
Like how he just tucks his tail and he's like, nope, I'm out of here.
From one side of the T-spawn to the other, he just finds 2 kills like that. Simply marvelous. But against 2 AKs, come on, let's be realistic. Zen, will you be realistic, or will you just bring madness? No. Yeah, the more I expect him to deliver there, the more he disappoints in that regard. But it's all right. You couldn't really expect too much from him, considering it's an eco. Some damage inflicted at least. But it is Esports Club Kiev to slowly gain some rounds, and that could be something they can work with.
The weird thing is I expected it to be a super one-sided affair for the side of FPX, but as soon as ECK have started contesting mid with an AWP consistently, they've gotten a lot of information back. And in doing that, they've weakened the side of FPX quite significantly. But I feel like it might be too little too late. It's only going to be a matter of how good they are on their own CT side for Dust 2 before we can really draw a conclusion just yet. But their movement on mid tells me that they're aiming for some short control. Nobody will be pushing through from long. The smoke also discourages FPX from pushing. The only incentive right now for FPX to check anything aggressively is towards short, especially because they have reinforcements there.
Indeed they do. B-Ray. What are you doing there, sir? He actually aggresses. That wasn't quite what he wanted. I would have expected a flash to follow suit with him, but Amps has to deal with two. Spray down, but Farlik shuts the effort down. Does recover with another rifle. He doesn't need to reload in that regard, but Sitch with the deagle is able to bounce back. Smash looking to contest on long, not finding that shot, but Zen on the other side of the map delivers. All down to Smash. Might as well call this game Smash Bros, because there's a Kirby just about to fly on top of his head. And that Kirby is a bullet. Not really. I expected it to happen in that regard, but I guess we're delaying the inevitable at this point. There we go. There's Kirby. Steeko, bullet to the head of Smash, and that's FPX with 11 at halftime.
Can Kirby swallow a gun?
Can't he swallow literally everything?
I just imagine that he takes over whatever Wonderland he's fighting. What was it? Dreamland? Yeah, he's fighting in Dreamland, right?
Mm-hmm.
He just takes over it because he swallowed a Glock.
Oh, man. Whenever I play Smash Bros, you know, I've never owned Smash Bros as a game, but whenever I play with someone else, you know, that they have, I don't know, like a Wii U or Switch, I'd always like... I'd always pick up Kirby because he's literally the easiest to play and the easiest to get a win with. Just a guilty pleasure of mine. Destroying actual skilled people in Smash Bros with Kirby. Fun. Very fun.
Kirby is one of those games that I've actually grinded a lot on my Game Boy.
Nice.
Man, that was so fun to play. But speaking of fun, I think ECK are about to have a lot of fun here on mid, trying to go up against the defense or the offense of FPX. But Amster quickly putting one in the grave. Zen no longer there to contest as they start moving up short.
Good start by bounce backs. Farlik now with the back around 3 against 5. Esports Club Keeper have the advantage, but 3 against 4 actually, but 2 of them are fairly low. Farlik does find the shots through the wall there, so keeping things to an equal standing. Farlik needs to contest now. Smash so close, but it smashes bullet that smashes Farlik's head. So much smashage in one round, if that's what you can call it. But all of a sudden, 2 left for FPX. With the bomb down, now they can just play the patience game. Amster with a crouch peek. Amster with a double. As soon as they peek out, he plays whack-a-mole. And that is Esports Club Kiev with a pistol.
So the thing I really like about this is that we get to see the potential of ECK on the preferred side on this map just because they end up winning out the pistol. And although they're a significant underdog team, now we can get the conversation started, you know? A few whispers in the wind about FPX potentially losing out this map can be heard. Let's see if the wind can take us there, though. Lower tunnels seems to be the point of contest, and a lot of time has to be attributed to clearing out lower tunnels before they can actually feel confident. ECK, though, they're playing it in a very traditional style where they're not committing to LT, they're not taking early mid control, they're not dedicating 2 players for double short control either. Having a they previously had a 2-1-2 setup converted to a 3-1-1 now, and it's a very traditional way of playing Dust 2, if anything. And it seems like FPX, they want to head towards short with how this smoke is getting ready to be lined up. Change of mind, maybe they go mid to B, but the options are open.
Yeah, this is a double back from the initial position, but as you do say, that option still exists. Comes down to execution, really. A lot of utility available for them, and now they do aggress, but dryly in mid. Not causing too much attention to themselves, no one really looking towards Catwalk just yet, but here they come. Smokes on both ends. Oh dear, okay, how does Smash play around this? He needs to hold his ground, but two different positions. I love how FPX played that, but Amster will hold his ground towards the B tunnel site. He's on the back position, and so many players from FPX need to challenge him, eventually getting the finishing blow, but he's bought just enough times for the rotations to come through. Farlik needs to play with the tunnel's position. Smoke to give him some extra space, but look at Kiev. They're trying to suffocate them before the bomb even goes down. 15 seconds. It's all down to that, and you have to be sure that Kiev will aggress as soon as they hear this point. They do go for the punch-in. They do go for the numbers, but Emmy delivers on his end. Sitch close by. Beer as well from doors. Farlik delivers on one end, but there's only one left. They know exactly where Sitch is, and he's been dinked down. 10 points of health. M4 not quite collected. Shoots it instead in frustration. And he looks back in anger. He's out of there. FPX, what a beautiful take of mid, and what a beautiful take of B.
I'm a bit disappointed by that, Pavlos, because I talked about it a little bit. I wanted to see them flex their muscles on the CT side, but it doesn't seem like we're going to be seeing any lifting today. 4 rounds away from hopping over to map number 2, EC Kiev. They've lost one of the very important lifelines that they initially had.
Quick aggression. The troubles of the new Dust 2 map. Well, FPX, they're revised on it. They know exactly how to deal with it. But not in time. Esports Club Kiev, they caught their opponents off guard there. I might have read the situation slightly wrong there because it is the Ukrainian side to come out on top. Farlik's close by. Bere delivers. As soon as you thought FPX were back, well, looks like they're stopped right in their tracks once more. Stiko spots that one. Quick headshot. Smash nearby. Reinforcements delivered from Huklitsava. He falls back towards A. Is that the right call? It's a gamble for Stiko, right? There's only one right decision and he doesn't know of it. Seeing how Kiev are moving in towards mid, Stiko might have made the wrong call unless he drops the right time. If he drops towards CT and both of the players' backs of Kiev are against them, it could have been it, but no. The river isn't the ace.
I think EC Kiev actually realize
they've wrapped towards tunnels? Oh,
yeah,
okay. Yeah, yeah, maybe FPX didn't know about the bomb's whereabouts? I mean, no, what am I on about? Esports Club Kiev didn't know about the bomb's whereabouts. But now they do? No, I'm just confused. I'm sorry. I just messed things up in my head. I just overcomplicated things.
I think EC Kiev realized early on that Stiko would have to take the long route, and they simply put themselves on B because they realized that if he's all the way on A, that's the only position that is reasonably available for him to be on, with the exception of mid. He would have to spend a significant amount of time clearing out every angle, and by the time he gets to tunnels with only 30-ish seconds remaining, he either has to give an audio cue on the way back to A, or he simply takes so much time that he has to go to B, and they play it conservatively on the B side. So it's a really good read from EC Kiev to play it ultra conservatively. Okay, now we have official word on how his name is pronounced. It's Ukludzaver. And
yeah, I got it
previously
right.
Yeah, you were very close. Very close.
Nice.
I mean, previously I thought he just smashed his hand on his keyboard and hoped for the best outcome. Not a terrible username, gotta give him that. Luck favored him.
Madden, quick reactions on that, but the flash is fruitful from Bere, stops them in their tracks. Now they want to regress, but Bere stands strong.
Oh, no,
How
so
does he not fall yet? It's just has to play against so many players. Ukutsawa goes for a push, but Zen delivers. 2 against 2. Hamster, there you go. Brings things back. Stiko,
Stiko.
They know! They just know. They're just too big-brained. And FPX, well, they drop another 7 now for the Ukrainian side.
5 rounds in between them, and where I was previously a bit disappointed that we don't get to see ECKF show their CT side, they've managed to carve themselves back into a spot where now it's a reasonable prospect to have. 21 and 23 kills on Farling and Emmy, and they've been trying to carry their team forward. But KF, if they can get their chips together, I believe they've got a reasonable shot at it. Sitch moving up towards mid. Stiko, nice shot with the scout, but Sitch, I believe he's going to get a lot more damage done in that prospect. Yeah, that is not going to be a very long round for the side of FPX. Easy peasy cleanup, and we head on over back to a gun round.
Back to a gun round we go indeed. FPX are still favored, but when you look at the odds now and what we saw a few rounds ago, from a 1 to 12 to 1 to 8, it's a bit of a drop. So it seems like the Ukrainian side do have a little bit of a chance here. And the momentum they've gained over on the CT side on this newly changed and reformed Dust 2 still looks a little bit decent. You know, FPX is not over. They've lost quite a few rounds in a row, and considering there's some momentum in their veins, they can keep it going. And Sitch shows that perfectly by getting first kill.
Modern being out of contest, it's a problem because he was one of the big pieces of leverage that they can use to bargain for this round. And Sitch, I believe he wants to make that AWP a lot more useful. Spots a shoulder, easy cleanup. Stiko unable to have much of a word with him. And second shot will line up as well. He didn't actually connect it, crazy enough.
It's insanity. You can't keep doing the same thing over and over again and expect a different outcome. And that's what FPX gone for, and it's insanity. That's what it is.
You say that, but Sitch also did the same thing over and over, and he kept lining them up.
True.
So maybe
but the same outcome.
Insanity,
but it's the same
insanity,
outcome,
you know?
right?
Yeah, it's the same outcome. Fair enough. We never talked about having a negative outcome.
Exactly.
Oh, I love how they're actually dropping nades into spawn. Just have that little extra insurance policy. If you got the extra money, why wouldn't you do it, right? You don't ever expect FPX to be all the way in CT spawn in as a significant enough probability that FPX would be able to use it realistically or practically. Not sure what the word I was.
The bad thing about that tactic over on the T side here in Dust 2, or in Dust 2 in general, is that you don't really, well, the T side mostly, you don't really cross through your spawn to get that rotate across, right? It's pretty much out of your way, so picking up that extra utility later, it just doesn't work, you know? But on the CT side, I guess it's more practical. Sitch, that's a USP, man! He's got an AWP in his hands, chooses to use a pistol to equalize the playing field, but he still comes up huge with a USP. Why do you just have to flex on them like that?
How is ACK doing this exactly? I mean, we're looking at FPX of all things, and perhaps this is their Achilles heel, Pavlos. Playing on that Dust 2T side, you know that they don't have a particularly good... Honestly, Pavlos, I'm glad I was talking so I didn't hear whatever you said there.
Yep, fair enough.
But what I was gonna say is that FPX, since they've been avoiding Dust 2 like the plague, and they have to play it now, especially with the disadvantage that the mid position grants now, I think they're going to significantly struggle on the T side. And putting 4 rounds before ECKF can power through with 6 of their own, I think it's pretty evenly matched for either squad.
It was 11-4 at halftime for us. 11-4. Put that into perspective, 12-10 now. But the good note for FPX, at least, they've got an end the first blood, right? They can work with that. A site, or at least A long, is being handed over to them. EC Kiev, a lot of dedication towards mid, so sort of a gamble. But FPX taking their time. EC Kiev can convert, making sure tunnels are uninhabited. Zen falls, Bire, good trade, and FPX have yet to find their way into the site, and now they have to deal with a couple of players. Sitch with that AWP, he will not fall victim to that shot, as his comrade Simple does in so many occasions. Amster emerges from the shadows and continues to wreak havoc. Farlig with that AWP tries to bring things together for his team, and he's able to do it on a double time as well. Bomb now planted. Farlig saving grace for his team. Madden with 1 kill so far. Into the smoke, and Kiev know of this. They check the position, and Smash delivers with a bullet to the skull. Farlig misses out on a shot. Second can't miss. Misses out,
No.
and that's where you fall. Not only have they gained double digits, but they're closing the gap even further. EC Kiev a look on form.
Am I seeing an FPX that feels pressured by EC Kiev out of all things?
I think we're seeing exactly that for us.
Yeah, and we get to see the odds as well. You can see that they're no longer super favored to the side of FPX. And you know what? If you want to bet on some of those, you can go ahead and check out Pinnacle. Bet 10 euros, get 10 euros back, but make sure to use the code FALL21 and check out the terms and conditions before you do just that. 12, 11, and 11, though, only 1 round away from the equalizer. Let's see how much of FPX's mental real estate ECK is able to occupy in Sitch. He's already going to build himself an apartment in there. Make that a house. A Seiko will fall.
Well, okay. Well, Sitch is unstoppable right now. Hand this man a cookie. He deserves it. He's done his job. And if anyone was around early this morning with a fan fact of the Cookie Monster, actually has a real name. It's called Sid. So, might as well call Sitch Sid. Who would have thought? Fitting name. Flawless round for EC Kiev. Oh, it just looks too simple. FPX, they seem lost.
Every time Retro's name pops up on the screen, I'm just gonna have to go ahead and message him right now. Retro, can you get a better score, mate?
Mate, I think you first need to prove yourself before you start smash talking others. I think
Oh, that's true, actually.
I think you need to show us what you're made of, because if you get a worse score than Retro, you will never hear the end of it.
Can you get a better score, mate? It keeps embarrassing you on the stream. Enter. There we go. You can hear me typing there, right?
I have heard you type there, yeah. It's you better get a better score than that for us, or else I will be teasing you for the rest of my life. And so will Retro, and I will not blame him for him. I'll join him. I will join him.
We'll see how this rolls out. FPX, they're losing quite a few points of leverage as they fall back down to the Tech 9s. They've got a few flashes in between. But you know what, Pavlos? ECK, their lifeline that even saved them to begin with was pistols. They got it done with Desert Eagles. And now, maybe we see FPX do some of the same.
Maybe we do. Shot from Smash. Well, 1 kill goes their way. Amster can't quite deliver the way Sitch can do with his own AWP, but it doesn't matter. This man is there. He can stop things. Are we literally seeing EC Kiev ahead of FPX right now? After an 11-4 scoreline, we're now seeing 13-12. Someone pitch me, because I feel I'm sleeping still. I feel I'm dreaming.
And I believe FPX have taken a timeout to wake themselves from this nightmare as well. It feels like with how little they're able to do up against the defense of ECK, they're going through some sleep paralysis as well.
Well put. I mean, if you look at the top of your screens, ladies and gentlemen, all that is blue. All that is EC Kiev's CT performance. Unstoppable is a perfect way to describe it. At least FPX have got a buy round going for them in this tactical timeout. Better be what they require. I'm eager to see what tactic they go for this time around. They do go for the boost initially, and that's going to be a free piece of a kill. Not sure if they've done that too much this half, but it does work out. And Madden aggressively onto the A site gets a kill himself. That's more like it for FPX. That's what they require. 2 kills at the start that may convert into a win.
Are we actually seeing FPX suddenly wake themselves up? Oh, okay, Zen, he's going for the confidence builder. Oh, man, that's a bit disappointing. I wanted him to try to go for the knife even when they're down.
Yeah.
But 13 and 13, I like that.
I do like that as well. I mean, it makes things a lot more exciting, but let's look at the reality of the situation. I mean, he wanted to go downstairs first to see if there was a second player across mid on the cross towards short, just in case. So I don't blame him for not going for the knife there. Obviously, we'd love to see the knife, and quite frankly, if he has a chance to do it again, we want the knife. But hey, well, Farleg did succeed the previous round, but I guess this outcome isn't so fruitful. They know they've dedicated 2 players towards that suicide position, and the long aggression, again, not falling into place for FPX. So where they retrieve victories early on, EC Kiev don't fall victims to the same feats twice in a row.
If FPX can turn things around now, it would be so disastrous for ECKF, especially mentally, you know? You've gotten up such a lead, you've managed to exchange so many rounds together, and this is where you start to deliver. But ECKF are doing such a good job on their CT side. Can they continue those saves? Moving out, gets one through the smoke. Yuko Zaver
there's no way they
is
expect
able to
pit.
make it a bit of a contest as well, and the Molotov is not going to dissuade him from lining up shots further.
And it doesn't even come down to Bira. He's just hiding out in pit, expecting them to keep on pushing, whereas Ukulutala will eventually die. He gets 3 before that even happens. Like, how is that even legal? Now an arrest warrant is after him, but I believe if all of them are dead, there's nothing much they can do about it. Zen. 1v4. A man with a dream, and Sitch is taken care of. The big frag of his team can't do him that much, but as he drops, Smash is there to retrieve, and EC Kiev are back on top.
This matchup is looking very unpredictable, but if you think you had a chance to predict it, go ahead and check out Pinnacle. Bet 10 euros, you get 10 euros back if you sign up using the code FALL21. Terms and conditions do apply, though, and make sure you go through them before you indulge. 14 and 13 now, ACKF. They've got a big lead. FBX, they were able to interrupt for a little while, but let's see how long they can continue this. 3 and 2 rounds required, respectively, and if there's any game that I would expect to go to an overtime, this is probably not one of them. I think ACKF is going to completely steamroll FBX, but let's see how this is going to work out.
Let's see. Some amount of dedication of utility. I wonder if they've dropped some in spawn for them to collect, and I think they've done just that. Sitch, again, they're challenging him dry. You at least need a smoke or a flash to dedicate towards that direction. Why do you keep falling into a trap? FPX, as much as I want to give credit to Sitch for being a monstrous player this game, it's also FPX just gifting him these kills. It's a combination of both, really.
Let's see if FBX can do a little bit more with this initial frag, though. Oh, Byron looked away at the wrong time, but I love how he used the M4. They don't check him in time because they just don't have the audio cue to work with it. Zen, though, 1v2, AWP in hand. Can he make it work? He's got the bomb, and he needs to isolate Byron fast before the flank comes through. Doesn't check towards the right, and that's going to be quick work of him. 15 and 13 to ECKF. They've put FBX into treacherous waters.
Who would have thought that from 11 to 4 we'd be seeing 13 to 5? I didn't think that. The Pinnacle odds didn't think that. What, Faraz didn't think that? Did you think about that? I don't know. Well, if you did believe in it, then Pinnacle...
I hinted towards it,
yeah,
that maybe their entire gameplay changes when they head on over to the CT side, simply because of how Dust 2 is different. But I still didn't expect them to be this dominant, Pavlos.
Big change to the way this map works now, and I guess it's turned completely CT-sided. Sitch, oh, there is going to be a collateral, isn't it? I'm just looking into the future right now. Oh, it doesn't even have to be collateral because that was beautiful. Spots out a pixel, and Emmy's dead. Molly under the feet of Madden, and he needs to hide away. Oh, Sitch, I think he can see him a little bit. Not quite sure of it. It's going to be simple. Just like that. Man. Sitch is next simple, I'm telling you. Stiko. He's got a nice angle to work with and finally shuts down this man. Can't even call him a man at this point. He's a monster. And Zen looking to find some comfort towards Catwalk. Now, this is what they can play with. One player isolated onto ramp. One smoke remaining that they could drop to enable the cross, but no. He's block the entry towards Catwalk to give them some time. Uklitsava looking to aggress as the bomb is being punched in, but Farlik shuts him down. Now with 2 left for EC Kiev, they've got a choice to make. Do they go for this 2v3 disadvantageous push? They try and hold on to the weapons. They've got plenty of economy to work with. Well, not quite the loss bonus they would love. Therefore, I wouldn't blame them if they took either of these decisions, but they go for it. Amster, that's the first one they need. From 3 against 2. Zen, Goose, good position, good shot as well, and Amster's all by himself. The swing comes out, Molly down, but it's Stiko's bullet to the head. That delivers in time. FPX 14, and there's a danger of overtime.
Yeah, I'm just starting a fight with Retro as we speak.
Oh no.
Yeah, just want to make sure that war has been declared. I will hunt him down in 3D Aim Trainer.
For me, it's all words, man. I'm with Retro on this. You haven't quite gone on Aim Trainer yet, so I'm just waiting for you to
I'm
get
so
on that
scared
case.
now. There's so much pressure on me.
There's a lot of pressure for us, and you've put that on yourself. No, it's no one else's burden but yours.
FPX just stands for Oz, pressure, and the X stands for 10. 10 on 10.
Oh. Smoke out. Okay, B-side they go. Ooh, this could be good timing. Flash out, and Smash is caught napping. Bire is able to hold his ground on his regard, but when you look at Amsa, he's lost in the smoke. They haven't quite spotted him yet, and he could do so much damage, but his barrel just sticks out like that. With a bomb to get planted for FPX, there is a chance with the OT. The B site, the Fortress, the most difficult site in the current map pool to retake. Seems like EC Kiev have no other choice but to go for it. Rotation coming in from Uklutsava, a little bit delayed, but it's going to have to do. They will have to wait for it. One smoke, one flash. First smoke delivered. Stiko hiding out close by. Bire from doors. Uklutsava peeking out from tunnels. Sitch from window. It's Uklutsava to come in first. Sitch delivers on his end. All down to Stiko all by himself. 1 on 2. Tries to go for the spray down, but it's Uklutsava with his A1S to put EC Kiev back in the lead. And not only with the lead, they run away with their own map pick. They invert the crisis, and they get themselves ahead in this series.
Yeah, we're going to be back with a lot more action, especially now that we get to see FPX's map pick, so stay tuned.
We all have them. We all hate them. Unnecessary defeats. I'm talking about the defeats where you know you're better. You know you're winning. Until I should have been more focused. No. Scratch all the excuses and focus on the next game. And this time, awaken the GOAT in you. Oh my God, he's got a four!
Outbursts.
Just to clarify again, I haven't played any warm-up, so bear with me. Ay, too many miss. I have to shoot better than this if we're supposed to win games.
Fast thinking. Just
Welcome back, everybody. You are watching ECKF versus FPX, and in a surprising fashion, ECKF were actually able to win out Dust2 in a marvelous comeback. But we're bringing you the action once again. Map number 2, Inferno FPX. They want to have their redemption arc. Joining me is Pavlos, and now we go straight to the action here.
Who would have thought holding you? But into the B site they go, and they will be retrieving little to no contact, really. The only contact they do find is Amster, and he's quickly dealt with. Madden finds himself in a really cheeky position, takes a lot of time to be killed, but he buys a lot of time in the process. Bomb just now being planted, and EC Kiev looking a close by from spawn. Only one player on towards Banana, that is Zen. He could quickly get closed out. That is a troubling scenario for him, in case he does lose a trade against Liquid Sava, but it looks like they're going to push directly with a flash. Smash and Sitch together collectively line up 2 kills, but Farlig and Zen both chime in as well. Stiko quick to react right back up, and it's Bire all by himself. But that doesn't take too long to take him out, does it?
Yeah, do we expect this to be a one-sided affair now that FPX is on a map they're super comfortable with? Because obviously the dynamics of Dust2, they've changed significantly. You can expect ACKF to sort of have something in their back pocket if that's the first pick they went for. And I want to see if things are going to be different now. The side of KF, though, they're going to be picking up some weapons as well. Completely buying down a few Deagles in the back pockets, MP9s, a 5.7, a fair bit of Kevlar as well. So, ECKF aren't actually trying to go for any early control, although that is probably a strategy I would have wanted them to opt for. You know, take some control of Banana, get some information, but they're going to be entirely lacking out. And because they've played conservatively, taking these duels passively is going to be so difficult.
Really, really difficult. Let's see how Sitch deals with the scenario. Such a big impact on the previous map, and it looks like he's still alive to tell the tale once more. Madden taken down to 7, but he's able to get the kill for his troubles. Smoke's doing a grand job so far, but Stiko patiently waiting for the cross. Zen, footstep heard, swings out, simple picking. But Amster does win out on his occasion. Does deliver with a double up. 1 against 2, damage through the smoke. Looking to breach this scap. Opts out of it instead. Don't blame him, really. Need to retrieve a better weapon. Galil found. And FPX, well, they get themselves a second.
Now, it's still a fair bit of damage that ECKF can come out with, and it's not something I was expecting after the initial setup, you know? Losing out a player, having to play conservatively, maybe the Deagles did turn up to light. I like that, but FPX, they want to run away with it as far as they possibly can. Now, you do notice that the odds are shifting a bit towards ECKF, although FPX still have the advantage in the grand scheme of things. But who knows, maybe ECKF can close it out.
Because the odds are kind of deflecting the whole match result, right? So,
yeah.
I guess there's a lot of faith for FPX to close out their own map pick. And I don't want to blame the Pinnacle or anyone believing that, really, right? Should be a standard approach. But, you know, with EC Kiev's bombardment of Dust2, anything could really happen. Liquid Sava, the sneaky man, looks for those things. Oh, unfortunately, just too little damage. FPX crushed towards A. Some damage inflicted towards them. Instead, they wrap around towards B. Onto the site, onto the spawn they go, but Bire takes one down with them. B say it completely open. Uh-oh, smash. Oh, that's a kill, but so much noise caused. Farlig turns around. And there was potential in that endeavor, in that contact, but no. All down to Sitch with a 5-7 at hand.
You say 5-7, he quickly breeds a new AK-47 into existence. ACKF, though, they're going to have a chance to bounce right back in the next round. FBX, they've done a good job at securing their bonuses, although they lost a few players in the process of doing just that. It still does give them that hefty 3-round bonus to kick things off, obviously, after that abysmal performance on Dust2, allowing the comeback to happen. it does affect their mental a little bit, especially when it's happening to you against ECK. You know, you're expecting to be in the driver's seat at all times. You never expect to take your foot off of the pedal, but it seems like there's a roadblock on the way in the form of ECK. It's gotten a bit bumpy, but let's see if they can hold on for the ride.
Imagine if Counter-Strike involved cars, you know? You said the road was bumpy, you'd probably want to choose a 4x4 wheel drive, you know? Select your car of choice, you know? Is it going to be a Land Rover? Is it going to be a... Yeah, you never know. You know? I don't know. It's probably a different game. I wonder if an esport will ever grow to the size of Counter-Strike that has guns, and not only guns, but also cars implemented in as well. That would be interesting. I wonder if one will reach that mark ever. Have that
Cars
level
and
of
guns.
complexity.
I feel like I do know of games like that that are pretty prevalent in the mobile gaming scene, actually.
Ah, right. I'm stupid. I really did not think about battle royales. Oh, okay. Well, that also is a thing. Yeah,
FPS games with cars, probably. I mean, traditional FPS games with cars, no.
Yeah.
I do not want a Range Rover going down banana. I'm sorry.
I've never been a fan of battle royale, so I'm just guessing if there was more like a tactical shooter with with cars involved. I think that's what I was going for, a tactical shooter rather than a battle royale, you know? If that could ever be a thing. Real life combat. Something like armor. I wonder. Onto the side they go though. Farlake, first contact to be found as the rest of them do approach Madden. Quick to react to Beer's peak. Amster takes some time to fall, but eventually he does. And FPX only drops some damage in that regard. Site taken over, patient with the nades. Barely standing both Madden and Farlake, but you see Kiev, they're clever enough to back out of it. Know that this is not their fight no more. Know their chances and stand down.
That's sort of the staple of the CT squad whenever this sort of scenario happens. You know, you've got the B site under lock and key. No chance you're going to get back into it, so you save your weapons instead. That AWP is going to pay dividends later on in the game, and that's the chance they're willing to maximize later on. But FPX, now that they're on their own map pick, I feel like the Bulls are angry. I feel like they're scraping their foot against the ground. They've got their horns at the ready, and they're willing to charge into the China shop. I actually don't think we're going to see an early comeback from ECK, and if they do end up performing well on this game, it will have to be some sort of a comeback. And by the way, now that 3D aim trainers popped up, Retro just told me that he wasn't particularly told to try hard, and you know what that sounds like to me? It sounds like a cop-out.
Sounds like an excuse, huh? For us, honestly, you keep going for these, but I'm just still waiting for that score, you know? I'm just waiting so I can just...
It just downloaded.
Slam
it just
on
downloaded.
I know you have, but I need to see the result. I need to see the outcome. It just needs to happen. Okay, so FPX so far have been really good with entries, getting the first kills in that endeavor. They've been sneaky by moving it towards mid. Nothing really has been gained too extensively towards Banana yet, unless this time things change. Amster's head barely visible above the smoke, and not a challenge for Farlik to deliver, meaning that's the numbers advantage once more. Now, EC Kiev, how do they react to this? Still keeping two players towards that side of the map. Stiko has been spotted there for keeping those players busy. But I think the call's been made. Stick towards B. Try and go for the extra challenge. Sitch can't do that much. There's just two players, two different angles, and one too many for an AWP player to hold. And that is going to be, yet again, that B-side take.
Bomb planted. Yeah, I mean, ECK now,
wow.
Where I was talking about that AWP paying dividends later on, maybe the rifle's coming to light. Yeah, nothing is going to see the end of the tunnel on that regard.
How long did it take for FPX to stay undefeated on Dust 2, though?
Yeah, that's a good point you make.
I think there was 7-0 at some point. Unless I'm mistaken. And then that's when EC Kiev were able to bounce back, and it turned out to be an 11-4. Something along those lines.
Man, Pavlos, I can't get my... I can't get my mind off of the rubber duckies you showed me before the cast.
Ah, yes.
They're just occupying so much real estate in my mind right now.
Why is that?
Yeah, they've just got a bathtub in my mind. They're occupying it at all times. I don't know why. Maybe I want to show them on stream a little bit later.
Oh, absolutely. I'll bring him over. They're rubber duckies.
Why were you looking so dapper in the pregame? Why do you have a tie on? Did you just come back from uni?
Yeah, absolutely. I had a presentation as well.
So you have to look all dapper and stuff.
It's pretty convenient when you do casting as a job, when presenting is sort of your daily job. When you go to uni and have a presentation, you're actually smurfing. So that was an easy 10.
That's so true. I remember that's something that happened to me on my first day of uni. Because I was still casting, and at that point I had already covered like 3 LAN events, and I remember presenting, and my teacher for like the oral communication skill class, he's like, everybody's legs are shaking on their first day. Like, why are you so chill with this? And I'm like, yeah, I feel like it's a lot easier to talk to 30 people than it is to talk to 5,000.
Absolutely. When you sort of cast from 1,000 to 2,000 to 5,000 to 10,000 people for your daily job, it's pretty simple to just present to just a room full of just students.
And it's usually a lot more complicated as well to be talking about Counter-Strike than it is to talk about some simple stuff, right? But let's see if Byron can make it simple stuff as he starts to get the MP9 rolling. Not quite a mow down just yet, although I preemptively said that.
Well, finally FPX do continue with the streak they've been going. First Bloods has been the way to go. The first round convergence has also been 100% successful. Sneeko, nade for good measure. Finding creative ways to close their opponents' life. Now, obviously you're not expecting too much contest, as ECK have gone for a light buy, so they can afford the next one. But with that MP9 and close distance, they need to be scared of it. Oh dear! The only way ECK can get kills is if PX kill themselves.
Sitch. Yeah, I think he's looking about as nervous as the average person when they have their first presentation.
It's actually ridiculous. Like, I never expected it to be the case, you know. Well, of course you would expect it, but it just came out of the blue. I never put in too much thought about it. But, you know, presenting there, just trying to present the narrative rather than just the raw facts, because that's sort of what you try and practice when you're casting these events, you know. You try and build a narrative, make things interesting, so people can listen to you and not get bored. You know, I'm sure there's someone in chat that right now will be writing, yeah, these casts are pretty boring, but you know, you can't please everyone. We're sorry, we can't please every single one of you. But the thing is that you've got so much practice with it. It's actually ridiculous how much you're smurfing in these uni presentations.
I'm gonna get to a little story in a little bit after this round is over. Yeah, Amster. Perhaps this is their first shot at redemption. You know, 6 rounds. I believe it was 7 rounds when ECK initially started to come back. Or maybe it was 6, actually. Perhaps they did that with the pistols. I don't quite remember. But Modern, he wants to keep things a close contest. The leash is slowly tightening around the necks of the players from ECK. Defensive smoke deployed. Molotov to slow them down. But in the meantime, there's a player that has already snuck past into Coffin. So it'll be very difficult for ECK to... Oh, that is so good from Sitch. But he doesn't know that Modern has crept forward. They know that there's a player stuck in the back. But in the meantime, quick work has been made of the players on A site. Now, it's going to be a pretty simple plant.
It's a simple question. What do? Look at Latava. He's got that question ingrained in his mind right now. What do? What do? What do? There's nothing to do. You can run away.
Yeah.
Like a cuckoo-doodle-doo.
Yeah, Pavlos, I was going to tell you that I remember in one of my uni presentations, I was dressed pretty well. You know, I had a shirt on, just looking all fancy and stuff.
Right.
And it was supposed to be a pretty casual presentation. And I remember that I was allowed to present early because I made a special request because I had a flight an hour after my presentation. If I actually sat through the entire class, I would have missed the event. So like we had a rehearsal and something going on. So I actually gave my presentation. I hopped onto a plane, and like right after the presentation, I was in another city.
Okay, that's pretty nice.
I drove straight to the airport from uni.
I mean, I've got an exam at the end of October, and right after it, like literally a couple of hours after it, I've got a flight to Sweden for a casting gig. So
that's nice.
It's quite a quite a convenient way, you know, just finishing uni and then you've got to go.
Pavlos, you forgot a very important detail. Do you remember when we signed up as a duo, there was a little thing in the fine print. You're supposed to pack me in your suitcase every time you get a decent gig. Now you have to fly me out to Sweden. I'm sorry. I know it's a big budget concern since I live all the way in Pakistan, but I mean, you gotta do it.
For me to do that, okay, scratch that. For a second, EC Kiev, they may have a chance because they've got Deagles to work with. But I think it gets increasingly difficult now that they've discovered A is open. So maybe that's not the case. But yeah, for us, I would put you in my suitcase if you were here for me to do that. You know, if you were in Amsterdam right now, I'd very gladly put you in the suitcase. But I'm sorry, mate.
I mean, you're also.
I just
the thing is, I expect to fit in your. Oh, Yokozaber, is there a chance here? Oh, not quite. Yeah, but the thing I was gonna say, Pavlos, is that listen, man, you're a big guy. You're what, 6'1", 6'2", something along those lines.
6'1", yeah, 6'1".
Yeah, there's 6 foot for the doctor, 6'1" for the ladies. You know, just like. Yeah, but what I was gonna say is that listen, man, you probably have a big suitcase, and I'm only 5'7", so I'm probably gonna fit anyway. No, you're not gonna have too many charges on it.
Yeah, okay, fair. But you do lift, so you got that. You got those gains, though, right?
I'm not too heavy though.
Okay. CME aggressing, doesn't quite check that corner. Now with the change on Inferno, that little corner for everyone that hasn't really checked into those changes onto Inferno, it's a little bit easier to spot out a CT hurting in lurking in that angle. But FPX falls victim to it either way, and it seems like EC Kiev are on the highway of closing out their first round.
They do seem to have a bit of an advantage, but Stika was about to take it away as soon as he started lining up the shots. Doesn't quite go their favor, and now FPX is on that forbidden scoreline where they started to lose their lead in the previous game. Let's see if that can be replicated by ACK. If utility goes down, Molly onto Orange, double smokes, only one angle that they can peek from, and in the meantime, they also have one player snuck onto the A site to cut off rotation, so that could be a freebie as long as he plays his cards right. But 2-on-2 over towards the B bomb site, with the exception of Ukladzaber also watching the cross, so this is nearly an impossible duel to take, since they have to walk into 3 sets of crosshairs all at once.
Zen actually delivers on him as Zen, but quickly gets shut down. It's going to be a kill for Sitch in the end as well. EC Kiev, they find their way onto the board. 1-8. Quite a long way to go, though, still, right?
Yeah, I think quite a long way to go is an understatement. But the thing that cushions their fall is the fact that, well, actually, the economy is never going to be in their favor. Never mind. Scratch anything I said. Throw it out of the window. Throw it out of the window like you're going to throw me out of your suitcase if I move around too much.
Yeah, I was thinking about how I was going to blend in throwing you out of the window. I mean, you said you're pretty light, so could be possible. Okay, let's have a look here. FPX, they had reasonably good results towards Banana so far, but I think the triple man dedication from EC Kiev could be their Achilles heel. Could be where they stop. Madden first to peek. Smoke or flash to give him extra space. No one really challenges at the first. Now, with no obfuscation towards the A site, there's no reason for EC Kiev to move out of this. They'll just hold their ground, and knowing that they can just hold it is what's best for them right now. Amster has fallen back. Giving them positioning is what they need, but Bira's position is yet to be seen. Perfect flash by Ukladzaber, and Bira and Ukladzaber both take care of that, and now they continue to mow them down. A near flawless round for EC Kiev to get them right back on the radar.
Already a timeout? I think they've got the cogs turning in their minds now, and it would be very interesting if EC Kiev can put up a decent fight. Now, I know that a lot of people would probably chalk up some of EC Kiev's victory in the previous map to a fluke, you know, say that it's a comeback, say that FPX, you know, they sort of got caught on the wrong side of the bed since it's the updated Dust 2 and whatnot, and it's not like they really like playing that map anyway. So, with all these win conditions stacked against ECK, if they can still win out, then I'm a believer.
You make me a believer. Believer.
I think it's been a while since you've sung. How do you say that?
I've
Sang.
no clue. I honestly have no clue. The moment I say sang, it just sounds wrong to me. So, I don't know, maybe. Sitch, though, aggressors.
Shang Tsung from Mortal Kombat. Yeah, sorry, I'm just...
Yeah, just be quiet. Sitch, though, good shot at the start. Falls back to safety and smoke to block out the entry. ECK have already done their job when it comes to the numbers, but this time around, if they do move towards the B site, they only have to deal with one. That's what they like. Bire quick on rotation. Will make his way to smoke out to delay even further, but look at FBX, they're moving out of it. Doubling back from their own position, maybe to challenge a little bit more. But Madden needs to make some extra noise, keep them busy, maybe cause an extra rotation. But it seems like ECK, for the past few rounds, they've got the good reads. The dedication is strongest where FPX will approach. And sits with his lineup. There's no way he misses, but he actually does. Caster's Curse coming through again. Emmy delivers on his end, but he quickly doubles it up as well. And now, when you thought ECK had the advantage, blink again and you missed it. FPX now, with the lead in the numbers, they'll try to approach the A site as it's Smash all by himself, looking to defend, but not able to do so. Emmy with a 3-piece gives the A site to FPX.
Numbers dialed in, FBX, they are looking hot to take it home. As long as they can continue to power on through ECK. I think they've got their recliners on, they've got their feet in massagers. Chilling on the B site, they're having a little vacation, getting a chance to discuss.
Well, at least FPX get themselves right back after their timeout. You know, it was well spent. Necessary, I think. I think they've got PTSD from the previous map. You know, having such a grand advantage and ending up losing. I'm absolutely certain they don't want that to happen again.
Yeah, I just need to sort something out. 1 sec.
Are you smash talking another caster again?
No, I'm just trying to smack talk my internet provider.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. What are they doing? Are they lagging you up again?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. That's sad.
I don't know. It started happening a little bit towards, like, as it progresses to the evening, through the night. Like, as the hours progress, so does the packet loss.
Ew, that hurts.
Yeah,
That
I've just been trying to make out the best of what you're saying through a bit of a robotic voice.
Oh, interesting.
Just didn't want to bring it up, you know. I think Pavlov sounds better this way anyway. You know, add a bit of variety to it.
Beep, beep, boop.
That actually confused me for a second because I had some packet loss going on.
Okay, but look at this.
Wait a minute,
Early
not like
aggression. This could be something. Smash. Do they notice? They do. Zen, quick to react. And now Bira looks to capitalize once more into the opening, but he doesn't care. That's a 2-piece. Now, they might be aggressing towards apartments, but Amsterdam still holds his ground. Observing catches all action, and Stiko does manage to put Euclid Sava out of the server. But look at the movement right now. There's no real ground control gained by FPX. And with that numbers advantage, it's ever so difficult to recover. They need a quick kill or else they'll be in big trouble. Shot missed at first, doesn't quite become a finishing blow. Biro takes care of Emmy, but it's all down to Stiko, and he does not have bomb control. Oh no.
Yeah, bombs left all the way back.
But
He's gonna have to
hasn't
hit some
stuck with a
lightning
bomb,
fast
though.
shots. Oh.
Bira actually pushed out of there? Has it been spotted?
He's giving up audio cues, right? Wait, no. They weren't able to hear that.
No.
I think the gun was close enough to the ground that it...
I think he was just
did
wary
not
of
give
the
it up.
angle.
Is Tico looking for somebody that is rotating over, or is he just trying to save this weapon?
Yeah, staying alive.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense, you know? Since he knows exactly where the bomb is, he's expecting them to be maneuvering around that angle, and he's tucked himself into an angle far enough that ECKF would not want to aggress it at all. And while that gives ECKF the opportunity to pick up this round, they're not going to be able to snatch that AWP out of his hands.
Counter-terrorists win.
Well, see Kiev. Another one on the board. At halftime, the previous map, it was 11-4 in favor of FPX, but the conversion still commenced. So at this point, questions start to fill your brain.
On the cusp of double digits. The thing is, we've seen FPX in this sort of situation before, but now they're going to be on the CT side, so when they get the advantage on the opposing side, I don't think a replication of Dust 2's Chronicles is going to happen anytime soon. But it's a 2-1-2 sort of approach from FPX, you know, have two players feel out the apartments area, have one player on mid trying to take a bit of a battle, two players to contest banana. If they do head towards top banana, though, that's going to allow them to pick up Sitch, and that's exactly what they do. Modern, quick shot off of the boost. They know exactly where Amster is. He's going to take a bit of a scratch on his way in, but in the meantime, ECKF, they're turning up the heat on the A side as well. But now the information's coming in, the utility's flying through. Byron tries to chime into the battle. Amster's the only one that gets a kill in the process, and Byron moving in from Coffin. He has to do a lot more heavy lifting as he gets through. Headshot connected. Farlig will fall, and it's just Emmy and Zen to try to recover.
And that was down to 2-on-3. EC Kiev clearly have the advantage, especially considering Emmy is so down low, but it takes a risk. Moves down to a smoke and heads towards banana. Now Zen also falling shoots, and they both fall simultaneously. Collaboration of efforts for EC Kiev as they get a clean retake.
Oh, I can kind of feel the ball rolling now, Pavlos. It was a bit similar when we saw the previous map, you know? They got the ball rolling, and honestly, we've talked about this sort of narrative before. If you want to get a comeback going, the ideal side to be on is the terrorist side, so... Hey, I'm still holding out a candle for the boys.
And when you talk about...
Yeah, carry on. Then,
okay, I will. When you talk about the ball rolling, I can sort of imagine a snowball rolling, right? It's on the top of a hill, and it starts rolling, and the more it rolls, it becomes bigger and bigger and deadlier, right? That's what I feel EC Kiev were on the previous map, and having the potential to do that again is what concerns me.
Could they really do it once again? I'm not too sure just yet. We're going to have to hold out for that thought. Amster, though, he's going to fall very quickly. That is not an opportunity that should have fallen by. Byron dodges a flashbang, just tucks his eyelids in for a second so he doesn't have to look at it. Liquid Zauber get caught in a frag. Smash puts a bullet in the head of Zen as well, though. So it's been brought down to a 2v2, but because of how far away the bomb is, there's a decent chance for ECKF to quickly allow themselves to reposition. Farlig tucked into Coffin. They don't know if the cross has happened as well. And with a minute on the clock, the world is honestly FPX's oyster.
It is indeed. It's FPX that need to be proactive, but the good thing for them is they've got some map control to work with. Farlig's position really is punishing if AC Kiev look to go aggressive here. But if Sitch holds his ground... Oh, this is good timing for the cross to happen towards the B site because Sitch is not checking it right now. Bomb dropped over. Good cooperation there with the smoke to cooperate with Sitch's push. Now it's down to Smash. 1 and 2. With 2 rounds remaining in the half, and with a dream. He's going for it, isn't he? If he gets that first kill, it'll be doable. If he doesn't, if he fails, then it'll be game over. Flash out, in he goes onto the site. He doesn't know where the second player is. He's delirious for all positions. Farlig, the first position he checks, ends up falling. FPX hit double digits before the end of the half.
Well played for them, and if they keep going at this pace, we may as well be seeing a map number 3. And I really like that, Pavlos. We get a chance to see ECKF actually perform to the best of their ability. You know, we let it get down to the last wire. If it had just been a 2-0, that wouldn't really be entertaining for anyone, right?
Absolutely not. We want all the action possible.
Oklzaver, early denial. Even though he took the run boost to make himself go through that Molotov earlier on, the Molotov is early enough to stop him right in his tracks. Just one member, though. Oh, it's actually two. I didn't quite notice the mini-map. It's a boost. Okay.
Boost the Reno.
And he's got the M4A1S as well, so it's going to be a while before they notice it. That's the first headshot, and I think there's a fair bit of information lacking. Modern checked to Graveyard before he checked the boost.
Smoke, that's excellent space provided, and with a jump, it's Bire again. Emmy, aggressors, and if they dart through the smoke, they can find these kills. Emmy, you can see there's a lot of pressure on him right now. And EC Kiev, they don't want 11 to fall like it was the previous half. They want it even closer. Smash next to find contact. Bomb to be collected, but in what circumstances? Oklzaver not quite able to hold his ground, so FPX evening the scales a little bit. And knowing that there's only one towards the A site definitely helps out, but Smash can just hide out. Not sure with car just yet, and could have run away with one. He does so, 40 seconds. He's bought time. Stiko ends up falling. There you have it. Sitch falls as well. 2 against 2. The bomb can go down with the 30 seconds remaining, but it does mean that EC Kiev can approach. Amster finds another. Down to Stiko, but Barry's there to close his life. EC Kiev get themselves 5. Just 1 round better than it was that last half.
Reminiscent of the previous game, and I think I would be very unsure of the odds right now. And if you think you've got a leg up, if you think you have a better idea if you can win out this game, you can go ahead and check out Pinnacle. Bet 10 euros on this game and you get 10 euros back. So use the code FALL21, but make sure you go through the terms and conditions before you do just that. 10 and 5 now. I think ECK, if they've got a reasonable chance, they're on the T side. Everything seems to be aligned. They just need to make sure they hit all pins in this instance.
Let's see if they can whack all moles.
Ouchie.
And first dink, that's got to hurt, and that definitely hurts his confidence as well in that regard. But quick rotations coming in from FPX, eager to defend the site, but EC Kiev exquisitely quick onto the site. Zen trying his best to hold his ground. What a swing and what a turn. Smash is able to bring things back, but Stika holds his ground. Emmy and Madden both chime in as well. It's a quick succession of kills that leaves Amster all to his lonesome. And with a bomb to recover right in front of him, he will try from afar to deliver. Disadvantageous with the Glock. What a beautiful Glock. Stat track, stickers as well. But I'm afraid skins don't make wins. And FPX may be running away with a pistol here.
Yeah, just a Glock in this range? Probably not. And I'm a bit disappointed here, Pavlos. You know, I wanted that pistol round to go their way. I wanted FPX to sweat a little bit, to lose some of that advantage so we can see a closer affair. But maybe Amster can still show us something of that nature. Don't think,
way, right?
Yeah, just too much of an off angle, honestly. I don't expect it.
And that's not what happens. Doolies. Gotta love them. I have to see them. Good skin on them as well. Do you have skin for your Doolies for us?
You went a bit robotic there for me. What did you say, Pavlos?
Do you have skins for your Doolies?
I do not. I think I have one of the I think I have one of the skins that I just randomly unboxed the other day, and they're probably 4 cents.
Ah, okay. Well, that's still a skin. Madden, your aggression with the MP9, many ATM machines all across the board, and there's a Hero M4 at play as well. What a grenade damage. Splashing up EC Kiev's players. But as they move towards mid, the death ball fashion collectively, they may stand a chance. First contact is going to be Zen. But with a jiggle peek, he's not really going to give them that opportunity, is he? Just going to relay that information over. FPX and now aggress from Banana. There's a backstab brewing, and they need to be quick now. EC Kiev know that they've given away this card, but they end up moving directly back up. They will turn towards Library, but Zen is aware of it. Spray down, preemptive. Madden aggressors as well. Jumping headshot, relocates his crosshair directly onto Oklzaver, and now Berazor by himself. 22 seconds, Glock at hand. Honestly, all he can do is just right-click it and sound like a cricket, because that's what she wrote. 12-5 as FPX look like they've regained composure.
Realistically, I don't expect them to give up in the same fashion that they did on Dust 2. And you're right, they've gotten their composure back. I don't really expect ECKF to line up rounds like they did previously. And just being on the CT side of Inferno and having some cushion to fall back onto with regards to money, I think it favors FPX a little bit too much. And unless ECKF can show us some very promising signs in a blatant fashion, I wouldn't expect them to get too much done. But right now, Sitch is getting quite a bit of work done. That was 3 players that took a significant chunk of damage.
Quite a big splash, if you will. Nade again! Ooh! Fire in the hole. Smashed down to 35 with that. Beery spots out Emmy's angle. And that's the only player defending the B site. Completely bad read. Seems like ECKF have slowed down and this buys time for FPX to rotate back up. Do they double back from this position? Do they maintain? Seems they're lingering. They're unsure themselves. They've stuck around. No boost will follow suit. Madden shows his guard. No! He looks wide. He expected someone to already have crossed, but that doesn't happen. And he falls victim to the shots from Banana. Stiko now boosted up with the M4, the only rifle in the hands of the FPX side. Ukutsava stands somehow. Emmy able to shut him down eventually. Zen delivers. Bire able to bounce back, but now to the side they go. They've gained a lot of ground as Stiko is the next man in contention. Zen will use that MP9 to aggress forward, not give them a chance to plant. The time is pressuring. 10 seconds. They need to go for this plant or else it's over. Sitch covering his teammate as Stiko will inevitably look to push. Beautiful flash, and now the bomb has been interrupted. Bire won't be able to hold his ground either. The round goes in favor of FPX. Although their efforts looked grand, it was FPX retake, or might I say, recapitalization on position that gave them that win.
Three rounds separating them from taking it to the equalizer, map 3. And now ECKF don't look all that high and mighty anymore. I mean, it didn't really look like that on Dust 2 either. But on the comeback, at some point, they did show quite a bit of dominance. But I think Fun Plus Phoenix, they've had enough of these shenanigans. I talked about a puncher's chance, and that is exactly what FPX want to make it look like. Still, ECKF, you saw how good they were with the Deagles on the retake, so something might be done here.
Definitely could be done.
Not exactly out of arm's reach, although it does look like that on the scoreboard.
Yeah, you know, I mean, after seeing the previous map, it feels like nothing is impossible. And as we do say that, a kill goes to the way of Klutsava, although he doesn't pay for it with 99% of his health. Farlik looking to equalize things up, but Sitch is there to find that Deeg. Now, M4 recovered. One to be dropped back to his teammate as well. Extra rifles to work with. Stiko's position has been compromised, but needs to be aware. Amster is looking to peek from balcony. Does turn his attention towards that left side, but Stiko holds strong. Sitch, the flash is timely, jumps up and delivers. Amster does continue. Emmy looking to recapitalize on positioning, down to 1, and it's Emmy. FPX put their hopes onto this man's shoulders. With the bomb going down and no information relayed over, that flash will give him some information to work with as he gets a little bit closer. Spots him out through the shadows. Amster is so dreadfully low. 1 bullet should do it. Draws out the USP as he knows of this. But he's down to 1 himself. Oh. But it's a matter of who reacts quick enough. And it's Amster to have the reaction time of speed. And that is going to be ECKF back on the board.
Do we see a chance here, Pavlos? I think we're going to have to wait until this technical timeout is over to find just that, but with how much progress ECKF have made, I think we can get the ball rolling, you know? FPX losing yet another round after this one although it's going to be tough for ECK to crack, if they can do just that, they have a bit of a ramp to bring it back into the game. And that's sort of the win condition they relied on when they were playing Dust 2 as well. You know, have economic dominance and keep powering on through on that basis. But I do still think that FPX are flirting with the equalizer close enough that they shouldn't have too much of a problem going into it.
That fan keeps spinning. You know, no one's around. There's no electricity, but there's always a fan spinning around that kitchen. Living room, if I will. Close the kitchen.
Yeah, I theorize that's what they're fighting over. They
the
found,
electricity?
Yeah, no. They found a fan that acts as an infinite power source because it's got no wires connected to it, yet it keeps spinning. It boggles their minds and they need to fight over it, you know?
Ah, right. I thought you were going to say because it's just too done hot and they need a place to cool down.
Mm-hmm. If that was the case, they would... Hold that thought.
I will, in fact, hold that thought because EC Kiev have just completely bamboozled us. They found their way onto the game right now, and with 2 kills, they can keep it going. Stiko, sneaky flash timing. He ends up with 1, could find another with the right timing. Bire down to 31, but still gets the kill. 2 players left for FPX, and as the economy starts to dwindle, they know that their chances of coming back in this game lie within them saving these weapons. They back out, and EC Kiev, they're given another.
Timer continuing to tick down. FPX. Best chance at keeping it contested in the next round is to save this weapon, although now they're starting to meet some of the requirements of making it a successful comeback. Economic dominance, not quite there on their own front, but they've at least damaged the economy of FPX enough that they can get away to that 8th or 9th round mark without having too much of a contest. And this is going to be a narrative consistently throughout the game. I think FPX are going to have a hard time building up an economy simply because of how much they have to invest to try to hold back the onslaught that ECK are ready to bring to the table. And you know how difficult Inferno can be to play without utility.
Oh, yes, it is. And especially when you can't get the reads right, you know? When someone's in your brain, someone's in your head, then they're in your head.
Keep in mind, Pavlos, the next round isn't going to be a buy either. They only have a $2,400 loss bonus. And unless they want to sacrifice some of their utilities, some of their weaponry, maybe drop down to a FAMAS, it's not exactly going to be an ideal scenario. So I'm not sure what FPX is thinking about right now. But Byron, oh, he's taken away the M4. Farlig, second man to wield Arthur's M4, and he does manage to pull it out of the rock.
Well, wondering what they were thinking in that instance, and I would have argued that Zen couldn't think of all that much because his brain just got squashed.
Mm-hmm.
So his thinking capacity has definitely been nullified, if you will. But site may be approached, and this could be a good read for FPX, knowing that they've got 3 players in this direction. Now, from apartments though, Smash could be in trouble. Amster's wary of it. Wrong timing for him as they do wrap around. That's going to be a freebie. And now Farley can drop back towards balcony. While that havoc is being created, Madden is rotating around. He hasn't quite expected that Smash was already pushed through, which does give them the A site. USP at hand does nullify the impact that Madden can have with an M4 picked up. Oh, I think Klitsalva barely managed to spot him out in the corner of the screen there, and Stiko would try and collect his weapon. Uklitava spotted that NWP running out of the ground. He tries to shut him down before he goes for the chase. Stiko's best bet here is to make this AWP his buddy, wrap it up, save it, and make sure he can recover it for the next.
I have very few words about this game so far because I see that same storyline coming forth again, and it's a bit troublesome. Dust 2 I think this is probably where I would want to see FPX take a timeout, because if they end up losing this round, they once again allow that leash to be pulled out of their hands and ECKF start running away with it.
Well, they've got a buy to work with now. So if there's any chance for them to regain composure and get that tempo flowing in their veins once more, or at least shut ECKF's pace, this is where they need to perform. But they're not going to perform if they lose like that. Madden, nade thrown out, and he even doubles it up with an M4 himself. FPX with a numbers advantage, but ECKF not done yet.
AK-47 picked up once more. ECKF, now that they know they've gotten the advantage, FPX, I think they're willing to play it a bit more conservatively, but because they've got a 2-in-2 setup, the potential for ECKF overpowering them on the duels is always going to be present. Ukladzaver, lingering in apartments. Stiko will be playing that very narrow angle from pit. Can easily get pre-fire, but also has a chance to pop a shot off. And now most of their attention will be directed towards into brackets they go, no audio cues. FPX, they've got no idea where they can come from. That's why they have to play this in a very split fashion. Peeks out, smash, quickly quashed by Stiko, and he goes for suppressive utility as well, putting Ukladzaver back with a Molotov. Now there is too much information conveyed here, Pavlos.
The final countdown for Sich, though. Here the trumpets begin. 35 seconds, and look at FPX's rotations already trying to convert onto the sights, and bullets have been thrown out to obfuscate Farlig, but they've got two players in this angle, and there's no way ECKF expect this extra nade towards Ukladzaver. Farlig tries, Sich finally reveals his card, but now has to deal with an alternative angle as well. Needs to go for the bomb plant, but little does he know, a player approaching from library. Bomb has been planted, but Stiko finds it. Ukladzaver finds one, needs to turn around. Two players from the same direction. Spray down, could be the double up, but no. Farlig denies it. It was so dreadfully close, but it's FPX that come out on top in the end.
That could have actually been around for ECK. If that was one more bullet going the way of Farlig, I think we'd see an entirely different outcome for this round, and maybe even the entire game. But maybe the icing on the cake here, Pavlos, is that ECK have a decent chance at breaking down the economy once more. That loss bonus being whittled down to 1,900. We've got a reasonable shot.
Let's see how this one turns out. Bire. In he goes, slightly looking for it, but no. They did turn their attention towards Banana, but FPX slowly rotating back out. 4 players, but they're polarized across the site. Crossfire set up. Zen here, close by. Farlig with the AWP. Sich delivers right back up. Farlig doubles it up, needs a smoke to give him extra space. Sich can't find it. Molly out, potentially. Farlig needs to be careful, or else he'll be dancing around the flame shortly. But it seems that Sich has got Amy on his mind. Aggressors, that's the jump. Sich delivers 2 against 2. Ukladzaver will look to go for it. 8 seconds, no time to get the bomb down. Farlig on site, misses out. 5 seconds, no time for the bomb plant. They need the kills, and they found them. EC Kiev, they're here to stay.
Look at the money, Pavlos. The bank accounts aren't looking too spicy. $2,500-ish on average. And if you're FBX, you start to sweat a little bit because you know you've been in this spot before and it didn't exactly work out in your favor. But in the meantime, as you're watching this action unfold, if you think you've got a shot at betting on EC Cave, or if you think FPX will eventually be able to close it out, you can go ahead and check out Pinnacle, bet 10 euros, get 10 euros back if you use the code FALL21. Terms and conditions do apply though, so make sure you go through them.
Never ever heard you speak that fast in your life. Beautifully done. Nice segment. But Madden, I'm impressed that he would have good use there. They continue to do that damage, then I'm starting to get very scared for EC Kiev. You know, there's a part of me that still believes the comeback is doable, but at the same time, FPX are just... Even when it's not favoring them, they still manage to cause some chaos. Boost out, they just need to find that head. Not even a body shot. Eventually, something connects, but there's no real read here. They only know where 1 or 2 players are. The rest of them are in a question mark column. Madden, spray down with that deagle as much as he can. Farlick USP, not much he can do. Smash puts a bullet through his skull. Emmy somehow sneaks up behind and does some damage. Stiko and Zen are all that remain for FPX, and EC Kiev find their way onto the site. Stiko looking at challenge. Klutsava can't close his life. Instead, he's the one to die. Stiko aggressive, trying to punish the plant. 40 seconds, there is time, but the AK has been recovered. Not for long, though. Smash takes Zen out of his misery, but it's EC Kiev to get the victory nonetheless.
If you're FPX right now, you're seeing that storyline playing out once again. And I wouldn't be surprised if they have some sort of pressure building up, right? Because they've let ECKF get away with too much on Dust 2. Although they are a bit closer to the score to the finish line than they were before, I think ECKF have a very reasonable chance at bringing it all together, tying it up, wrapping it, and putting a ribbon on it.
I bet be a great rapper. Not as in a rapper who makes rhymes, but someone who raps presents. Ooh, spray down, quickly traded. Farlig repositions to where his teammates was once before. Isn't quite aware of Amster's push out, and Zen needs to recover from mid. They all end up falling. Smash again. Holds true to his names and smashes his opponent's head onto the ground. And the bomb planted. There's one scoreline that shows up into our minds, 11-14. From where FPX was once very comfortable about the whole scenario, things are getting slightly shaky for this all-European side.
The timing was actually so impeccable on the ECKF squad. Their peaks were entirely coordinated based on distractions. So the player on top of shelter wasn't looking towards apartments when he peeked out. And it was a bit similar for the A side as well, although that kind of push was facilitated by a flashbang. I do really appreciate how ACK are willing to go down to the details to shut out a squad like FPX. And once again, you see them saving a couple M4s. They've got some money in the back pocket, not enough to eventually allow them to get a buy up in this round. And this will force them to take some questionable decisions. Do they go for the hero M4 setup and supplement it with Deagles, or do they entirely play it conservatively and hope that the next round buy will be good enough? And it seems like the latter is going to be the case, although Stiko and Zen may have dipped a bit too much with regards to how much they've bought up. But I think the $3,400 loss bonus is not going to let them hurt too much.
See Kiev. Let's see what you've got. There's definitely room for them to get a successful round in again. Close up the gap, limit the distance to 2 rounds. Vera seems to be making his way to one of the weaker sides of the two. Although Remy does have an M4 and Farlig isn't on his approach. This aura of silence towards A is definitely scary. FPX unsure of where this beast is coming from. As if they're blindfolded and they just can barely hear whispers. shouting behind you, to your left, to your right, and now they come in. Smash first to lead. That's the flash from Emmy, and he catches Smash off guard. First kill go their way. 30 seconds. EC Kiev need to be careful. They need to hold their ground and go towards the B side, but that's the wrong idea. That's the wrong idea. There's 4 players towards the A site, and 20 seconds left. They need to deal with 3 before they have to get the bomb down. This is stressful for EC Kiev, but they need to make it work.
Oh, there's no way they can get the bomb down, right? They've got to deal with his Deagle, and I think Zen has gotten the job done. That's exactly what the doctor ordered, and this prescription will be too much of a dosage for EC Kiev.
FPX stuck their ground towards the A site. Did not care in the world that EC Kiev were challenging towards B. It was the first kill to go the side of Emmy, and the rest of them just fell in place for Zen to deliver. Where the pressure was on, FPX delivered. And that's all that matters. 15-11, 1 round left for this European side to close things out and take us to Vertigo.
Man, it's a bit disappointing to see that EC Kiev would lose off of a round like that after putting up such an impeccable performance, and with Farling getting yet another kill and a little bit of damage as extra change. Yeah, this could very well be over for EC Kiev if this keeps carrying on, but their lights haven't been dimmed just yet. Still, they've got a lifeline into it, peeking out with a flashbang. Was that a 180 from Byron? Well, Emmy will eventually follow it down with a nade of his own. But still, the advantage is in the way of FPX.
There's definitely some advantage that they can work around here. EC Kiev, if they take a good fight, isolate them 1 by 1, it could be doable, but lacking the utility to sort of hold on. Smoke out towards Arch is the way to go, with Farlick holding the ground. It should be a simple picking for him, and it's exactly that. Amster falls victim to some bullets himself. And this is so darn scary. Repositioning. Smash will manage to get through. Now needs to be wary of Library. He is exactly that. Will actually aggress. Farlick, he's holding that ground, and Smash, if he gets this kill here, maybe could open up some alleyways. Spots out a weapon. It's going to be a pre-fire. Smash, that's the way to do it. Now he can head towards the B side, but he needs assistance of his teammate. Amster does rotate towards mid though, and there's one towards B that they need to look after. It's Emmy, the implicating person of the previous round, the man who has done most difference when it came to the successful situation of FPX. 25 seconds, they haven't smoked him out. They need to be wary of this bomb plant. They commit to it. Emmy, spray down. That's 1 gone and 1 left. Smash all by himself. All up to you, mate, to keep EC Kiev alive, but he won't be able to do so. That is GG go next, because FPX have just closed out their opponents' map pick, and they'll be taking us over to Vertigo for ours.
Yeah, that's going to be it. That wraps it up very neatly. Although EC Kiev had a reasonable chance, they dropped the ball against Pistol, and they have to pay for it with a map. A potential 2-0 ends up not going their way, and now they have to commit to the 3rd map, but don't go anywhere, because we will be right back with the action.
We all have them. We all hate them. Unnecessary defeats. I'm talking about the defeats where you know you're better. You know you're winning. Until I should have been more focused. No. Scratch all the excuses and focus on the next game. And this time, awaken the GOAT in you. Oh my God, he's got a 4!
Also can't miss too many shots on this, because then I'm gonna lose bullets and I will have to reload, which I gladly would dodge.
tracking beforehand really warmed up for this one. This isn't as hard as the tracking one, you know, you're losing ammunition.
We're back in it to win it, ladies and gentlemen. It is the third and final map, and whoever wins this takes this matchup home here in the main Swiss stage. Hope you guys are enjoying what you're seeing so far, because the action will only get greater. My name is X-Roy, of course. I am joined by Auditory for this final ride, the final map of the day. And I hope, Auditory, you're as prepared as I am, because I'm ready to see some action. Off they go. Onto the ramp they go. EC Kiev starting off on the terrorist side. Let's see what they can do. FPX. Good spree in the end there. Looking to leg someone behind sandbags. No one holding that angle though. But they've given quite a lot of audio cues that the European squad can work with. Nades splashed Madeline down to 59. But awaiting more smokes. And further assistance. Farlik, maybe the first one to peek out. Contact to be found. Smash falls back. One by one, they trickle through. Barbera is the first one to find the first kill. In they go. It is going to be a traderoo. Switcheroos. They do aggress forwards. Momentum in their veins, and they do get the bomb down as well. Or at least they get it close to the site. Smoke away. 3 against 4. EC Kiev with the advantage. They fall back, and FPX desperately need to grasp onto the site. Stiko finds just that, and maybe they can continue onwards. Waiting for the reload, waiting for everyone to be ready. Smoke to give them some extra space, potentially go for the ninja. Smash, good headshot onto Farlik, denies the defusal, but Stiko is going for it next. They're looking for the shots in. He's got a kid at hand. They could be able to commit to this, and that's exactly what they do. They do manage to kill him in the end, but the defusal has come past. Okay, well, FPX usually have been pretty good with pistols, right? So let's see if they can actually convert it into the second. Of course, T-sided buy makes things more fruitful. Smash. Ooh, that's going to be the info, but the swing is fruitful. So much damage onto the T's. That nade was monstrous. But is it going to be good enough for the cleanups? Madeline tries to line things up. That was the only M4 on the server. Rotations have come in, and this might be a good read for EC Kiev to just move back. Zen, having Emmy's back, they hold onto the stairs for now, but they shift away to not give away any audio cues. Soon as they're past this door, they may want to start walking faster towards ramp. 35 seconds. And it just hasn't been... Timing just hasn't been in their favor. The best of 3 so far. But maybe now they can make it work. Farlik runs away with one quickly traded back. Zen holds his ground with the AK, doubles it up as well. No chance handed over to the Ukrainian side. Sich lines up one and turns it down to a one-on-one duel. Goes aggressive. Smoke to give him some movement to get that bomb under wrap. Zen needs to capitalize upon this. Sich does get space to get the bomb down, and now Zen needs to regress. Does Sich expect him so close? He does not, and that puts the victory in the bag of FPX. They're pushing towards ramp now, but those incendiaries will definitely delay them a little bit. Smokes as well to be dropped as they do take on multiple positions. Of course, ramp simulator has begun again. Nades do seem to impede their progress substantially. Now, boost arena. Let's see what Madden can do from a different sight view, a bird's eye view, if you will, but I think he doesn't even manage to spot anyone out yet. Scaffolding to be the next point of approach. Glitzava. It's back from it. Good timing as well, as they do perhaps opt for a different boost. No, they're just holding around. EC Kiev, they're just playing with time here. The last pieces of utility available for them. They need to go in fast, or else their chances will just deplete in front of their eyes. Matt and Emmy both chiming in for kills here. Amster's position has been spotted. Bere from a different angle as well. They're eager to get a kill here and there, but it seems that FPX are calculated enough to not hand anything to them. As I do say that, it does seem that Madden will fall to the hands of Amster. Bere looks to make this even further expensive for his position, but things have stopped in their tracks as FPX close out the third. Yeah, apparently. So Faraz's mic has sort of been muted on the broadcast. That's interesting because I've been hearing him, so we never realized this. So I guess I've been speaking by myself on broadcast so far. So that's interesting. Either way, I hope you guys were amused by myself talking to myself. That's pretty much you guys watching a simulator of my daily life. I do tend to talk myself all the time, really. But by around at hand, it seems the trace have been equalized. I'm gonna have to wait for a quick word from production on whether or not they can hear me now before I progress. So I can hear you, Faraz. You just spoken, and I've heard you. Now, if chat can hear you, or if the production can hear you, that is a different matter that I cannot answer. I'm just gonna assume everything is fine. Let's wait here for this round at least. Deco. Want to smash. Good stuff. FPX with the advantage once more, but it seems FPX are eager to hold on. They went for the boost, they went for the side. The angle's not fruitful. 35 seconds. Time is depleting. Steeko approaches Madden is there for support. It's just simple 1-2 counter-strike here. Sitch. See what he can do here. Steeko close by. There's no way they read this. They know that their timing is not good anymore. After fall back salvage these weapons, this round is being handed over to FPX.
I'm still waiting on word of whether or not I'm back in it. Not entirely sure how it sounds on the production end. Just want to make sure everything's in order before I hop back on with you.
Well, it's interesting if I can still hear you and no one else can hear you. That would be really interesting for us, because I'd really like to have a conversation about this right now, because it seems like FPX always have an early advantage, always get themselves ahead. EC Kiev do get a burst of confidence towards the middle of the game, before the end of the first half, but sometimes they have to fall short. So Dust 2, they were successful in bringing out the full comeback, but Inferno, they fell short to 11. Now, 4-0 on the board for FPX. I know it's early to tell for us.
Okay, I've gotten word. I'm alive. I'm kicking.
Yay!
I felt like I was drowning there for a bit.
No! That's not good.
I felt like a ghost. I was saying things, you guys couldn't hear me. And I felt really lonely there for a second, Pavlos. And I know you're already used to making me feel very lonely by not responding to me on Discord, unless it's about work. But this time it hurt a little, because you didn't respond to me in the workplace either.
Sorry for us. But I actually heard you. Like, we've got TeamSpeak working, so don't
yeah, it's just I think it actually might be an issue on my end. I think when my mic disconnects or reconnects, I think it just stops picking up picking it up on the audio stand. But you know what?
Interesting.
All that tech jazz needs to go to waste right now because we're about to have a spicy round coming up as EC Kiev, they maneuver onto the A site. AWP first, Sitch will be the man to try to carve out opportunities, but FPX, they're playing this very passively.
Yeah, and this passive is causing caution to the wind because if they do falter and lose a couple of players here, the retake might become very, very difficult. Cindery's dropped, causing EC Kiev to struggle with time again. It seems when it comes to timing, FPX have got their opponents' number. But the rotations have come in. Smash, that's one. With a second, things could get more difficult. Juggling of incendiaries. There's one more still in the hands of Zen, and things might get tough. Sitch again. From afar, from a distance, puts that AWP to good use. The only rifle in the hands of EC Kiev doing work. Final incendiary dropped and depleted. Trying to interrupt the plant, but they won't be able to do so. They go for the stick. They do get the plant, and now they've got the numbers advantage to work with. Not for long. It seems like FPX want to get right back on track, equalizing the numbers. 3 against 3, but they're not approaching just yet. No utility left for FPX. This is dangerous. EC Kiev have good reason to get a win here, but Smash was a bit too slow. Deagle's push from Smash, but Stico delivers. Sitchell by himself in this regard because Bire is being disabled. Looking for the shot. Sits is down. Bire can't do that much from that angle, and that is FPX right back at it.
By the way, Pavlos, it's just been like this the whole time where FPX gets an early lead, ECK have come back. They've come back fully once. They didn't quite get it done in the second map. But honestly, this is how they keep us on the edge of our seats. You can't ever see what's going to happen, and although the match odds are going heavily in the favor of FPX right now, do we really believe that with the historical record they've set up as of late? Come on.
It is difficult to believe that prospect, isn't it? But FPX, I know they've had enough of these shenanigans, you know? They've dropped one too many times. That first map must still leave a burn mark, a scar on their chest. Because that was a wound to the heart. They managed to dislodge that bullet, keep things going. Quickly challenged 1-for-1. Nuklitsava traded his life for that. Onto Sandbags, but Bear is strong. 2 kills go his way, and that's the opening they need. Onto the A side they may go. Zen looks to delay as his teammate Stico will try and come in as quickly as possible. That smoke has done his job as EC Kiev are scared to ensue with this push. They've got time to wait the depletion of these smokes. They'll wait for them to fade out, but Stico approaches as well. Bire, he has to be the man to save EC Kiev in this round, but it's Zen left for FPX. Smoke slowly fading out. Slowly dissipating, but Zen switches things up with his position. 40 seconds, bomb on site. Should be a cleanup for EC Kiev here. Bire with a right angle, and that is EC Kiev finally on the board.
Pavlos. I talked about it in the previous round, and it gets even worrying when you see it happen once again in front of your eyes. And there are all the telltale signs available. Look at the money on FPX at the moment. 1 round loss, they've got to ramp back into the game. And if ECKF can continue this kind of gameplay, perhaps we can see a repeat of Inferno and Dust 2. Although I do think that FPX will have a much better chance at closing it out early on in this map because, well, doing it 3 times over, I don't really expect ECKF to do that. That is, of course, an opportunity for them to surprise me. Sitch, he's just trying to carve out an angle for himself. Modern, sitting in the smoke, he gets the visibility advantage, but he still falls to Byron.
Does indeed, and now FPX falling. And they're falling in a lot earlier fashion than they were in the previous maps. And that is concerning. He sees that Aram can show us something that EC Kiev are methodical and successful in their takes. That's what's required. Now, FPX, there is some movement going their side. They just want to save those rifles. They've already made up their minds about that. Their economy is very, very low. In the brink of non-existence, really. So EC Kiev, this will be a second for us. How do you feel about their prospects bring this game close so early on? Oh dear, that just hurts.
Yeah, maybe a few points of damage will be inflicted onto EC Kiev, but that's about it. FPX already losing their grip on this game. And I'm super happy with EC Kiev's performance, you know? Although throughout the series they've been the underdog, and they've been heavy underdogs, by the way, it's never really felt like it. They felt like they're a team that is neck and neck with FPX, even if it does take them a while to come back into it. And as I say that, ooh, that's even more damage being inflicted onto FPX.
I'm just wondering how FPX can recover from this. Obviously they need a filler. Obviously they need to take their time. There is a collective push brewing, but it's again the ramp simulator, as I like to call it. Ooh, pistol shots actually end up with a kill. The drop will ensue. Smash will have to pay for it though, some extra damage. Stiko can't really do all that much. He gets a superior weapon. I guess Farlig is looking to be sneaky to grab an extra rifle. But Smash, I'm not sure if he'll allow that, will he? Spotted, quick headshot. Now Zen, all he can do is hope for an extra frag. Uklitsava denies it.
Already back into contention, and FPX don't even have the kind of money they should have to contest this, because there's going to be some lacking utility. And although head armor isn't exactly the biggest of their concerns, there's still something to be said. You know, a wall bang or two can make your life harder. But now, let's see if ECKF can continue to power through. And the difference between this game and the previous maps in particular would be that ECKF are making a much sooner comeback. And you mentioned it, Pavlos? And that's where the alarm bells start ringing a little bit. If Fun plus Phoenix don't have that much of a ramp to work off of to try to stop the comeback, I think their longevity in this game might be significantly threatened. And as soon as I talk about Extinction, Emmy is going to immediately chime in and make their lives a little bit easier. Talk to Stale, run away, because Zaver, he's playing it close to contention, and he eventually puts the numbers to an equalizer.
I think Uklitsava couldn't believe his eyes that Emmy just walked in front of him there. And when the repeat came through, Emmy had, because Uklitsava didn't shoot, Emmy didn't expect someone to be that close, you know? So he expected it to be a spray through the smoke. But instead, it was a quick contestation. So the numbers have been equalized. Tico needs to be wary! Good quick headshot, but now needs to back away. Finds an alternative angle to deal with Uklitsava. Backs out, not quite the damage he needed, because now we see Kiev have the numbers advantage.
Zen peek out. Oh, they know exactly where he is, because he's fired off a few shots, and Amster quickly tucks him into bed. That is good night, but Modern, oh, it doesn't get to sing a lullaby of his own. Only one round in between the two squads, and FPX have a significant economy disadvantage as well.
Yeah, and Kiev are on the highway towards finding that equalizer, so a lot of question marks on the FPX camp. You've got to be worried about the outcome. I remember the odds right at the start of this match. Pinnacle clearly said that, hey guys, it's approximately a 1-to-4 ratio. FPX should have this in the bag. Well, that first map completely took the wind out of our lungs, didn't it? And now it looks like EC Kiev will look to do the same well, just a couple of maps later.
Okay. I paced myself there for a second. I didn't think those Deagles were going to be able to turn anything up, but it seems like they have. A couple kills go their way, but the wielders of those kills are also going to fall in their graves. Sticko and Zen one of them has been taken out for dinner. Doesn't realize that he is the dinner itself. Zen now from the back lines on the flank, 1-on-3. And he's managed to pick himself up in AWP, and before he can even get the cogs turning, before he even considers it, he realizes that it's probably best he gets away with it, because even with the loss bonus, they're not going to have a comfortable AWP buy.
Zen's a good-looking lad, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Good jawline. Nice facial hair. Are those blue eyes as well?
I can't tell with how small the image is, I'm sorry.
Yeah, quite small. Yeah, you're right. I know. A lot of Kappa Prize probably in chat right now, but I can appreciate a man's beauty. Can't I?
Mm-hmm. I appreciate your beauty all the time on stream.
Oh,
those beautiful locks, the footballer resemblance.
Too kind. Too kind.
Mm-hmm. You're one of the only people I know that really rocks the stash well. You know, for me, it's always been the case that for 90% of people, I think they look better without facial hair. And
really?
Yeah, at least that's the way I viewed it. Okay.
You don't know many people from the Balkans, then, do you?
Yeah, but you know what? Facial hair really goes well on you, Pavlos.
Oh, I appreciate that, man.
Although
really
I haven't seen you without it, so...
Yeah, I look like a 15-year-old, mate. It's a big difference. You don't want to see that.
Wait,
you
you're older than that?
Well, yeah. Thankfully, I am.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, now I know.
Oh, you do, yeah. Thought you knew my age, man. Huh. Okay, I guess not. Well, it is EC Kiev with a numbers disadvantage. It did find the equalizer, but getting across that mark would be just marvelous for them. FPX simple hold. Similar to how they've held it before, but nothing quite out of the ordinary. Molly's making Farley to back away. Kiev gained a lot of control over the ramp without expending too much utility. That is massive for them. 50 seconds, and now they can use it all to lure these players out. Sitch, as soon as the flash comes by, he's going to go for a slightly more swing. Farley goes up aggressive a bit, wins one off of his own. EC Kiev, they're losing a couple of players here and there, and that could hurt them. Stiko low. FPX rejoicing with all of their players. It's a party they're looking for here. Sitch looking to support the backline, but it's Uklutsava's entry to put them right back on the radar. Farley controlling scaffolding, but they know the challenge to go approach from there. They don't have the space to get the bomb down just yet, but Amster delivers to Farley quickly, bouncing back with a kill onto Uklutsava, but down to a 2-on-3. Amster gets the bomb down, but Zen will be punishing on position. They try and suffocate them in, but Sitch, with the smoke behind him, will try and deny the defusal. How did he even miss that? The crosshair was on him, but no. Stiko delivers and FPX regain the lead.
Barely even misses that. I think he had a reasonable chance at bringing it all together had he hit that shot. But no luck in that scenario, and FPX, they regain that lead. ECK were able to push the pedal until they got to the equalizer, but then they're going to let FPX drift past a little bit, see if they can potentially have yet another chance into it. But even now, the odds, I would say, are probably a bit closer than they look right now.
Yeah.
And if you look at the money on ECKiv, I would favor it significantly more. You know, they've got so much in reserve. They've got Amster on almost 8,000. Similar case for Byron.
Well, let's have a look then. Morley's early across the board. This time B is the site of contention. With no ramp dedication from EC Kiev, therefore FPX only to feel pressured. Stiko doesn't spot out his opponent first, but the fact that Smash prolonged that, was able to come out victorious instead. Inwards they go. They're also a little bit uncomfortable about this whole ordeal. AWP now into the hands of Stiko, so it permits Madden to go slightly more aggro. Molly at the backside. Madden needs to move out of position. Smoke will help him hold his ground. But EC Kiev, they hold on. Looking to bait movement from FPX as the rest of his team move towards the A site. This obfuscation could be perfect.
Let's see if Farley can hit these shots though. Flashbangs to try to obscure his vision, but he can avoid them narrowly. Smokes himself out, defensive utility to allow him more mobility, and as they move up the ramp, they've already lost 2 significant members. Byron, very quick fling. Farley out of the equation, and now they can start to consider planting the bomb, but not before Emmy burns himself a little bit? Question mark? Okay, Zen can at least recover. That was a bit funky, but okay. Byron is going to be the last man standing.
Farlick kill there at the start was everything that they needed. He bought just enough time for the rest of his team to get back on site, even though he ends up losing a trade against his opponent. I think it just came down because he was probably looking at the minimap or something. It just comes down to that, unfortunately, sometimes. But 7-5, FPX, they hold on, and they'll be glad to do that because I'm sure they were knocking on wood when they won those, when ECK started to come through with a comeback. Now, they bring out a timeout of their own to see if they can bring things back in their own favor.
We haven't seen as many desperate timeouts from ECKF as we have from Fun Plus Phoenix, and it makes sense because they were more often in the position where they had to deny a comeback. Now, I think it's been a relatively close game, and this is something we've been lacking throughout the series, so I really appreciate it, you know? Sure, we saw very one-sided games for either side, we saw the comebacks, but consistently seeing that, probably not my cup of tea. Instead, we get to see a bit more back and forth. And this is where ECKF need to start making their mark once more. It would be really splendid if we can see a very close half at the end of the day. But FPX want to deny it. They've got that double op setup. Farlig and Modern always feeling super comfortable on those sniper weapons.
Ooh, pre-fire of Emmy behind the smoke. Good read, expecting a boost.
Nice and chunky amount of damage too on Ukludzaver.
Definitely splashing him down to a point where those rifles can pick him up more easily. And EC Kiev's plan, I think he's just been stopped in its tracks. Because now they're wondering where on earth do we take this? They've got someone alluding towards the B site onto the stairs there. That smash. Stiko, I don't think he'll peek it though. I think he's got the confidence to stay in that angle. Deny a boost if it does come underway. Jumps up, catches Smash off guard. Beautiful timing with the flash of Madden. And now Madden assists to keep Stiko alive. Doubles it up as well. Beautiful collaboration between the players of FPX. They juggle out the pressure on each of their ends every single time. And Madden runs away with a complete 3-piece that round.
By the way, I just did one of those aim trainer things, and I actually have about the same flicking accuracy as Gruss, so pretty happy about that.
Oh, proud of you, man. Okay, now I can allow you to smash top other casters. I do permit you now. You've proven yourself worthy of having the aim of
first
a pro
try
player.
too, so hey.
Yay. At least someone in our duo is skilled at Counter-Strike.
Listen, when I start talking smack, you know I get that little buff, right? Because remember when we played matchmaking, you tried to talk down to me, and I'm like, yeah, you know what? Time to put him in his place.
Yeah, no, I was top fragging. I said, if I do top frag and you bottom... Well, I think you were third in the score when I was top fragging. I said, if I end up top fragging, you will never hear the end of it. And once you heard that, you just couldn't stop getting all the kills. I think you got a couple of aces that game as well, didn't you?
Yeah.
Cheeky man, not giving me any other kills. I was chasing right after you, see if I could get one, but for some reason it seems like you had like equipped some boots that got you like traverse quicker. I don't know, probably your B-hops or something. I don't even know.
You run faster with the knife out, so I just stick the knife to my guns. But let's see if FPX can stick it to ECKF. As they start to move on to the site, ramp control is being established. These mollies are making it so much harder though, but Smash, he's got eyes like a hawk. He knows exactly where Emmy is repositioning, and he shot him through the wall. A disadvantage for FPX with regards to numbers, but I think time and positioning will be to their favor. First barrel spotted, Farlig gets the number equal as well.
Oh, that's the bomb. They spotted it out, so that means that they can get the movements in their favor. Stiko coming in for the backstab, but I don't think they expected that's going to be perfect, but does he line it up? And Time Smash does look towards scaffolding, and that could be Stiko's issue. Zen How does he do this? Springs out and smashes there. Stiko delivers 1 against 2. Bomb hasn't gone down just yet. Spots out ahead. That could be a hefty nade to do a lot of damage. It does just that. Smashes him down. That could be the cleanup. Damage on both ends, but no kills go his way.
That was nearly the lineup. That could have entirely changed the outcome of potentially even the next few rounds. But 8-6, ECKF, they have held FBX by a very close leash, and I can surely appreciate them for it.
Kind of felt like you were going to say FPC or something. Like ECKF, yeah. I don't know, so when you say that, like the Eminem's rap god was...
the forbidden FBCKF.
No, another song came to my mind, but I'll bring it out later because it seems like we're going to have some early action here. Early aggression towards stairs. Madden will back out of it due to an incendiary. Expecting perhaps in a boost position towards the vents. Molly, though, will deny it. Love the cinematic angle, but seems like EC Kia
drone
taking
footage.
a time with his push. Indeed. Imagine there's drones running around. You could shoot them. But here we go. Smash. Good shot onto Stiko. Now they may have a chance. Madden relocates, holds his ground, flash out. He's in the midst of all the pressure, needs to survive, but he's been spotted. He's not quite in the cover of the smoke. Sitch and Smash both collaboratively do take care of the rest. EC Kiev, it looks like they're determined to take home the final round of the half with Farlik. Nothing he can do up against 5. He only gets 1 for good measure, but at the end of the half, the round scoreline could not have been closer.
And I'm not exactly sure why the odds wouldn't be a bit closer for ECK with how much of a performance they've put up. But if you think you've got a better idea of how things work here, maybe you can go ahead and check out Pinnacle. Go bet 10 euros and get 10 euros back for your troubles if you use the code FALL21 though. Terms and conditions do apply, however, so make sure you do go ahead and check them out. But FBX heading onto the terrorist side. They've done enough damage on the CT that this is still anybody's game. It's about as equal as it can be, and if the first 2 maps were anything to go off of, you know this is how the result was going to end up being.
Well, pistol rounders, they do switch the size, but it looks like they've bamboozled their opponents. They've gone all the way towards Connector, now moving in towards the site, taking home a kill as well. So FPX look like they want another pistol. They've been so good at these pistols, right? I believe out of the 6 we've had so far, they've probably taken home 4 or 5 of them. So pretty good so far against them. Let's see if they can translate this into a victory as EC Kiev look to approach for the retake. Damage inflicted on all ends. Limited utility equal to other. Able to deliver on one end, but Madden able to recover quite back up. 2+3s and aggressors. The lineup is there, and FPX close things out.
Now the question is whether or not FBX can continue this bout. It can obviously often be a advantage playing off of the CT side if you can get control of the economy, but since economic dominance is not the case of the game, you can see that ACKF will start to struggle. They can still be very proud of their performance, by the way, because heading into this game as underdogs, they have proven their worth. The ability to maintain composure and bring it back together almost 3 times in a row now, that's very commendable, Pavlos.
Indeed it is. But look at the stack up. It's a pyramid scheme for EC Kiev. All players on a different lineup, different position, different height. They're only run away with 2, as most of the SMGs do the rest of the work. Double digits for FPX.
How quickly do you think ECKF can recover? Because that is probably going to be the big question to ask as we expect ECKF to make a dent in this game. I want to look at their setup though. Smash playing very up close and personal. Emmy has been taken out of the fray. And although Smash has done that, does he know that Modern has snuck past? I think he is trying to sniff it out, and the readjustment from ECKF does signify that that might be the case. But Modern, he is so close inside the Lions' den, and the Lions are sleeping. They have no idea that he has gone all the way past.
Madden, you sneaky man. What can he do?
Not a chance they get this.
No, you don't go for the trigger discipline here, do you? He does! That is massive! And that is one! That is two! Madden, you've just given the sight over the FPX! Nade now will be thrown in his approximate direction, but the damage has been done. They know exactly where he is. 3 against 1, and the site being taken over. The bomb being planted. There's Smashel by himself. And marvelous footwork from Madden will gift this round over the FPX.
I think there might have been some miscommunication going on from Smash, because he sort of had the idea that maybe somebody snuck over, but to expect him to be all the way inside CT spawn that quickly, I'm sure nobody expected that at all. And that's going to be a big blow to the side of ECKF.
You start to wonder here, man. EC Kiev, they're great at recovering. It's just going that extra mile that's holding them back. But look at this trigger discipline. If I was there, I'd definitely shoot that man. Gets one, the simple follow-up as well. Madden. Simply a gorgeous round by him. Uh-oh. What do you fancy about this for us? Look at this boost.
I'm not sure Smash will be able to get too much off of it, but it's actually not even Smash that gets the kill. It's Byron with his Desert Eagle to do the dirty work. And now FPX want to move in, but they're being allowed very few options to do just that. At least the lacking utility will allow them to have less distractions as they move onto the site. But I think the firepower can still stop ECK if they choose to do just that. Smash narrowly holding on to his life as he avoids some bullets, but the nade will eventually follow through. Sitch, he's getting the dirty work done eventually. And although Modern is keeping it in close contest, because they're playing these close angles, this can always be very dangerous.
It absolutely can. Bira holds onto his ground for now. Zen, needs to be careful about that. Bira continues. Amster tries to put things right back into place, but look at that. Zen is 14 points of health. 1 bullet should do it, and an AK recovered by Bira makes things easier. Defuse is being committed. He needs to check it. It will be defused. He needs that kill, and quickly, he's gotten it. No, he has not. Zen, just in the nick of time, salvages the round for FPX.
Barely even salvages it, but that's all they required. Zen, right now, he might be one of the biggest points of difference in between these two teams, because he's leading the charge with 21 kills and 17 deaths.
Wow, we were. Okay, EC Kiev. Well, you have to respect the effort there. But effort isn't quite what they really wanted, right? They wanted that closer. They were so close to it. I know it was an eco. It was risky. Well, a small buy. It would be more of an accurate description of that round for them. But it was just so close. Just that inch away. I'd say milliseconds away from that defusal. But it slips past them. And along with that slip, FPX will slide ahead once more. 5 rounds in between the two teams. Farlig walking across flames, not care in the world. As FPX looks to set up for the next take.
Yeah, they're already very close to the finish line now, but If Sitch has something to say about it, I think he's starting to get some words out. First kill connected.
Boost out, Emmy wins across the other side of the map, spotted. Oh, no, shot missed, and Madden will recapitalize. ECK have had the numbers advantage at first, but now it's a mere equilibrium state as Smash brings things back to this side. Zen spots out the figure, spots out his shadow, but still can't get the kill. Madden, slow peek, dry peek, the crouch works out as Smash's crossfire was slightly too high. And Ukulsava looking to recover. Bomb planted, audio cue given out, but no way they expect Madden's position, do they? Stiko onto the site, needs to find some safety. Amster pushes, he expects it, headshot does connect, Ukulsava shuts it down. On to one-on-one again, 2 rounds in a row. Ukulsava, flash in hand, 1 kill to his name this round. Can he turn it into a second? Kit in front of him, he knows he needs it. He doesn't go for the touch yet. Now he does, moves away, and Stiko finds him. 13-7. FPX have won every single one of these 1v1 so far.
And when it comes down to the last wire like that, 1v1s are probably going to be exactly what separates you from the rest. 1v1s, clutches, individual duels. And although ACK were able to do just that in the previous couple of maps, now they're not winning the individual advantages. Instead, it's Stiko coming out on top of the 1vx's. It's Zen being able to defend the bomb. It's just Farley being able to get individual kills. All of that is lining up, and that's why we're seeing such a big differential within the scoreline. And with the economy being battered for the side of ECK, we expect to see a lot more of that. But Byron, he preemptively fires on the pre-fire spot. He's expecting them to be boosted up. And although that's a bit of damage, FPX, they can still immediately recover off of it. Now they've got the chance to route themselves wherever they'd like to go. If they go all the way back to B, they only have to deal with 1 player. They have information on A as well, and with Euclid Zaver being taken out of the fray, now it's going to be only advantageous duels out coming up ahead.
Apart from that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, now
you
they can
never
deplete their
expect to
utility.
fire exactly like right above you.
You need quite literally eyes at the top of your head. Emmy though, quick to the challenge, Amster falls. AK recovered by Sitch though after that kill. So FPX can't be too happy to hand that over to their opponents. And they won't. Stiko wins out on that trade. Double the amount of rounds accumulated by EC Kiev so far. FPX, they're on solid ground. And it seems like they are 1 buy round away from closing out this matchup.
It is easy to look at the scoreline and think that they still have a bit of a lifeline going, but ECK, with how close they are to the edge of this cliff, I'm not sure how much longevity they have remaining in this game. Early utility to try to hold them back. Smash wants to contest around the smoke, and Emmy, he cannot spot anything. His body flies away as Smash will be delivering bullets into it, and he gets to line up a couple more. Byron, he's chimed into the battle as well, only leaving Stiko and Zen to contest.
Okay, I was cringing throughout the entirety of that duel. There was a gap in the smoke, and FPX had no idea about it. And that's why they're full. But Zen is recovering. He's recovering. 3 kills. Bomb collected. What does he do?
He is the clutch player in charge, so I wouldn't be surprised if he gets something off of it. And there's still a minute on the clock, by the way.
There is indeed. Now, EC Kiev are facing up a decision. Do they polarize their players across sites, or do they keep hold? Amster spots him. Easy pickup. No need for any more complications. At least they get themselves a foot into this half.
Oh, this is where the stakes are up. You realize that FPX, they know how Inferno almost turned around. They know exactly how Dust 2 fell apart. And to allow ECKF to get away with any chance at a ramp into a comeback, that is a dead man talking. While they still have a 6-round buffer to go, they will want to capitalize on it early on. They've got a fair bit of money. They've got all the conditions required to close it out early. And they still have ECK within arm's reach of being put into an economic deficit where they cannot fight back with appropriate weaponry. So winning a round out now is going to be much more useful than winning it a round out later, where ECKF have a chance to recover from it.
You can't give them momentum. You absolutely cannot, and you said it right. There's a dead man whispering in their ears. Take care, because EC Kiev, they've done it before, and they may be able to do it again, and that fear and the back of the mind of FPX is definitely lingering within that camp. EC Kiev, though, still a long way to go. Definitely a difficult endeavor, and they start things off with a boost. Stitch first man to spot things out, perhaps. But Emmy needs to be careful. Audio cue given out. Stitch expects it. No, he misses. Damage inflicted, and Emmy capitalizes upon it. That's not what EC Kiev wants. Now FPX have room to move about. Iklutsava from the backside trying to recover things back, but Stiko, it does deliver onto Smash. Bire from the backside does drop the bomb. Information relayed over. Iklutsava just like that through the smoke. Sprays down more. Bire as well. They line things up. Now with a spray down. Farlig, they line up for him. That's the two-piece, and now it's down to Amstar. 1 and 2 as FPX make their way onto the A side.
Let's see if he can pull some strings here to get the job done. 1 on 2, still tucked behind the smoke, so now he has to spend additional time clearing out each angle. But as the bomb ticks down, FPX seem to feel a bit more comfortable heading into this. He's got a kit, he's got a flashbang, and he needs to bait out at least one of the player's positions, because otherwise he's going to have to take the long route out just to feel things out. He knows that the first point of contact could come in through concrete. Stiko peeks out, his head is visible, and now his teammate will join the battle, and before it gets too messy, Farlig will take care of it. What a round from him.
What a round indeed. I mean, we're talking about the ramification of them losing this round. Well, we'll no longer have to take care of that anymore, because what the issue is right now is that EC Kiev have got to buy up completely, because FPX with 1 round close out this series. You can clearly see it in the odds. 1 to 69. 69? 61. Or was it 69? I'm not quite sure. But that would have been an interesting number. Either way, FPX, they've done it. They've been able to convert amongst that chaos of the previous round. They stand above their opponents, but Smash needs to do something desperate. Needs to go for something out of the ordinary, catch them off guard. AK-47 recovered, extra kill. They may have the advantage, at least for now.
FPX, they've got 1 shoe on the finish line right now. Just need to be nudged over with maybe a couple individual plays to come out. But Amster, he's got a little hammer and he's tapping on the toes through that shoe. Just give myself an interesting visual by saying that.
Yeah, I noticed. I just didn't want to comment on it because I know you were having a moment.
Yeah, just lightly tapping the end of a foot with a hammer.
Farlig's having a moment as well, though. He's aggressing onto the site. I know most of his team is dead, but no way they expect him to be here. Sitch, he's a dead man walking. 4 left. 2 players need to be picked up by each of the members of EC Kiev. That's 1, 3 to go. Bomb now close to be picked up, but needs to be careful of Smash. The footsteps have been given out. Zen may have some information to work with, but clearly the odds are stacked up against them. Roll the dice he may, but he knows the economical situation of FPX is just not favorable enough. Saving this rifle is the best avenue to close out this matchup. And he needs to take it. For now, falls back. EC Kiev are able to take another deep breath and hold on to their ground for now.
But the ground under them is still more akin to quicksand than it is, I'm just gonna let it go now. You know what I'm talking about, right, Pavlos?
Sorry, I was, my mind went to La La Land.
I was just looking at retro score once again every time it turns up.
Yeah, but now you've got pride. You've
I'm on that 1.1% on flicking, so, well, I think I need to bring it down to like 0.9% so I can say I'm quite literally the 1%.
Yeah, you could do that.
But yeah,
Okay, that's not what EC Kiev wanted. That's the first pick going to the side of FPX. Zen picking up through the smoke, and Smash needs to fall back now, waiting for his teammates to arrive. Do they take this aggressive or not? For now, they hold their ground. Utility, not of plenty. Now, FPX can seize this opportunity. Their money isn't great. Their weaponry is in an even worse state. But if they can find a couple of kills, it's doable.
Yeah, it's a matter of plucking away these heads because there's no armor to contest. And Satan Smash can do just that, but it's still very equal. And Zen, with the hero AK setup, he is really doing all the heavy lifting here.
Does seem to be the case, but they back away. Thinking about the ramifications of moving onto the site and determining that the choice that should be made is the B-bomb site. Polarized positions for EC Kiev, 1 per site. Amster with a man with all the health available to him. The flash is perfect now. They do cross forwards, not quite able to deliver the spray down. Farlig, there you have it. With a kill going his way, with a bomb plant right under his feet. It's all down to Smash. Can he salvage things for EC Kiev? Approaching little by little. Next to the bomb. Listening to every tick, spotting out one, spots out both! Smash! What on earth was that? Keeps EC Kiev right back into the game.
He keeps them alive with the quickest of 2 taps. Still 5 rounds to go. They've got a chance in this, Pavlos, and Smash might be the sole reason that they can survive. We get a chance to look at the replay. Man, the way he's able to do it, that was lightning fast. And I'm pretty sure it's going to look fast even in the replay. Yeah, it did. And it looked faster than any play I do at normal speed.
Zen must be kicking himself for that peak. He was a little bit out too wide. He didn't quite get the AD in right back into cover in time. They did not have to contest them. And you better know that they're going to get challenged for it. Now, FPX, they do have a buy round going for them this time around. The last round shouldn't have been where they would have won, but so I guess you see Kiev revert the crisis. But with a numbers advantage now for them, they could keep things going. Farlig just right under the radar. Quite literally, Boklitsava is there, and he doubles it up as well. Information for a third. Okay, things are not going well for FPX, and EC Kiev are literally licking their lips, because this round is a feast.
Man, it's crazy to think that EC Kiev, they'd nearly been knocked off of the server. And it's suddenly looking so doable. Look at how bad the money is on FPX. There's $0 on 3 of these players. And Zen can say nothing to the face of Uglitzaver as he slides in like Michael Jackson. 4 rounds in between them and potentially bringing it to an equalizer and taking it to overtime. And a large part of that has just been individual performances from both sides of the squads, actually. Because if you look at Smash, if you look at Zen, very, very even at the moment. And with these Tech 9s to boot, I think EC Kiev might just have a few bonus rounds coming their way.
And they do indeed, unless any miracle happens, and we know well of miracles. Uglitzaver close by. Ends up falling, though, and Smash will be able to pick up the pieces nonetheless. So, yeah, Shutdown will be the name of the game here. You did say a couple of rounds, so we're going to have to see if it does become that. Extra damage, good way to die, I guess. Explosive, if you will. But no more havoc. Smash puts an end to it.
Smash has actually done so well. Now he is ahead Zen.
30 kills.
And I think nobody could have predicted that this game was this close, and the odds are actually quite spicy there in many instances. So if you want to go ahead and get a chance at betting on some of these odds, you can bet 10 euros and get 10 euros back by using the code FALL21 over at Pinnacle. And, well, when you do that, make sure you go ahead and check out the terms and conditions.
Sneaker, I bet he spotted something out there. Uglitzaver trying to play around with the smoke. He actually aggresses. Interesting. Moves back into safety, re-smokes it as well. No. He'll let it fade out. Walks into the sandbag's position. The smoke will be required and now has to give it away. He's stuck in between a rock and a hard place, and Farlig will be able to deal with him, takes him out of his misery, but now they need to be careful because Amster is moving across. Farlig, does he wait for the boost? Does he wait for his teammates? Does he go for the doors? Yeah, there comes the boost, and Stiko might be there to help him out, but Amster's waiting for it, or is he? He might be. Short towards timing. He knows, but Stiko says peekaboo and also says goodbye to follow it up as well. FPX with 5 players against 3. This is their chance to close things up. Will they be able to do so? Bire on hot pursuit, trying to delay the plant, but it's only impending doom for now. Bire approaches. Madden collapses from a different angle, puts pressure onto the backline of EC Kiev. Farlig as well chimes in, all down to Sitch up against 5. That's just way too much to ask to. And Madden, it's a flawless round for FPX to close out the series 16-12. My word, this match has been an absolute roller coaster.
But FPX, at the end of the day, they're going to close things out in a not so dominant fashion. Well, Pavlos, I like how you had to go all Rambo on me because of how crazy that game got, and it makes a lot of sense.
It absolutely does, man. I mean, we started all things nice and formal. We all knew that FPX would have had a good chance to get this win here, but I think at the end of the day, I think this pretty much depicts the whole ordeal today, right? it was just a palaver fest, right? It's like you're at the end of a party, everyone's drunk, and you somehow end up with your tie on your head. But ladies and gentlemen, that is all for TEP TV today for Pinnacle 4 series for the first day of Main Swiss, and it's been an absolute blast, and I hope you guys enjoy it. But I hope we can have a look at the bracket so we can see which teams managed to get themselves to the upper half of it before we sign things up. But before we do so, Faraz, do you have any final remarks to put us on a closing note?
I'm actually so happy that this is how today ends, you know, on a really high note with how back and forth that series was. Nobody could have predicted how close it was going to be. And well, at the end of the day, FPX, they can get away with 1 win. So here we have it. All the teams that have gotten their first wins on the board, all the teams that haven't quite been too successful, sorted by the round differences as well. So ECKF, they were actually the team that have had the closest game possible. So that's incredibly impressive considering the kind of competition they were up against. In fact, I think FPX is one of the heaviest hitters in this entire group. So really important game coming out from ECKF. I think that bolsters their confidence a lot more, Pavlos.
Absolutely, Faraz. And I think as we're looking at this whole endeavor, I think we can wrap things up very nicely as well. We can put a ribbon on it if we will. I don't quite have a ribbon on me, but I might just well wrap things up. Ladies and gentlemen, hope you guys enjoyed. If you want to support us as well, make sure you do follow our social media at the bottom. There's a link just there. Just you can see X-Warrior and Malderis, yes, yeah, just do that. But also follow, of course, the Esports Bible on all of their socials. Hope you guys had the fun, and we'll see you again tomorrow. So make sure you come around and stick around for some excellent CS.
We all have them. We all hate them. Unnecessary defeats. I'm talking about the defeats where you know you're better. You know you're winning. Until I should have been more focused. No. Scratch all the excuses and focus on the next game. And this time, awaken the GOAT in you. Oh my God, he's got all 4!
Doesn't require too much arm movement, which is good for me.
to have like that in the workshop on CS.
Like farming eco kills in CSGO. The Glocks rushing. Should be very good at that, I think. Too close.
Prioritize I guess the robot, this cylindrical dude running towards you. Prioritize and closing in.